Now, with everyone ready to go, I want to know from you at home, who will go directly to the grand finals in London and join Team Spirit, DRX, and Alpha 7? And who will get eliminated? Let us know in the comments. And same question to our desk. Over to you, Jason.
Oh man, thank you so much, Seven. So nice to see you there. And what teams do we expect to make it out of this group as top 3? Well, we have to get into that in a little bit of time. We have to do some housekeeping before we get into there, but there's definitely some spicy picks between all of us. Though I think all 3 of us do agree that we don't expect IHC to be in top 3. Is that right, Hot Jukes?
Oh, dude, that hurts. I hope so. I mean, these guys were doing so good before. They have been the champions here of PMGC, and then just lately as of late. So hopefully we see them kind of come back here sooner than later.
Yeah, Max, man, we had a front row seat to that one, covering CSA with the watch parties. But you know what? They have a chance, and as we're hearing, they just play better at PMGC.
That's the most copium I've ever heard from fans of a team. Like, okay, you know what? PMGC, we're going to play well. Rest of the year, I know it doesn't really matter that much. But don't worry, Jason. We're going to have an Everest circle finish. And they're going to make it. It's going to happen.
No. Please don't tell me that's going to happen again, where they got into PMWC and then off of just basically one game. But gentlemen, I mean, we did obviously Group Yellow finish off. We did have, I think, a major surprise. I actually want to go straight back to you, Max, really quickly here, because you were one of the people talking about Miran Sejong as being a really strong contender, even though there wasn't a lot of information about them and we haven't seen them play internationally. I'm kind of curious, in your eyes, do you see another Miran Sejong here in Group Red?
Ooh. I mean, I did pick FaZe, but it's because I didn't want to pick TJB and Tiamba. I wanted to pick another region. But really, in this group, another Miran Sejong. Really, as a surprise team, I'd have to say IWNRX from EMEA could be a really big surprise. I mean, looking at some of the players here, they could be absolutely incredible. I mean, you got Frozen, Jason. I know you loved him back in PMGC back then, but Z-Wolf in particular, this man is an absolute menace when it comes down to Turkey players. So, you know what? For that case, I would say IWNRX could be a team to push in the top 3.
Okay, what about you, Hot Jukes? Is there any team that you're expecting to potentially have a really dominant performance that maybe we don't expect?
Honestly, I kind of want to see something out of Team Kessel here soon. You know, I was just talking to Seven a little about it earlier, and you know, it is an America squad. I got to go ahead and show love to at least one of those teams here, and we saw some really good things out of them. They did end up qualifying here through those PMGC points, but we saw some signs of life, especially in Miramar for this squad. So I hope we continue to see that here today.
I can't believe you would say that, because Papi Potro renamed to Potro, and that's my biggest disappointment.
That's what I was gonna mention.
Why? Why? Papi Potro was such a good name. Why do you have to take it away from us? That's my analysis. Dude. There you go.
Yeah, maybe he's just gonna go ahead and just go straight Potro on all the rest of these guys. I mean, it could happen. I mean, especially here on day 1, I think they really need to start off strong.
And honestly, there's quite a few teams that are looking to see a strong start out of. I know you didn't really want to put, 2 PEL teams in your list here, but TJB and Tiamba having fairly good results when it came to PMWC. Yeah. Probably I don't want to say the best results we've seen out of China in a while. I mean, obviously comparing them to Reagan's Gaming over in Group Yellow didn't work out too well for them, but they have the international experience. They have the luxury of being able to play in a lobby like this just a few months back. So in my eyes, those are 2 teams that we should almost expect to be contesting for top 3.
Yeah, I mean, we already see players like Longs and Flower play globally, and they're so impressive. But when we're looking at their PL season in full, Jason in particular, they're so consistent when it comes to eliminations. Sometimes they would go out a bit early, but they would still rack up 3, 4, 5 eliminations. It was really close between me putting or Tiamba or TJB in my top 3 teams here. But realistically, the pure fragging power of the entire squad, Hot Jukes, is an absolute threat in this lobby. So I feel like at least one of these 2 PL teams have to qualify. And in terms of elims alone, it would have to be TJB.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. I mean, TJB, these guys have already won $1 million in PUBG Mobile Prize Pool here in 2024.
That's like a day rate for Max.
Yeah, that is insane, And I was watching some of their PEL play on the last day, and that was so really interesting because, they were in 9th place going into the final day with 75 points, right? Game 1, they win the chicken in Sandhawk. Game number 2, they get another back-to-back chicken dinner, and with 13 eliminations, these guys absolutely crushed it. So starting off so strong right at the end of a major tournament like that is going to be a good sign coming into PMGC.
It all comes down to that prep, as you did see a couple of surprise teams like your major prize in Group Yellow. But here's the schedule, what's going to be coming up throughout the rest of this month. And of course, the grand finals kicking off on the 6th of December. So we're in the middle of this. We're in Group Red with Group Green to follow. And then, of course, all of our eyes looking towards that survival stage with the last chance to follow up to find who our last 16 or 6 teams will be remaining. But looking at some of the other teams here in this group as well that we're going to have to point out, I'm looking towards kind of like Enigma Galaxy, obviously the split off we had between them and Twisted Minds. I'm also looking towards, I mean, I cannot go through this entire segment without saying it, Max, Alter Ego.
Rosemary. Ooh, I don't know. I had to do it.
I'm imagining MJ in chat right now, just reporting in chat to you every time they have a match like we did in our watch parties. But I mean, Alter Ego, I think it's going to be interesting for them because we had such high expectations for them as a team this year, Max, looking at the season play in PMSL back in spring, since SEA has 3 different PMSLs. But then they didn't qualify for PMWC. They were on the brink, on the cusp of doing that. Oh. Yeah, and then they look towards the fall season and they finished 15th place. Like, the team qualified off PMGC points to get into this. So Alter Ego, I just don't know how I feel about them. But one thing I know is they're a very strong team, but the results haven't shown that this year.
They're a very strong team when they're not in 15th. So that's it's kind of odd for them. If I could
the hard-hitting analysis I look for out of you, Max.
Exactly. If I could put Rosemary and Hands in my top 3, I would, okay? But unfortunately, the squad as a whole, there's a little bit of disconnect, especially in the full season. That was, so far, I would say, one of the worst performances I have seen from Alter Ego. But I think after taking a massive L like that, Jason in particular, going into PMGC, you're going to try and change everything. Like, the base of your gameplay has to be changed. And especially, they did like to play Edge going into SEA. We have seen Edge not be super relevant in the Group Yellow plays. So I would say they have to completely change their playstyle. So I would say going into day 1 for Alter Ego, we'll know if they have the chops to maybe go the entire way or if it's going to be an early plane home.
I mean, Hot Chicks, I'm having flashback to PMG. I think it was last year, PMGC, where we saw him swimming on Erangel from mainland to military in the blue and died in the water. And hopefully we're not going to see that happen yet again here in this week. But a couple of other teams out there, like Hot Chicks, who are you kind of focusing on? I don't remember hearing your top 3 earlier on, but why don't you hit us with your top 3 and maybe tell us why you went for that route?
For sure. I mean, we got a couple of names. I mean, right off the rip, I'm going to go with Team Falcons. I mean, this squad, I mean, we saw them, I mean, second in PMGC during 2023, but 17th place during the World Cup. And that was by far, I think, the biggest disappointment like that. I literally saw Maxman cry tears all day long when he saw that happen.
He's still crying, man.
Yeah, he's still crying to this day, which is wild, but it makes sense. It makes sense. So hopefully we see them bounce back in this tournament. Of course, TJB, after watching their PEL performance, their prize pool that they won, I gotta go with them. And last but not least, I'm gonna go with Navi as well. You know, Navi, when it comes to their EMEA performance, right, they did really, really strong in week 1. And I think that's going to help pay off here when it comes to PMGC, because in such a short form tournament, you got to really just start off strong. So with a 236 performance at EMEA on week 1, I think they can hopefully replicate that here today.
All right, well, as you saw there, the schedule as well, we're starting things off on Sandhawk. Like every single week, we'll be here with 3 Erangels and 2 Miramars. But I want to jump into the Navi topic really quickly with you, Max, because you kind of called this back in the spring, the summer season of CSA fall, right?
Yeah.
Or CSA fall. The summer season of CSA fall, it makes no sense. The summer season of CSA, you talked about Lemon in particular and how good of a player he was, and you were just waiting for the time to see a bigger team pick him up, and it was Navi.
He was like the CSA version of a Shifu from Dagestan 77 back then, right? You would just knew this player had so much potential. All he needed is or to get picked up by a big team or to join a team where he can build some really strong synergy. And I gotta say, the synergy of Navi this EMEA season was absolutely incredible. Lemon, I think I've never seen Lemon be set up so successfully for specific engages on all the battlegrounds, really. So Lemon, MVP might be a bit rough, Jason, but I'd say he is definitely a contender because his playstyle is so aggressive and I absolutely love it.
I mean, he's definitely going to be MVP of trash talking if he does any of that when he gets to PMGC. But for you guys at home who are wondering, what's this device that all the players are using? Well, it's the Infinix GT20 Pro with 120 FPS and 144 Hertz AMOLED screen. You guys can pick one up yourselves and play like the Pro. And Max, I mean, we're trying to get him to stop playing during the games, but you know what? The device is too good, it's hard to. And obviously, he wants to be a pro with his Ultima Royale play, which I don't know if it's working out too well for you. I mean, I'm not even high enough rank to get into it, so.
Yeah. Those going great.
Dude, Max and I played all this week. We didn't lose one game.
Well, you have to play a game to not lose a game. Also, while you guys are using your brand new phone, make sure to check out PMGC 2024 over on TikTok to see some behind-the-scenes content, not to mention some dances. If you guys haven't noticed, the TikTok admin for PUBG Mobile Esports does some dances with the teams. They are hilarious, and I hope she doesn't come to us at PMGC because I am not a good dancer. But also check out PUBG Mobile Esports over on all the socials, your YouTubes, your Instagrams, your Facebooks, and of course your TikToks. And not to mention, the last but not least, we still have tickets available for you guys to pick up and attend PMGC live in the UK. Not only are you going to get some amazing PUBG Mobile action, you get to meet the talent, meet some of the players, have some great activities to participate in, and of course experience London, man. I've been there once, but I haven't really been able to enjoy the scenes, and I hope I get to go there this year to see.
Good job, Jason. So many segments, right? Good job. You know what?
And now our teams to focus here as we're going to wrap it up. No, I'm just we kind of talked about our teams to focus. You know, Max, you said FaZe Clan was you wanted to pick a different team from another region, but I want to hop on one pick all three of us do have. Falcons. You talked about a little bit earlier on, Hot Jukes. I want to throw this over to Max now to discuss. Falcons have been so up and down. I don't know what Falcons we're going to have here, but we do have East coming in over Nerzet, I believe, as the starting roster, which has been the biggest change for Falcons.
For sure.
And I feel like they've definitely assimilated East a lot more going into the CSA fall season, right, Jason? We were looking at it. There's a lot more synergy on that front. I still feel bad for Nerzet, I'm not going to lie, and I wonder how involved he's really going to be in this tournament. Is he going to be subbed in and out every once in a while? I think the main roster is going to be top, Action, IC, East. That's what they were training in the full season of CSA. The main thing is, as you said, what Falcons are we going to get? Are we going to get the super aggressive Falcons that are going for impactful breaches in game-winning positions, or the Falcons that is a little bit hesitant and still lacks a little bit of synergy? I think that synergy is going to be there, and I believe Falcons here are going to make a big comeback after PMWC.
Welcome back to another quick report with the 7WG. I just want to let you guys know that Navi did end up telling me that Axer, the player, is actually going to be taking a bit of a coaching role, at least for day one, but there's a chance that he could still play at some point this week. Back to you guys.
Well, we know Axer being such a staple when it comes to PUBG Mobile Esports for sure. One of the veterans on so many different teams, having so much success over the course of his career. I mean, I don't hate him in a coaching role, to be honest. I feel like he can provide a lot to the team, a lot of knowledge.
I'm not gonna lie, when I came to picking Navi, I actually picked them because I had such an Axer bias. I love this dude. I mean, his energy is always at the top no matter how they perform. So when it comes to a coaching role, I think he's gonna definitely be that guy, Max, for the squad. If they have a bad game, to just cheer him up, you know, just be like, hey, you know what, let's just shake this off, boys, and get it going. So when it comes to a coaching role, I think he's gonna just be perfect for it. But I do want to see him on the battlegrounds, at least at some point here.
I think it's very important, the fact you've got the background as a player too. You know how no success and also bad matches are going to be affecting your players mentally, so you can just be the right type of person for your players to back them up in the good or the bad times. So no, I think that's a good addition to the team here for Navi. And again, Lemon, we're looking at him, we think he's going to do well, so I'm sure they're going to have a good start here this PMGC.
Oh, for sure. A good coach cannot be overstated. Just like having good commentators to bring you all the action. It's going to be the same duo we've had back in Group Yellow. Join us once again for Group Red as we dive on into Sandhawk with John Allen and Blake.
One step further on the road to London. Now we turn our attention to Group Red, as Jason so rightfully said, as we head into the jungle for the first time around today. We're heading over from the west side, going over towards Kampong, but Sandhawk's nice and compact, so everybody, of course, getting where they want to go.
Yeah, I mean, for Sandhawk, at least it is a nice map to start off of. And honestly, for Red Group, I am happy to be here. We finished off a yellow. It was an absolute banger of a lobby that we had over there. With an incredible ending with Team Spirit actually being able to take themselves the win on those side of things. Let's see what this group can come out with. IHC, obviously a name that a lot of people have in their minds, but we're not sure. And neither is the analyst desk of how they're going to place here. But there is a lot of hopes for our PAL teams, including Tiamba as well as TJB, who have done fantastically over in their own respective regions, and we'll see how their playstyle translates here on the international stage.
That is the question. As teams find their footing here, we're potentially looking at hot drops over towards Camp Bravo. At the start of this one, Team Queso seemed to have given up on that. I say given up, more taken a better approach to it. Furia may be embroiled with them. They'll be familiar with each other's positions, though, having played alongside each other. in their regions. A little bit of an adjustment on the southeast side and a move over towards that west. It's getting dangerous on the south flank. That's really where the majority of this has taken place. And challenging Virtus Pro in Painan, we saw it back in the EMEA. It's a dangerous business. And TJB, they've already been taken down by one player, but maybe they're going to take their turn up to the plate and find one in response.
Yeah, Triple S looking out over towards QBZ. Medkit actually already invested this early in the game, and the fact that he's even got one on board is somewhat surprising. In comes the rest of the squad, and it should be a quick, easy pickup there. So even losing Flower, they're able to turn things around a little bit early on in the game. And this is some of the questions I have about TJB, and it's something I was talking to you about before, John, is that the reason they're not in my top 3 is that I don't know how well their playstyle and PL translates to an international stage, where these teams are usually much more focused towards that mid to late game, whereas TJB much more focused towards getting a lot of eliminations in the early game, pushing it further through there. But I'm excited to find out, because I do think that both Tiamba as well as TJB are strong teams, but Tiamba has always developed and adapted much quicker to these international lobbies in the past.
Something I'm liking, Black, a new graphical addition to the show is those white lines on the table tower graphic on the right-hand side. That will show you, of course, where our top 3 who would qualify directly to the grand finals will be, as well as down towards the bottom where you need to get in order to qualify for the survival stages. I feel like that's a nice little addition, so you guys at home can pay attention to that as well.
Yeah, it's been quite mean. Right now, we're cutting out Furia, Team Queso, Tiamba, Ven, and IHC as well.
It's a dead draw. It's probably like alphabetical at this point.
They've not even had a choice. They've just been thrown down here. Very cruel. But that can change. And it will change in the future. Alter Ego on our screens. Actually playing far off towards the western side, which is typical for Alter Ego. I think they usually go for this kind of drop spot anyway in Calp Alpha, and they'll continue to play from this spot. A lot of times they make these southern rotates down towards Ruins and then back past over towards that eastern side. A bit more clumped up with Falcons, FaZe, Virtus Pro, and Navi all playing down towards that side. I'd say all of those teams are pretty fearsome in their own rights.
Vengeance right now close by to get so Roy. Nade goes in. Both teams are aware of each other's presence here on the southeast side of Cave. Oh, sorry, on the northeast side of Cave, but Vengeance looking pretty reluctant to go in for this one, off having lost a player already. Playing as 3 on an assault here, not going to be super powerful for them, and I think they may have lent into that. No helmet as well for Nios, so wanting to figure that one out. As we hop on over to Sami, Nigma Galaxy, expect to see them here for a little bit longer. They like to stick around and play quite late into the circles in this sort of scenario. Although they're grabbing the vehicles, they're getting them in position. They may take an earlier rotate, but I'm not expecting it from them. He's rotating further out of the circle. There we go.
Yeah. Well, I mean, for Nigma Galaxy, I think they have made some early rotates towards that northern side in the past. They're not a quiet team on Sandhawk, which is nice. I think previously Nigma Galaxy has always been known as a team that just sits down towards the south side of the map.
Wait, Tixie playing boys?
A little bit of
boys and the girls. Oh, wait, this is too big.
Yeah, over towards...
Okay.
From Virtus Pro.
In a hurry.
Yeah, for Nigma Galaxy, I think they had a real step up in performance at the end of PMSL EMEA.
Boys and the girls. Let's go. PMGC group red.
We should keep watching.
Can Tiamba,
provide a whole lot of
the best team from China, do good in PMGC?
Equally, it's
Let's
a question
see
of whether that confidence has remained since PMSL EMEA, where they were so close to taking
QZ playing? Of course, QZ is playing, man.
Actually got the chicken dinner.
Tiamba will choke without QZ.
Last lobby, it would have been.
Should I put it here?
Finals for
like you guys were saying,
going into PMGC.
Like the last time.
Now they have to prove
themselves get better
again, getting towards the top 3, or from 4th to 11th to head through to the survival stage.
I think that. I mean, they were talking about
Hua dead, Xifan? Wait, TJB lost one? Oh yeah, they lost one.
Nigma Galaxy may be also.
Damn, TJB is gonna choke this game if Hua's dead.
So they have had
it was
an
Tixi who got
excellent
Hua.
performance in at times. The issue is consistency for me with IWNRX, and I think it will.
You like me on top?
They can show
Chief, you're being very gay.
into this
Okay,
one.
stop.
And obviously, these are two of the teams.
Stop
that we've
being
covered,
sus.
Back over
Okay.
in EMEA, but definitely, I think both of them are rightly in that conversation. Furia as well. They've got
Do you like
some
my
real
cam position at the
behind
top,
them,
or
but
me
I think
actually
that they
on top
may
of you?
have a little bit
Chief,
more to
you're
go to
very
prove
sus.
it once more. But I think
洪
this
家
is the
宝都
group
是
to
谁？
do it,
就是那
right?
几个，
We
就是
talked
那几
about
个
the
老的那
yellows
个
group
选手吧
death.，
就之前那
This
个
group
几个
is
选
a
手。
massive test for these teams and a gauntlet to prove yourself against some of the other best teams in the world, right? And I think there's quite a lot of teams.
Okay, let me go over the
that are all looking to
team
do that
list.
very
Okay,
NRX.
NRX
There's a lot of names that you should recognize.
definitely
here, but
a
it's all
top
teams
5
who
team.
have had
NRX.
this relative lull in
VP.
performance, over the year, but they're all backed up.
Bro,
by
there are a
quite
lot of
few
good teams
awesome
here.
accolades in their past as well. So it's kind of an interesting one to
Kemba,
watch all these
IHC,
players from Group Red
NRX,
in the sense of we know
Falcon.
you've been on the top of the mountain in the past, but you're back down to
Bro, there are a lot of teams here. I feel like,
once again.
but like,
I mean, I'm
wait.
specifically looking at IWNRX, IHC, Tiamba,
Is Group Red-
Falcons as well. Falcon is a big one.
你还想再看怪他都不在 TJB 了，怎么看
Here in Group Red,
？GK is not in
because there is
TJB anymore.
potential
GK is
for
in
a few
VS
teams
playing
to
with
just go
Lonster
absolutely
from
loco
Malaysia.
in these matches and take everyone by storm.
What's your What's your top 3
vengeance here?
prediction in this group, guys? Drop your top 3
bit
prediction in
of
this
a-
group.
Third party going on there. Getso Roy taking this scrap here. Vengeance rolling up, but there's only one player left for them. Close by to Getso Roy.
Group
but
Red is the
team having a
toughest.
great time of it.
I feel like
Whereas
Group
Vengeance,
Red
res onto Noise might be
kind of
really
like
quite important
the.
for them. Getting back up to 3 would be great news. They've got 3 eliminations already.
It's hard to say. I feel like
Yeah, they're doing well.
getting into survival
they have just
stage
kind of
is easier
rotated around
in
and
Group
it's been
Red.
fortuitous for
But
them,
like
where
once
they've
again, like
actually
in
picked up
the
a lot of these eliminations.
in Group
purely
Yellow,
because
like
of
there's just like a lot of teams
where they've been
underperforming,
forced to
right? So
rotate to.
we can't really say
Look
which
as
team
they
is
did
like
go
performing.
into
So
Getso Roy to pick up some of the elims on
Group
that
Red is
side.
the toughest and the most hyped.
Didn't start off.
Yeah,
great
we have
for
NGX,
Vengeance.
Falcon.
One going down early on
We have IA. Wait,
to TJB.
who's playing IA? What are the players in
Door frames
IA, guys?
here, but it's going to be an onslaught coming very soon. Around the corner they go.
Xifan, no more wheels for push up.
It's an easy put down
We can
with
do it.
DBS
Yeah, we
there
can.
for
I can still
Will
spin.
be Vengeance wiping out Getso
Do we have
Roy
anyone
in our
join the new
first
members?
match of Group Red, but in comes Navi
Just now?
across the road.
I don't
This
think so.
southeast side, the
Because I
East
just
Edge Quarry,
got back
all
from like the
looking to
shower.
Try and play around it, navigate their way
Falcon
up that
first,
East Edge. There are a
Tiamba,
lot of teams
IA.
looking to do
How
so.
about
It's a
IHC
right
though?
between Navi as well as Vengeance. You got TJB in the back lines here, just chilling on this area.
Kuma, Xifan, you retired or
Navi, they
having a
currently
break?
have the high ground.
Having a break
I
from
think they'd be
competitive?
remiss to give up this position.
I'm just
You
I'm
can
just
find
retired.
cover
I'm
shots
like
towards
I'm
Vengeance,
not
but you
going to
don't
do like
really
comp
want to
anymore.
push too
Just
far
just
out
so
here.
trying to
Vengeance
focus on the
playing
content
high
on the channel
progressive
on the
position
channel.
front line. I mean, that is an unexpected angle on the rock, but there is those sight lines that sit either side of the road there, which can get tricky. So I do think that Navi maybe has to think about that in the future, but right now they're fairly comfortable on their hold.
Let me
Galaxy
configure the
rotate,
spin wheel
continuing to sweep out
just in
the
case if
southeast
someone
side,
donate or
trying to
join the new
play
members.
with their
By the
backs
way,
to blue. They like to
we
do that on Sandhawk.
the
TJB
final
closer to
membership
it
badge
as the next circle going to start
out.
to cut teams out, going to make entrenchments a little bit easier.
I added a little
Northwest
twist
side looking
compared with the
jam-packed
previous
right now.
design.
You've got Alter Ego there, you got
I changed it to
ASIA,
the
you've got
colors
Furia moving in from Paradise
on the
Resort,
2-month badge
in
to
their
like this
way.
teal color.
Plenty of teams looking to stop their
And,
progress towards the middle of the map as well.
give
I
the
think
purple
at the
trophy a little
moment,
bit
Concilio
more
is really positioned to have an impact
lightning
on the
effects
northwest
around
side.
it to make it cooler.
See if they're able to get that done. Next circle going to pop in.
Oh,
Let's see
a
where
north
it takes
shift.
us.
Where's
Let's
Tiamba?
go up north, so that gives them a little bit more strength and a lack of necessity.
Oh,
to
Tiamba.
push them all the way through that blockade.
Tiamba is always
Chance for Tiamba, chance for Fury.
so lucky in this Sandhawk zone,
Western
man.
rotate. Oh,
TJB is,
rotate for
I think
Fury
TJB is
here.
gonna be dead.
And either of those squads could be in a very crucial position towards the end of the game. Always a difficult one playing that.
What's that
compound,
plan on the back? It's
because
just
it is
like
on
the live stream
crossroads,
decorations.
So it's not, always
It's
the
not even
easiest in the
real.
world to hold all
Yo, Ken,
three
thank you for the
positions
membership.
there. Be concerned
And
take
Curry,
people from
congratulations.
South
Wait,
Time being
Ken,
Tiamba's
you have to
gonna
let me
sit
configure
pretty
this
on
real
the
quick
high ground
because
off
I
the
haven't
walls. East
configured the
side.
spin well.
Right,
Yeah,
other teams
according to
getting
the
in, can't
name,
play from this
like
edge
team
side. I
names.
respect
It's
it. Vengeance gets
1 second. I'm gonna
torn
configure this
to
real quick.
pieces. Down to just the one player now, but they
VN.
do get away from this game with the 4 eliminations, and it's Team Queso to look to finish off the last player. Great zigzags to get him out of dodge.
Fancy free from Lily. And a whiff on the spray there from Team Queso. That gives away the position, puts him on notice, and backs them off somewhat. I mean, this is a crazy dash from Vengeance. I mean, that was a short time coming, that nade. But either way, nice to see a little bit of life in the team from Japan. 4 eliminations on their first match. It's not a complete loss for them, but still not as far as they'd like to go. A big send into the middle to close things off for them.
Yeah, it's not a flop. I mean, with 4 elims on Sandhawk, sometimes that's all you could really ask for when the circle does go elsewhere. I mean, Vengeance did make a pretty wild push towards the center. I think they're
Wait,
like,
there's one
look,
team missing.
we are not going to survive
INS.
on the edge down here on the south, so let's just try and get as far as possible. It's TJP. They've lost 3 players. Ignorant Galaxy, they took a knock there. That should be a re-knock. It's a little bit too far forward, but Nate heads
All right,
up
let's
in.
do a
Just needs
spin.
a little tag over towards him, but he does get the first.
All right, first spin of the day.
So we'll
Let's see
him a little
which
bit
team
more
we got.
healthy.
Falcon action guy just got knocked.
Yeah. It's
We
interesting,
VP
again for TJB, high progressive team in the early game. They get taken out in 9th place and will be one of the first to leave the lobby. Falcons up against Virtus Pro. Action is down.
Oh, Gore is dead.
As Virtus Pro just sends
Let me do it
away.
one more time.
Virtus Pro have already lost 2 of their players, and so with action down, sure, that takes a couple of sidelines out of the mix, but that's still a pretty crazy roll-up that Virtus Pro have been able to do on the southwest side.
NGX got 3
Fades
elements
a little
already?
bit to that south edge as well, so they just made that rotation through the middle of a valley, and that was really quite
Wait,
strange to be able to
NGX
get through.
will 100% do better
I would
than
like to say
Twist of the
that's
Mind, I
but
feel
don't
like.
think that's quite true.
What do you guys
IHC,
think?
Spot name a Galaxy.
NGX will
Okay.
for sure do better.
Managing to get some shots out on the southeast side as we are seeing them suppress out towards the blue. IHC actually lagging behind to take these shots out towards Nick the Galaxy.
Maybe Galaxy on this
GG,
wide
Ken.
ramp,
GG. Thank you for the
actually.
gifted
I think
member.
because they realized they were quite late. They had to go.
What's your
because-
top 3 pick?
Look, man, this is where you got to pull the trigger. You gotta pull the trigger on the rotate. For Enigma Galaxy,
In my eyes, I feel like...
you could potentially play that northeast side, but you're likely to get crushed by the team.
Wait, VP changes on players or what? Who's this Malo-y player?
That might be a
I don't
smart
recognize
maneuver.
the name,
Head
his name.
towards that north side, play
I
the
feel
hill
like
top,
Kemba
scout
is
out
gonna
that
be
compound
there.
down towards the south,
Falcon.
move a little bit later on. FaZe currently
The
held
last
outside the
spot.
league by Falcons.
Let me
force.
give it to IHC.
They could potentially give them the slip around the east side of this hold, but Falcons now have them on lockdown. Nigba Galaxy, they're moving towards the middle here. They're not taking that crossroads compound, they're taking the buildings in the middle of the stretch between the 2 compounds in the middle, as FaZe do get cut out there on the outside. They will fall. A potential rotate coming
But
on
I know
through
VP's
the
gun
Amber
skill,
on the
like
east
a
side,
gun
but
power,
they've
is really
moved to
good.
that crossroads compound yet, Blank. Everybody seems to be entrenched in their current positions. Is it time for Team Queso to
Oh
make
no,
that shift up?
IHC.
Yeah, it's an amusing one. I think it's purely because I think a lot of teams are worried to take this compound a little bit too early, where it is quite crashable. And they'd
Why
rather
nobody
play the
picks
edge side of things,
Furia?
so very interesting there.
Furia is a good team, but when it comes to top 3, I feel like other teams has better global experience.
Quite a while waiting for the teams to make their way through.
Compared with them.
Already picked themselves up. to
Man,
possibly 3
Kemba
eliminations
gatekeeping
for this
IHC
match,
hard.
which is fair enough.
IHC
Have you guys seen the
slowly being
Gujuju's
pushed away by
hairstyle, bro?
Tiamba,
It's
managed to
crazy.
Extract 3 points from this lobby so far. I think one of them was over towards Nigma Galaxy, the other 2 over to IHC now. Team Queso trying to hold Navi, but the push from Navi seems to be going okay. They have taken a knock, however, and looks like they will get that healed up and get back into
Wait,
action
what
fairly
teams are
quickly.
in the final
Still
group?
called Papi Potra and Game
What,
Plan.
like, what
He
kind of,
might
like,
chase
the
them
fanfare
out.
teams are in the
Game Plan
final
still
group,
see it.
guys?
It's still in there. And he's going for it. The spray over towards Navi. Not going to connect. Not crossing the ridge quite in time. Icy with a mad dash for Virtus Pro as he leaves Malloy in the dust. Team Queso looking to hold this south edge, but Icy's managed to make his way through. I don't think that's going to last too much longer.
No.
But Kogo, the player from Brazil, he's really good. Not Brazil, from Latin, I think. He's really good from TQ.
Towards the northern edge.
He got multiple MVPs in PMS Americas.
Of that ridge side that sits on the
Players,
edge.
he's pretty much the core player for TQ. He's carrying the whole Team Quizzo squad.
In a tin can.
Timba on fire. Timba, yeah. The whole east side is to themselves, and also the compound is completely free for them to take.
Fury are now happy that they didn't make the rotate to the Crossroads compound. The position that they hold now so much stronger. The littered small shack buildings around this area blank.
Kogo
snaking a little
got
bit
ambushed.
easier, or rather solo survival a little bit easier. But let's hop in with Navi because they are right up and against it in the fight with Team Queso. Taking one down, moving around the edge, but both teams taking casualties, and a nade over towards them leaves Lemon the last to stand, and he crashes straight into the center against Enigma Galaxy. Enigma Galaxy lose another, but they hold an important building for the crossing for the teams on the south.
I mean, for Enigma Galaxy, yeah, the move has been pretty good. I mean, they've only got 2 players, but the fact they're able to get over towards here does
Timba guaranteed top 3 finish this game.
Quite a while into the rest of the game.
Really good start for them.
Spent a little bit too long on that south side, then got caught up.
I mean, after all, I think
because it has been a huge glut of teams down towards the south side.
They are the most.
Over towards
They are the team with the most global experience.
Falcons are trying to create some space. Great
in PL.
Over the top side, blast.
I mean, besides Nova. But like Nova is not the previous
from
Nova
east,
we've known,
trying to
right?
be
They changed the players.
The
All the new
front runner,
players,
allowing
they don't
the
have
team to
global
insert
experience.
From the outside of the circle
Instant
as well.
Shifan curse on
They can
Kogo.
send
I'm
it on
sorry,
through, but it's
Kogo,
not
bro.
gonna happen. Falcons having a real rough time of things, but still fighting strong. It's such a difficult maneuver to make, though, and with IWNRX pushing this fight together,
an RX 8 LMs?
I don't even think that Insidio made their way
Dang.
through, especially with a big nade from East. Okay, hang on a minute. Falcons have managed to find an opening, maybe playing the hillside, but the spray down from Zed Wolf, this guy is an absolute terror. Such a powerful player on the side of IWNRX, and East goes down first.
Top got a 1,
Next
but he's
up,
gonna die to
he's gonna
zone.
take the shots over towards Frozen, get the flush as well. Out in the blue zone, he will fall, but IWNRX crunch that
Falcon
fight
5
together.
LMs,
Those two teams out
NRX
of the
with
mix.
10 LMs.
IRX 10 eliminations, guys, already at this stage of the game. I mean, Zed Wolf is down.
Wait,
but
QZ knocked?
Still technically a couple of players up and kicking. What a way to start this one off for IWNRX in this game. It's
Kemba
likely
actually
they're not
didn't
gonna
take
get
that
too much further.
compound.
The
They
shift
went
on the
north.
circle heading over towards that western side.
Nice
But
move.
Wow. Really, really well
And they're gonna
played
pick
from Zed Wolf.
Xiaobaisi.
Looks like he's coming
Xiao-
into his
Bai
own
Xiaochuan.
again. They
Not
had a
Xiaobaisi,
lull.
sorry.
All right, they look, let's be honest, they look sleepy in PMSL EMEA, but they are
For those of you who don't know, Bai Xiaochuan is kind of like the
in
dual
Sandbox,
player with
which typically
QZ.
isn't
He's also
their
like
most
new
marvelous
addition to
maps.
Demba.
Like,
I
usually
mean,
they
not
play
new,
very
but
well
like
on the Miramar and
compared with
Angle.
like
But it's great to see. This is
Gujuju
always been a
and,
team filled
Lingyu,
with
they're, like,
star
pretty new.
players. It's just been unfortunate they have been.
He joined
very, very
Tianba,
dim,
like,
low stars,
he became the
over the past
starter
few
right
months.
after
Absolutely. I mean, when you look at
QZ.
the teams
His appearance
how
in
they
PL.
finished in the EMEA,
Oh, and Jackson is
IWNRX
about to
is
get a
the
wipe there.
team from EMEA that performed the worst out of the qualified teams coming into this tournament. So the fact that they're able to stand up, have a performance like this in their first game is a great indicator of potential great things to come for them. But they need to convert.
Only
11
Xiaobaisi and
eliminations
Shifan's
now.
head? Bruh.
They are just going to leave Kain.
Their English name is
alone
weird, you know?
out towards the blue
That's why
zone with ASIA on this western
Come on,
side.
pick it,
This
Redox.
looks like the
Come on,
map
Redox.
might be a
You
little
don't
bit
lose
locked
those,
up,
Redox.
depending on the conclusion of the
Oh,
fight
by
from the northeast side, Furia and Tianba.
Yeah, you don't lose
It's gonna
those, that
change things
Redox.
fine.
Yeah,
Good
for those of
going.
you who don't know, Redox
Crossing
is the
the
player I
north
was
with
trying to
the lack of
get.
cover there. It's just going to go
But
down.
NGX,
Picking
you know,
up
just
the point,
offer
though,
him
Sneaky
higher
Galaxy,
salary and
again,
stuff.
they've managed to get
And back
6
then,
points
NHP couldn't
here,
offer the
right?
same.
And a fourth
So he went to
place.
NGX.
Redox
Redox is a really good player. Redox is like the really individually good players. He can make calls, like he can make plays as well. Redox, I feel like
they have a strong position to play. Main opposition right now.
he's
is
probably gonna be
Furia
at least like
towards
top
their
10 fraggers in
northwest.
this whole lobby.
I'm curious to see how they will.
That's
deal
a
with this.
really good pickup for NGX.
Redox trapped on the inside now, but
We'll try to co-op, but like
slowly navigating the low ground here.
the
On the north side,
the
Furia are
VP.
going to have to try and sweep through.
They got into the PMSL and they need the
Tianba
squad
set in
and
their
they
way.
picked
There is no
up
way they
the
can't take this
previous
fight. Tiamba know that.
The Koa squad.
They're a very
So Koa
controlling
went back
squad.
to
You said that
VP.
They were a little bit more passive, but they're going to have to try and find some fight in them now. As up to the rock, Furia rolling immediately.
Timba
A big
fighting.
nade over the top.
Furia.
A shutdown
Oh,
with the DPS,
3
a
knocks.
breakout
Wow,
wide.
Timba is winning
Everybody
this.
running for the hills. Furia torn in half.
Clean
here.
wipe
They try and turn the
on
corner, but
Furia.
Timba shut the door.
8
slapped in their
elims.
face.
Timba is no joke, boys.
I said they play
Kimba is
way
no
better
joke.
against those internationals because they have much more control of that mid to late game, which is where a lot of our
PL
global
pride or
teams
what?
play their best at. This is the best thing about Tiamba is you get the best of both worlds.
I8 and GX. Tiamba top 3 situations, 9 remaining.
powerhouse.
Tiamba will most likely get the chicken. Wait, but like position wise, IA has better position. Tiamba needs to push down to the hill. And oh, this IA player. Where is he looking at?
Now it's I8. Towards the western side.
Yeah, IA has a better position, but like can QZ
Oh,
gang IA here. 小白小纯 got a one. Gujuju got knocked. QZ got another. No, QZ, you don't lose those, bro.
It's gonna be hard to do.
You don't lose those. QZ, what up?
I8 picking themselves up. The first
Come
win
on,
here in
QZ.
Group Red.
An
But
excellent way to
IA
close
securing
that
the
down.
first chicken.
Held that
Nice.
western
But
side, and
Timba,
it was-
not a
it was all
bad
about
start
Dustin,
at
like I said
all.
before, right? It's that northeast
Not
fight.
a
If
bad
they
start at
come
all.
out of it, maybe
GG,
there's a
who's
chance,
GG
but
Bond?
as the
GG
circle
Bond is
shifted away,
Gujuju, the one
ASIA were there to
with a chubby face, and this is G Bond, bro. He's like his idol is probably G Dragon or something. That's why he named himself. That's why he named himself G Bond. He's like he owns a barbecue restaurant just near the PL arena, and a lot of like PL fangirls go to his restaurant and eat up.
Forget about the Pakistan supremacy. They're here to play. Our boy Phallic and I8 in total. With
Better than RSG, bro. 100 times better than RSG for sure. I think this game,
and I am so happy to see them have such great
they just
success
passed
in the first match
like
of the day.
I was scared
single
that they
game
teamed on a
wise.
50-meter radius of Phallic because if he
8 elims? I don't remember RSG got 8 elims in the match, boys.
Especially the thing that really set them up for success this game, Hot Jukes in particular.
I think they already like past RSG when it comes to like the most elements in the match. But man, that was unexpected. QZ lost the shots there. I guess it's a warm-up match for QZ then. Or maybe 2 people were shooting him.
Northern circles that was lucky for them.
Did he potato or 2 people shooting him? I don't know. But normally he don't lose those.
Towards the end to get those elements in the end.
I8
get the win. It's a textbook game, and I8 showed up big in the first match already.
Man, what a beautiful game for them. You know, it was so crazy. I'm gonna call
GG
this
Bond
Sandhawk
猪猪
the
侠
map of,
真假
the
我不知道
first
猪猪侠叫 GG Bond 吗
dude. It was so wild to just watch that compound.
Bro's a fan of a
right?
G Bond and named himself G Bond.
And
That could be, that could be. You know, that could be.
Feeling, especially as like a coach or an IGL, because you're just like, no, there's got to be a team there.
Wait, you thought GG Bond was a
Disappointed
children's
completely,
cartoon?
you know?
Wait.
And all of a sudden,
For
you
real?
look back at the
Let me
map
check.
feed and you're like, it was wide open the whole time.
Look at these stats though. Phallic and IQ,
Oh.
sir, can I have some elims?
Wait, is it like the China exclusive cartoon, or it's like popular worldwide, guys? Have you guys ever watched a cartoon named the GG Bond? That's kind of cute, you know. That is kind of cute, actually. Let me show you guys. This is actually quite cute.
It's fantastic. So the rotate was on point, but I think you highlighted at some point, Jason, in this match. The southern side at one point, because we kept having northern circle after northern circle.
Okay,
after
right
northern
here.
circle.
Oh,
The
no.
southern teams were
Not
struggling,
the
but one team
Chengdu
that
party
actually did
picture.
something
Sorry,
of
guys.
it.
Not that one. Not that
IW
one.
and NRX, they just
This
started
one. This
beating
one.
Most of those southern teams and
This one.
get to double digits
GG
in
Bond.
this game.
Action.
Yeah, I mean, that
Fiction.
I really
Bro.
wanted to say a certain phrase there, but I caught myself. It was really.
I wouldn't give my if I have kids in the future, I wouldn't give my kids to watch these, man. My kids have to watch some like I don't know, Gundam or whatever.
I think that's a really good sign for this team.
GG Bond is a pick. Yeah, GG Bond. This is GG Bond. I thought he's a fan of a G Dragon. I didn't know like he means this. So
to see them start off strong in terms of
I mean,
department, really
I don't
gives me
know.
hope from this team from Turkey.
It was not easy at all. I mean, these guys just held it down on the south side and destroyed everybody.
Canvas,
to be able to
15
do that while
15
all
points.
Players up for so long.
NGX, they have
really
6
So,
elims?
I mean, Sandhawk is
Well,
always that map,
6
right,
push up
Max,
at the
that you
start
just
for
kinda
you,
don't know what's
Ken.
gonna happen. If you're able to pull off just so many eliminations off
我没
the
看过
rip,
呀
I mean, these guys gotta be
我怎么可能
pumped
看过
for the
猪
rest
猪
of
侠
the day, right?
Yeah, exactly. I mean,
Can't believe it.
eliminations here. I like the change of mentality from IW and RX. They were trying to play edge, not
Law
really
from
get
South
involved in
Africa,
fights,
you
but the moment
use
they
my
had 3
4-finger
golden
claw
circles
setup
in
and
a
training
row,
drills, no
they
problem.
had
How did that go for you,
they had a click in their mind.
Jigaba?
Okay, we're killing you.
His face similar like this? Yeah, I guess like that's why that's
board,
like
we're
his
just gonna confirm
fangirls
as
were
many
calling
possible
him like the
because
G-Bon
I
or
think to some
something.
extent, Hodjuk,
So
they
he
knew
named
we're not
so he
gonna be
named
winning this game.
himself
These circle
G-Bon.
Transitions are just too rough. We gotta go for the next
Let's
best
go.
thing, and that's gonna be getting
6
double-digit
push-up.
elims. And they did that so quickly, especially third-partying teams like Insidious versus Falcons. It just made it so easy for them to get that surprise factor on those engagements and get the elims. So, man, if they keep up these kind of eliminations, even in quote-unquote bad matches, IW and RX are going to be looking super clean.
Torture can zoom up.
I mean, for sure. Especially, yeah. Go ahead.
I was just say, what about Enigma Galaxy, man? Like, we haven't really touched on them. This team, I'm so happy to see. Like, they were able to take down TJB, and they like full sent it to the west side of that compound we were talking about. I was hoping they maybe crash on the.
I feel like
the triple compound that we.
I can do more push-up now thanks to the 40 push-up, thanks to Inco. Alright, thanks to Inco qualifying to the survival stage, I feel like I can do more push-ups now.
A very good start.
Yeah, it's funny. I was talking to Novalo a little bit earlier, and he said, "Oh yeah, last year we came in as complete tourists, but we're prepared this year. Don't worry, it'll work out." But yeah, again, back to the big northern circles, we got 3 times in a row.
You thought for a second he's gonna switch the cam off? Nah.
They were able to sweep a team, as you said already, TJB, but then they understood
your close range is fucked up. How do you improve? Watch my video, man.
Yeah,
my best team of B on no cap. Yeah. Despite TJB having Hua Hua, I still feel like Tianba is gonna perform better than TJB. But like TJB, I feel like
a hard shift like that, you're gonna see some of the top teams just always just hug that edge and try to go to that hard shift side because 99% of the time it's wide open, and it actually was. But
TJB for sure
trying to go for that exact strategy, and Enigma Galaxy was just right there waiting for him.
Goes to survival stage.
I feel like, especially to see Enigma Galaxy stay there for so long, in my eyes, that's a set play. I think Enigma Galaxy.
Your form is getting. I wouldn't say perfect, but yeah, getting better. Let's go, Aaron.
I think it's safe, but no, we're gonna be waiting for them. And
what if Inco makes it to the finals? I said it on the chat last week. If Inco qualify to the grand finals, 80 push-ups on my live stream on the spot.
Here, we think back to Aruf and Enigma Galaxy.
I will not go offline if I don't finish those 80 push-ups. If Inco qualifies to the grand finals, mark my word.
Every first aid and we heal off on the blue as long as possible and get consistently second place finishes. And then Max comes in while we're watching the game like, yeah, I talked to Navarro, and he said, they're feeling kind of confident, and Roof's changed up his leading style, and then I see them in the blue, and I'm like, have they, Max? Have they? Have they changed it? I can't really knock them because they made a great rotation.
Xifan 会直播台南
I also
series 吗？
wanted to quickly
为什么直播台南
touch on Tianba
series？
as well, kind of pushing the pressure
为什么
towards the north side of the
台南
map.
series 有什
Once
么
they
东西吗？
rotated into Alter Ego, really pinstering them between Fury.
Oh yeah, next group we have TT. Well, TT performed good. I feel like TT will perform better than TJB, but slightly worse than Tianba. Because they have King, the back-to-back world champ. He knows what he's doing with all the IGL, with all the rotations. But his teammates never played the global events. So I feel like his teammates may struggle, but like his rotation might be on point. So yeah.
You know what I'm saying? It just everything just worked out for them.
Okay, Dr.
So, I mean, yeah, exactly, right? Hey, if it rhymes, it's gotta be good, right? So hopefully we see them, be able to make it happen here. We got 3 Aaron Gales coming up, right? As far as Aaron Gale high performance squads, Max, right? Who do you think has a good chance of just kind of starting off strong here?
TJB, really. I'd have to say Tony Jabao. These circles were kind of rough on the first
Wait,
game
TT, you're playing Titan
series?
series?
Performance over in
like
PL.
Titan series qualifiers or what?
I'm going for the 2 PL teams because they were just so scary over on a wrangle. They know it like the back of their hand because it's
TT in the group of live, so they might have a shot to top 3.
How about you, Jukes?
I'm gonna have to I was actually thinking the same exact teams, to be honest, because just watching how they performed at PEL was ridiculous for TJB. I mean, I always love to see teams to have that clutch factor. Because in my opinion, there's so many different things you could teach.
Pai
That's
Daxing
the
play last
hardest
year.
one,
He won with
right?
3
So
your
to see
team.
him
My
in
team?
PEL on day number
He won with 3.
back-to-back
My team? What do you mean
chicken
my
dinners
team?
off the
Which team
it
are we
just
talking
sets a
about?
tone from them, and that's what won them the whole
Xifan no
thing.
bar?
So,
The game is
I
a
mean,
little
they
start.
didn't start off strong here in Sandhawk.
I just
because
finished
they
gym.
got
Like,
cocky, by,
I'm to be honest, I'm a little
Galaxy, but
exhausted.
you know what?
Every
There's
time I
still plenty
finish
of
gym,
tournament left for you to
finish
play.
doing exercise for 2 hours, and I came back home like super exhausted. Like people were saying, like you feel fresh
2 in a row on the first day. It was quite
after a
surprising,
workout,
I
but
think
like
the
for me,
real meat
I'm
of,
so
this meal
sleepy.
here today is gonna be, of course,
I'm
our
using
aerials, and
the
of
black
course, the insert
coffee
of
to keep
Miramar's.
me alive to do the
I
live
don't
stream.
wanna take too much
Boys,
in
so like
context
the
of those
stream if you
results
haven't.
yet. I want to see how the likes
All right.
of like IA, Tianba, the Galaxy, more
You know,
importantly,
Xifan's
do
pushing
when we get to
himself for you
Aerials
guys.
here. But also Ultra Ego, man, they kind of got pincered. I know we talk about them a lot. They have one of the best players in the world that we can't deny of Rosemary.
Wait, Pai Daxing won with
But we
3
haven't seen
us?
them,
Like
albeit
2022
in one match,
PMGC while
barely
me
get
was
off the ground
playing?
running yet.
It was a good rotation too. The way they were playing.
Oh,
their
I remember.
Edge Northern
Oh
Titan
yeah,
with
he
the value
played.
of a
That
Sun
was
position,
in the
which
Erangel
you
match.
play these positions, you got the warehouse south
He was
east, and
on-
you got the
he
high
was
ground
on
played
top
by
of the
Furia.
big
We didn't even
rock.
talk about Furia. They had a
He
great
got a
position to
GK.
match. But yeah, Ultra Ego.
Bro,
Sword
GK just
position was
threw it
taken
there.
by
I'm just
Furia.
gonna.
Go into the
I got
warehouse,
not.
do a little
I
bit
was
of clash
lit
with
up
Furia here and there,
to
but
like 1 HP by
when you
other
have
teams.
bad
So
circles
Pai
and you
Daxing
are
got me.
fighting in the circle, teams that
And for some reason,
are going to be super
it was
willing to fight
FS and
right, Duke. So
GK.
Ultra Ego
They
was
somehow
fighting
just
Furia and big
missed.
Chumba, which I think that was the best.
They somehow just put it with their CQC and non-knocking Pai Daxing there.
No, what
It's just one of those
I like.
Yeah,
If it's
yeah,
just
it
like
happens.
normal.
They made the
Wait,
right
why is
play, and
Kowalski
sometimes
super
when you get to that
stressed,
part,
man?
It is what it is, you know. And if they do end
Why
up
he
winning
feels
that
like
fight,
he's super
then
stressed, man?
We could have definitely seen them win the game, you know. But that's PUBG Mobile.
Or
in
are they-
general.
are-
What I love to
do they
see is when
all
you get
tryna,
to that
like,
circle, being
copy
able to put
Faker?
points on the board,
Because
regardless
I
of the
think
situation.
in the
You know,
grand
that's
finals,
why,
League of Legends grand
I'm so
finals,
impressed
just
with
like a
seeing
few days
some of
ago,
these teams and just how
like
they
a-
performed. I mean, Tianba
during
on that
like the
third party,
first
really, really
game or
done
something,
well.
Faker was
And,
like
with
taking a
Erangel
nap, like
coming up,
right
I
before
expect more
the
big
game
things from them.
starts.
Just looking at Furious sleeping here. Like, come on, guys, wake up. We got more matches to play. You can't be resting just yet. But as we do head to Erangel, I think also something I'm focused on. How many
You're
times
playing
are we
Titan
gonna
Series
see
under
Corey
Team
finish
Dope?
or Azo
Are you gonna be like,
finish
is
over
that
in
gonna
that
be
direction?
English speaking
Because we
team
had
or
it
like
so
Chinese
many
speaking team,
times last
TT?
week.
I want to
That's
forget about
true.
it.
Especially
No, you
at the
can't.
start, right? I mean, it was like non.
The fact that you 1v1 Pai Daxing game, how did that go, LOX?
Why don't we
Get this boy to 500k, he'll do 500 push-ups.
Can
Man,
we just do like more of a normal
500? I don't know. I don't want to fake
guess
promise
my
you
idea.
guys, you know, to do something I couldn't.
Yeah, I could go for
Like
my
80, I can probably like,
upper chunkers.
I will probably like
numbers are
struggling
incredible.
very much, but I can
know,
probably
guys,
still
fan of
do
BGMI
it.
for chunkers.
But like
But as
500,
we
I'm
do
not
head to
sure,
Erangel,
Pokey.
Is there also any possibility of hot drops in your guys' eyes? Because we did have the BTR versus your boys Inko when it came to Group Yellow. I'm not sure if we're going to see any necessarily here in Group Red.
You got some hot drops that could be happening.
You take
but
nap
there's such big
before
areas that I don't think
matches,
they're gonna clash
or you
directly.
do
You've
something
got,
else, Chief.
yes,
I feel like
Nigel,
you're
you've
the
got
kind of
Pro
person who do
Furia.
something else
Furia
being
also
between
dropped
matches.
Northern George with
You know.
FaZe, so they got 2 drop locations, but it's big enough where you don't really have to clash. One that I'm actually really interested about, Jason, is going to be maybe Navi versus I8 on Military
Yeah.
Island. That's
What's the
interesting to see
meaning
how
of
the
X
whole
Factor?
dynamic is gonna go.
No meaning.
As we know, Jukes, 2 teams can
There's
live
no
there,
meaning,
but
actually,
if they don't want to be
because
friendly to each other, which they might
And then
not
just
be,
like
they might want to
random to match the logo.
That's exactly why I wanted to see that, you know, because I wanted to see just
If
exactly how
TJB
that's
top
gonna
3,
go.
will
They're
do-
gonna land
will you do
military versus
push-ups?
So huge. There's plenty of time to be able to just loot and share it, but at the same time, I mean,
Like,
if we
there
get
are
that zone,
too many-
they're gonna
too
be in a
many
good spot. If we
challenges,
don't,
man.
They're going to be in a tough one. Another couple
Muzi.
teams. I want to see
What?
what's going to happen in Gatka. Are we going to see a little bit
TJB.
of battle between Team Kessel and Falcons? That'd be
I
fun.
don't
One
s-
thing
I don't
that's
see them
interesting,
top
Jason, we saw it back
3.
in CSA. Falcons
So,
sometimes did this split
if
where
they
had
are
two players
top
in
3,
Gap
I'll
and
do
two players
40.
in Nova, and they would drop there, and we were
How
so
about that?
confused back in CSA.
If they
I
are
don't
top,
expect
if
them to
TJB
do
got
it
into
now,
top 3, I'll do
but,
40.
Yeah, it's
For them.
PMGC. There's a big question mark. Are they going to pull off that massive split?
It's
or are
kinda
they
like
just
the
gonna
Inco
drop
position.
together?
I feel
We'll have to see
like
how Team Falcons kick it off on the rank.
Gonna be really, really hard for them to get into top 3.
When it comes to day 1 here to kind of lock down your
What's your top 3
force the
pick?
other teams out, but we'll see what's gonna happen as we do dive into our
Tianba,
first Aaron Glove 3
Falcon,
of the day.
and
Step back to our captors, Blank John
IHC.
out.
Basically all the Fanfury team and also the the team with great
We had a
achievement in the
couple of
past.
ragtag rumbles at the start.
But as we all know that
Players early on,
group stage is
not
full
quite
of
full
surprises,
hot drops,
right?
but still a couple of
Maybe
players
there's like a
losing
black
their
horse
lives early. Let's see
coming
if
up.
The same is true.
You know.
For our first
Wait, do we have any
Red
Korean
Area
teams
from
here?
the
Or no?
northeast
We only
side
have
out
one
to the
Japanese team.
southwest. The playing path
No
cuts
Korean team, right?
calm, collected path through the map.
Yeah, easily done for a lot of teams to make their way to where they want to play on this map of Wrangel. We did see last week, if you're here with us for Group Yellow, a lot of Southwest shit.
Bro, TJB top 1.
And Quarry.
100 push-up?
I wouldn't say
Sure, done deal. Cats, how about if they don't get top 1, you become the member of the chat. You become you join the membership
grand finals, even the survival stage for those who made it through.
Of my channel.
I imagine the group yellow
I'll
might
take
do
the
quite
bet.
well in those games, but we'll see how it works here because we were talking before John just about.
Weren't you hoping for TJB downfall during PEL and they won?
For that last game, potentially.
The only reason I was saying that TJB is gonna get a downfall is they hired my previous coach, Lao Yang, who's really bad coach. He's the kind of coach who played PC games while we were playing scrims. I've said this multiple times, right? That coach is really bad. He doesn't even know what he's talking about. And TJB somehow picked up that coach. And they dropped another coach of mine, like my previous coach, 7-7. So
however, there is always that possibility
they're gonna do bad. But like, man, Hua is the X factor for that spot. Literally single-handedly carry the whole TJB to top 1 in 1 PEL.
Their moment. Nice and carefully. Down on the south side, IWNRX have already dropped around this very PS split, but it looks like ASI8 going to try and keep it on going.
TJB is in the center of Xifan, man. We have 24 matches. Okay, I'm not even scared. Right, give them circle all day long, and they're not gonna be top 3.
Zedwolf simply just has ferocity on his side, and that is something that has always been a big problem for teams.
I believe
against IWNRX is that
our world champ IHC,
on their team
I believe,
who is just unlike the rest.
The constant.
In terms of mechanical ability,
yo, what a knock!
I don't think we've produced a talent.
That's
on.
Wait, that's on burst as well.
Simply the
wait, what?
He is him.
Wolf is nasty.
I mean, he's just taken down 2 players on his own from ASI. To be fair, they dropped on
burst firing from that distance.
Lootable, and the team already went across the bridge. With 3 rounds
was that IA player on the buggy or something, or he was just walking
in that duty? But ASI8, they're just committed to this is a duos game.
Were they just like running, or they're in the vehicle?
Yeah. Pretty much. I mean, the
yo, that was nasty, bro.
The first shot was onto a parachute dropping as well.
I mean, if it's single fire, I understand, but burst fire?
What Zed was able to do, and I think some of the bite had been taken out of him in the past.
Burst fire.
It feels like it's less bark this time around from Zedwolf. And more of those fangs coming through, which is great to see, because it did feel like that.
What can I say? What can I say?
NRX before is they just didn't have Zedwolf on side, and certainly he got much better towards the
Z-Wolf's girlfriend will be very.
I think it took a little bit
happy.
of time for him to find himself again, basically.
Yeah, absolutely. It's really great to see them starting to be.
Let's watch this knock again.
As you take a look. Okay, these are the first knocks, I think, on the replay. Oh, that's we saw that one. Oh no, wait, that was the first one. It's the same crossing. Are you kidding? Okay, I mean, a little bit on ASI8 there, then I guess. That's unfortunate, especially coming off of a win, off a chicken dinner. In the meantime, Alter Ego...
Okay, these 2 players were like running, but like that's still impressive knock. It was really accurate.
A bad time.
It is. Yeah, absolutely is. Everyone knows that Rosemary is a fantastic player, and I think a lot of Alter Ego fans were very happy to see him get picked up. Very much a developing talent in his region. And
what if he's gay? Well, it depends on if it's like taking it in or like putting it. All right, family friendly stream. Okay, family friendly stream. We don't talk about gay stuff. Unless Zendax, if Zendax is here in the chat, you know, we sometimes we talk about the gay stuff because he knows the best. You know, don't tell him, please.
Players in the past that we've seen just completely carry PMGCs. I mean, Alex is one of the first players that comes to mind for me on IHC, who really did kind of put the team on his back a lot of times and make a lot of these plays happen, but made them happen game to game. And I think that's the difference between him and Rosemary. Is Rosemary can perform to that same level of just greatness, but it doesn't happen all the time. And sometimes he will fall flat on his face. similar almost to last week with Nomis. You have that give and take, right? That sometimes he makes mistakes, but other times he just wins you the game.
And it is just sort of widening that the error bars on the expected value of your games, right? Which is sometimes a little bit dangerous, but in short form tournaments will.
All right, let's make the hard decision. Pick your bottom 5 teams in this lobby.
Consistently overall, and certainly you're going to be looking safe in a survival stage when you get.
You just came to the stream and topic with discussion is pretty amazing.
Variance as well that goes along with that. So danger.
That was just an
A little
accident.
bit of security
Shadow.
at the same time,
Okay.
which sounds like a little bit of an oxymoron, but there we are.
I'm not gonna do it. That would have been.
Z-Wolf survives
What were you
final
gonna say?
at this
What were
party.
you gonna say now?
Oh, he-
No,
You're
no,
gonna call
no.
me a moron? Is that what you're gonna
well,
say?
with
I was gonna call
with
you
that
out.
burst fire, he can probably do. He can probably survive, honestly.
Okay.
I don't know.
Well, if I'm the
You
ox,
like-
that makes you the moron. So
It does, yeah, I guess so. You teed yourself up for a swing drive into a hole in one, and I just completely missed the mark and handed you the driver.
it's fine. Yeah. No, you.
I'll
You were
take
very
it. Look,
gracious in it. You were very gracious in that.
It had to happen. It had to
Yeah,
happen.
you
I'm
called your
accepting
shot.
it.
Oh,
And then I unloaded.
LYX making predictions.
Press the mag
I ate.
switch.
Wait,
I'm
you picked
making
AE in the bottom 5?
In the meantime, though, we are having a lot of our teams move up towards
Van,
that north side
INS,
of
and
the
the
map.
Furia?
You're right, sometimes it can be
Furia?
a little
Bottom
bit easier.
5?
Head over towards that north side, early and come down south, especially for hard shift like this.
Wait,
where you want to get into
Is
some
this
of the limited
Japanese team
areas
good?
that
Could
are
they
on
be
that
like
north
the
side. There isn't a huge amount of compounds. Where if you look down
DRX
towards
kinda
the south,
thing?
You come back across that bridge crossing, you've got
Oh.
Rozok. Plenty of other places to go.
Oh,
Navi,
FS
though,
A7.
rocking up onto Alter Ego in what I would call
Kill them all, kill them all.
incredibly messy fight.
Oh no, come on.
I think I'd call it that too.
Check,
Like, I think that's fairly
then
accurate
peek.
right now. but
Yes.
Navi on the roll up.
Check
Seems to be
with their
going
ad
well.
and peek.
Veritable pantry over on the roadside there with Lemon and Rosemary both going down. But at the moment, neither team
Get on top of
really
them. Yeah,
looking
get on
too
top
good.
of them. Yes.
Having a real tough time.
Cover,
It's
cover,
all
cover.
direction out.
Yes,
The player
there you
back suppressed.
go.
Oh my goodness me.
There you
Thought he was going to get the
go.
knock and maybe turn around for a second.
A
but no,
reckless
it's gonna
play
be
from
Baltic
Navi,
Egos that
and
handle
Navi
business here on the eastern
got
side,
wiped.
But they've lost one of their players. They will be playing on with 3, though. The zone will allow this res.
I like that from Navi, honestly. I like that from Puncher. It doesn't happen.
How did
enough
this
in
Japanese
our
team qualify?
PMSLs where, teams are able
Were
to
they
make
playing
hard
with
decisions
Korean
in the
teams to
moment.
qualify, or are they
And
playing with their own
Puncher
Japanese league?
realizes that players
How did they
are
qualify?
likely
And Tiamba once again now his own. Tiamba will probably. Wait, let's see how Tiamba play, because normally there are a lot of teams in the south with this kind of circle. They just like circling around and go to the north. Let's see how Tiamba play. And this south side is pretty messed up. Oh, we have seen some insane knocks from this group's players.
A good time so far. They are very much living on those 4 eliminations. They're able to pick up.
I mean, this is a Japanese team that beat RC, right? When it comes to qualification, when it comes to qualification to PMGC, correct? This is the team that beats the world champ
Looks
RC.
like they're doing well. Breaths getting shorter and shorter here for Vengeance as Incilio continue to move around. It looks like they may leave that 4th and final.
So they
player.
definitely have
And
something
I
in their
feel
bag,
like
you know?
that's probably the
That's
right
not-
that
that
you
is-
do
that
need
is
to
what
get
I'm
ahead
saying.
and up to the-
Hello,
get that
Mystic.
rundown,
Welcome
leave one
back.
player alive. Hopefully not going to come
Also,
back to
we
bite
could
them,
bin.
but they can now get north of the river because everybody's looking for it. Just about gets over the rock.
In Rivals Cup, all top 5 or was like Korean
Rotate, you have
teams,
to
and
make
oh,
anyway.
okay.
Over
So
towards the
in
north
general,
side now,
Korean
with
teams
Sony
are better than
players
Japanese
taking
teams.
precedent on that area of the map. There's not going to be a huge amount of positions available for teams. We've seen
Which team are you
already
rooting for,
plenty
Green?
of squads rotating over this very same bridge. So there is tons of teams already over towards this western side and east side of the map.
Somehow
And
he's
even
getting
a
the
couple of
res.
teams actually biding their time down towards that south side.
Tiamba went
That
north
is
or what? I want to see where did
unbelievably
Tiamba
lucky
go.
Wait,
So-
Incilio are coming back. They turned around. They were like, "Oh, there's actually so much going on."
Wait,
over
why
there.
are they-
Let's finish
Wait,
off this fight."
why did they come back?
Immediate Knock at Incilio. Goodness me, they give them the old
Huh?
1-2 switcheroo, a knock over
Wait,
their back line, but they'll pick.
why did they come back?
The most comical wrap.
Was that a bait?
Swift 180 from Incilio.
Was that a bait you left at the knocked up player? So that they can wait till the rest of the player come to rescue and then they wipe the team?
it did
Wait, that could be a 100 IQ play
I
right
think
there.
As soon as they didn't get the notification,
Was that really a bait,
the
or
league
they have a player
eliminated,
watching them
I think that's fair enough.
from
to make
the
sense,
off
They know
angle?
that he was out in open space, therefore a wrap back actually
That is
was the best
crazy.
decision they could have made for 3 eliminations essentially. It's a smart play from Insidio. It does.
Yo, this is normally the play we would see from like in classics, you know, when we like on purpose don't thirst a player so that his teammates can come and res him. But man, in comp, I must say this will, if that's indeed a bait, this will probably be my first time seeing this kind of play in PUBG Mobile competitive.
That is going to be the opening they're looking for, but I don't know how.
Yeah,
likely
Kimba
it
went
is to
north.
present itself.
Just
Next
like,
circle popping in
you know,
soon.
it was
And
it's just like a
Insidio
typical
very likely
rotation
to come
for
out here. IWRX,
team at the
they've
south.
left a player, at least Swain, on that south side.
And
I think
how
they may
Kimba's
get-
gonna
they've got
play
two,
here?
so two of IWRX
Are they gonna
on
full
the south
send?
side in Rostock, but they've got that
Somewhere?
foothold that Insidio just doesn't have right now. The circle pops. Does keep a little bit of that south side in.
TJB
but
triple
we're
S.
definitely going up north of it, so teams are going to have to make their way across. And by teams,
G-Bomb full sending the gas station?
It's a
Yo.
pretty evil position on the map to play as well. I don't think a lot of teams like playing around this area purely because over towards that
Wait, they kind of predicted that the center is like teams are splitting up around center and full send the gas? That's
on the backside of it.
That's a nice rotation, I would say. Good job from Ling Yu.
All that they can because this is an area where you can hide
Dude,
a lot
RSG
of
taking
players
notes,
in.
bro.
But for Tiamba,
Not even
being able
RSG,
to
bro.
pick
They're
up
out.
the
PT
garage,
take
essentially,
notes.
This is not a bad position to play
PT takes
whatsoever
notes.
for them. It is a little bit lacking in terms of that high ground presence, so they will have to be careful. And it's also a compound that is susceptible.
How's
to
Index?
seen a
How are
fair
you
few times
doing?
in the past, people just absolutely mess up the hold on this position.
Chief was talking
allowing
something
teams to
bad
get
about
shots
you,
from
Zindex.
underneath the little gaps that are on the walls. So I'm hoping this doesn't happen for Tiamba here.
But Ling Yu though, you need
trying
to
to keep their heads down.
get
there.
out. Kowski got knocked.
Gets a Roy from Tiamba
I
across
guess
the
that
way, but Tiamba
little nap didn't help.
really getting the knock, but up the hill, it's a little bit
Just
more
go to the gas
successful
station,
over
Kimba. What are you
Kowski.
doing? Oh, they can get the res. They can get the thirst.
Shot coming through from
Kowski, bro.
Actually, takes down Kowski.
Definitely needs more
so it won't be picked up
nap
by
time.
anyone
Okay,
from Tiamba
that
there.
5 minutes break was
Fury
not
backed
enough
off
for
because
them,
of that.
obviously.
Back down towards this compound. on
Going
the
out
side,
for
so
no
they don't find
reason.
Too much success of finding some kind of breakout. point
QZ
to
got
find
knocked.
into the circle.
Well,
Super
QZ
Galaxy, though, returns
QZ
fire
got
onto
thirsty?
QZ, and will flush him as well.
Come
So
on,
Tiamba now
QZ, what
down
are you
to 3
doing?
players. Getting a very aggressive hold from Tiamba. One that I
How
don't
about just
think
chilling
is
the
super
chilling the
necessary.
gas and
As
wait
soon
for
as
the
you
zone,
start
bro?
fighting 2 separate teams,
How did the
it's when
QZ
you
get
fall back
thirsted?
into one another, maybe try and
What?
play on the roadside, and how
Where
far
was QZ?
was out on that western
Guys,
edge,
if you
this
guys
was
are watching
not
Kimba
split
POV, let me know. How did
expected from them.
QZ get knocked and thirsty in that spot? That's a kind of
Just to the east of just
not the
east of
mistake
Rostock, up north
we are
of
expecting
Rostock.
from the
Right now, the overlook for
second best
Galaxy on
Chinese
the north
Chinese
side of
players.
that hill
The first one is
really,
Hua.
really powerful.
So
You've also got
I mean, this is
Galaxy
probably
right
the reason why he's
in
second
the
best.
area, out to
You know,
the west
Hua
of
is the
further,
Hua's the
you're
first
able to do
best
a
PO
lot of
player
damage
currently.
control and rotational control as well to the southwest. So in general, this south side I think is looking fairly safe to try and pressure out these teams on that edge, and that's what Tiamba felt just then. Taking those shots from Enigma Galaxy, who have had such an influence over the teams. to
They
the
have
east,
what?
it's gonna make
Icy,
it really hard to move away
Koa.
from that position for them. I question what they're going to do when they have the next circle pop, but it looks like they can just
Wait,
stay
this is not
to the ground
this is
here.
not the
Galaxy
roster
good game.
that
Same story for Getso Roy.
Vicious
Enigma
Pro
Galaxy suffered
used
a lot,
in the
with this reshuffle
PMSL.
of the roster. Weren't quite able to make it work.
Correct.
For a while, and I think they're slowly.
Wait,
finding
Kemba
their
full
way
sending
now,
again?
throughout the year, which is
Wait.
nice to see in terms of the teamwork that's coming through.
Where are they gonna go?
Try to wrap over
Are they gonna go
towards
do the little
Kenzo.
shack in the center?
The off angle is not working out.
Like
at
the
all.
one
With
small
that,
compound
it
with
is
the
two
shack
players from Alter Ego going
beside it.
down, and there's a pretty lukewarm amount of help coming through from Rosemary up on high.
That's where you go. I mean, he's trying to cut out that approach, but the nades can come through and sort of force this flush to happen. There's no way that Rosemary can crash.
Tixie
into this
just
one.
joined?
The last player alive for Alter Ego. You
I don't
risk
feel
going
like
in here.
VP's gonna do too good in
6
this
of them close
lobby.
Still, you noted that.
if they change their roster, to be honest. They can probably go to survivals. Yeah, they can go to survivals, but like top 3?
There is a response. Immediately going for the flush.
Oh, NGX popping off. Redox 2 elements.
Over the bonnet, but in comes Tiamba, scouting this one out, turning around, not going to crush fully. This is a brilliant approach for Nick the Galaxy.
Yeah, again, it's that initial hold that was so important to allow the rest of Nick Galaxy to come in for the assist. If that wasn't the case, that would have been a very different story.
This guy did in trouble because of visa issues?
Down towards the south side, and Rozhok are looting, only for them to head over towards the northern edge and already lose out Zed Wolf. And now down to 3 players, and one of those players is extremely low on their side.
VP squad
looking to crunch out.
What a shame for them. Like they have to change their rosters and stuff. Wait, which teams are fighting?
Kind of opening.
NRX fighting INS?
Cilio, a ground floor approach towards the dropout shot from Kine.
Of course they win. They are in X.
Nick the Galaxy moving down south. They flexed out towards the north side, took down Furia, and now it's the turn of IW.
They wiped NHP in PMGO so many times I couldn't even remember, man.
We'll see if they're able to flush that one out because Falcons are fighting.
Okay, wait, third party from NGX? Yo, good plays, playing really aggressive from NGX. Redox getting more kills. 3.
I don't think so. 7.
Yo, Redox is aiming for the day 1 MVP today, huh?
Actually, around the map, they are very aware of what is going on so far.
Yeah, MVP is falling apart, just like I expected.
Out the window, getting the double knock, or essentially hits the other player for basically 10.
Flower H? Wait, Hua Hua got naded?
And kind of saves the day.
Wait, TJB got full sent? Wait.
Coming to ruin it.
Huh? Wait, TJB fighting I8.
3 eliminations for them and doing a great job as 60 has to send
bounce that. Oh, what a bounce nade. Oh, he's got a 1v3? TJB or what? Triple X versus IQ. Oh my god! He 1v3 TJB?
Person hold, and TJB cannot get rid of him.
Oh my god.
He's always been true to his name, really.
I8.
Very smart player. And he knows what needs to be done in those moments.
Yo.
TJB, a 1v3 essentially.
I mean, I don't have to do 80 push-ups. And Kat, if you're in the chat, remember my membership.
That's easy done. The South Circle pop as well keeps Nick Galaxy's position inside the circle. Gets O'Roy again happy about this position on the south side. This plateau that they have control over right now, looking pretty healthy, looking pretty good to maybe take this one down. Nick the Galaxy.
Is he the GOAT of Pakistan?
That's true.
Wait, is he currently the best of Pakistan players?
This is a different
IQ player? Is he currently the best?
These are so many good points you're making, Blank, but consider the alternative. Big game.
That is pretty impressive. The bounce nade.
Only got a little bit more time to do.
And with the shoddy.
I'd be pretty happy with.
In the shack fight, that was pretty good.
But I think to get
FaZe.
the question for me is.
I recognize.
What's the weaponry looking like? How's the ammo?
Venturez and the Mela and the other 2 players, I believe they're new to FaZe.
In terms of influence.
How's this FaZe squad, boys? Are they good?
Basically hired out as a security squad for them on this southeast side and is raking home.
Falak, the best one in Pakistan.
Definitely. 17.
Yeah. There it is. There's one.
IQ trying to get across.
Is Crypto from Pakistan?
From Team Queso in the way. They will be aware of each other's presence now. The vehicles.
Wait, is
that noise. And IQ
sorry guys, is Crypto in PMGC?
Both of them hopping out. A little bit of a call out. Ridgeline. This is Nick the Galaxy's oversight, and it has been for a long, long time. IQ falling a little bit short of the circle.
Falak is better than Crypto. He's better than IQ.
Very difficult approach he's got to make there. Melodious.
FaZe is good, but super inconsistent.
Okay, so
wait, where did Temba go?
Looking for those shots as well. Both Melodious and IQ.
What the hell did Temba go? They are still surviving with 3 people.
On the west side.
I thought they were forcing here, but like it was Falcon. Falcon took here. Wait, what? Where did Temba go?
Yeah, NV Galaxy found IQ pretty shortly.
Oh, Temba just took the compound because. Oh wait, they didn't take the compound. They take the little ridge behind the compound. Yeah, they took it here.
off the back of it, but Enigma Galaxy's known.
Oh no, this Tiger player is in trouble.
They've been the arbiters
You're in
of
trouble,
the
bit boys.
map. Helodius tries
Oh,
to hold his own. It's not meant to be versus Tiamba.
Oh. Oh my god, NGX?
Again, with a big
Really quick
This is a
response.
strategy. They're playing on the edge. They're
Oh.
drawing teams into these fights. An aid comes through. Is that
Yo,
FaZe?
this
Hang on a minute.
NGX,
How many
bro,
other
he's-
points did they manage to snaffle away?
It's kinda
there? 'Cause
fire.
Two of them went to Enigma Galaxy at least, but that is the end of them. There's a nice little wraparound.
They third party these two fights so quick and it's so perfect.
Wonders for their points tallies, but FaZe now have
I mean,
built
Ruff.
cannons
Oh,
to
sorry,
Ralph,
Ruff.
who drops short out of the
I
vehicle.
mean, I definitely didn't just curse you,
Ruff a
but
little bit far behind.
you did
here.
great. Okay,
I think
your
at this
team
point
is
in time,
currently
you
doing great.
have
Where
to
you?
regroup quite quickly. Snowix all the way down towards that south side, just checking out the shack. What's going on down there? Circle heads back up towards the north.
Are they trying to?
There is
Are they trying to res Ruff? I don't think
Snowix can pick Ralph up, but.
Wait, are they for sure gonna res him?
And Redox,
His vehicle is gonna get taken out. Then two players are gonna be stuck outside the blue. I'm not sure if that's a smart play. But unless Radox in the front can creating some knocks on FaZe, then it could push on FaZe potentially.
Back into the mix.
We'll see how this played out
There's a knock
for
on the backlines
NGX.
as well for FaZe, which means there's
Yeah, they
only
did get a
two
Ruff up.
players in action on this front. They can't go for the stranglehold on that knock.
Wait, is
They
Ruff
like
the?
it, but now the res
Wait,
come through
is
Vintage.
Ruff
He's
often
flexing out, however,
getting
it's a little bit
hyped
too
in
late to
game,
stop this.
like
Can they catch
talking
them on the
loud
rotate
and
back?
talking fast? That kind of player.
From FaZe as well.
Radox, going aggressive.
Not allowing Ralph to get back up again. Again, it's a
Oh, but it didn't work out.
they have to make.
It didn't work out. Not enough smoke for him to do the drive-by.
Bit of an awkward scout out coming through from Redox on that front line.
Radox, I don't think they can res Radox anymore.
Mela, who is always been one of my favorite players coming in from FaZe, just incredible in those close quarters.
Redox flushed, and now the nades from the backline for Enigma Galaxy looking to go up to double digits. I mean, they saw IWNRX do it. They said, anything you can do, we can do better. They're looking for more on this match, but for now, FaZe proving too tough of a challenge, too bitter a pill to swallow.
Now, follow Snowix, as well as Ralph, still up in action.
Oh, this could be a
Slight
huge
mistake
game
there,
for
I
them
would
if they
say,
have a
from
if
Redox
they had a
on that
full
front
squad
line. I
up.
think slow roll up into the
Radox
smoke.
died.
I think the reason
Ruff
behind
always
it
shouts
is
like
just because
crazy.
They've been given so much time to get.
Could that be the reason why like
towards this front line?
the previous NGX
Realistically, all Enigma
like
Galaxy had
roster
done was,
split up?
Have Redox and
I feel like
Narvaez and
Coops
then
is a
bunch
very
of
calm
nades,
player,
but
no matter
with the
what
direction
happened.
they're coming in,
Coops be
bouncing
like,
down the hill,
I got people on me.
not a lot of success came
One
off the
knock,
back of them.
two
So
knock,
again, FaZe
squad
just had
wipe.
so much time to get up towards that
Ruff
front
be like,
line, use those
people on me,
smokes
people
in
on me.
position where
Oh
maybe
my,
Enigma
I got
Galaxy
one,
expect.
got two.
I think that's what you have
You know,
to
that kind of
respect
player.
as Enigma
So
Galaxy.
I'm not sure if that's the reason why they couldn't play with each other.
Because you
But
went
like,
for that pickup onto Ralph, in which case I think they should have backed off back down towards that south side. Snowix had already read that information that it was free.
IHC with 0 ilms so far.
They just didn't take.
Very slow start for
IHC,
them.
Previous PMGC champions off the back of a heavy elimination.
I think
performance.
IHC did a struggle
See
in
if
the
they can draw on
PMGO,
that
right?
past strength. East gets naded out, and that's a great start to demo. And immediately puts the second one down. Danger for Icy, but the nade goes long. And one short as well, leaves him still up and in action. The nades can be responded over towards, but Getzo Roy do have massive oversight. Look at the
It's
build
exactly like
control.
this.
The damning presence from that north
You know,
side of this fight is just so
All
difficult
pros
to deal
share the
with.
same
He
mindset, you
continues to
know.
launch these nades
You know, you can
over.
kind
He's not really
of tell
fighting in
what players playing what way
It's
just
a
by
hard nade
just
to hit,
listening to
and
their
number
comps,
one,
even though sometimes
that's
you know, I don't
the on
understand.
target there is Falcons Force are getting ripped to shreds.
Oh,
It
these
has been
nades
a hard
are taking
game for
Falcon
Falcons
apart.
Force. I don't think they've had an easy push.
Oh,
into this
Falcon
one.
out.
The fact
I
they're able to
see
get up
3
towards
ilms.
the top 5 is
Not bad.
pretty darn
They
good
do
work
have a
from them.
huge bridge line for them to work
IHC
with in this
their
kind of
pro
zone.
players continue forward. Currently in
ROY,
10th place right now.
where is this team
Gets
ROY
throwing
from?
Now set their sights over towards IHC. 2 nades
Oh.
in the pocket of Lunda.
How do you call this name?
Which is what I'm
Roy
worried about.
or G Roy
I mean,
or
this
Glory
position from
or like
Getzo Roy is kind
what's
of what
their
forced Falcons
what's
Force
their
to
like
have a
full
little
name?
lackluster
The
fight
org.
against IHC there. They
They're
couldn't
from
step
where?
up and try and go on that
Japan?
low ground plateau to get better angles on the nades,
Or Thailand?
alternate shots
Or Vietnam?
as well, not
I
being
couldn't see
thrown
the
for
flag.
spray downs, but now IHC are going to feel the full brunt of this circle position from Getso Roy. FaZe do have angles over towards the compound, so they do need to be careful. But in general, it's going to be a little bit safer to operate on these hillsides. IHC will have to push through, though. And leaving one player exposed here is very dangerous for Getso Roy.
Yeah, there's not much options for IHC.
That the 3-star is going to be out of the next circle. Sorry, guys. To take more control over towards
IHC needs to be quick to make them boot, to make the push.
To leave from. It's so exposed to a lot of angles over towards the eastern side as you exit.
NGX.
Around that building, there's just not a lot of cover to be given. Now with Nick Galaxy as well as FaZe still on the eastern side,
standoff between NGX and the FaZe and the IHC. Where are they gonna go?
Play it slow.
Are they thinking about? They have a one scout going for the east side, trying to see if the one stack, like the single stack, is like, you know, trying to get some info on the single stack. Oh, they can play just play at the heel.
Right now.
They are in zone actually.
So we'll see if they're able to capitalize on that terrain cover.
Yeah, they don't need to push up this zone. They are actually in zone. NGX gave up their position because I think FaZe is pushing. Oh, yeah, the fight is coming. FaZe knows only 2 up. NGX, they killed the Radox earlier. Are they gonna push it now? But they gotta be careful the line, the silent from the 3 stack from Roy. Amela did push up. Slow it with DBS in the front. They're on fire. Got knocked. Wait. Rough. Let's see. Oh, Rough went out. Clean wipe from FaZe.
FaZe done with this one.
Wait, the fight breaks out.
Roy, honestly, I'm happy with that.
Roy fighting IHC. Oh, FaZe is winning this. FaZe, once FaZe heard they're fighting for instant off angles from FaZe player going to the south side, they actually give up. They actually give up on compound. But FaZe player didn't know. So, 4 versus 4.
They're now tucked into a corner though.
Vietnam versus Thailand.
With Nick Galaxy very handedly means that they can
FaZe should win this, bro.
And now it is a difficult
FaZe should win this.
To get so right.
I mean, it was pretty tricky, but getting rid of IHC, I mean, it was timely. They waited for the fight on the other side of the circle. They knew that that was going to be isolated, and IHC actually leaving a player over there to have oversight was kind of what drew them to a close on that engagement. Getso Roy, I mean, this is a very successful bid for the top here. 6 points already on the match. They're looking to go up towards 10. Same story for FaZe. FaZe in the better position. Blank, I mean, you were criticizing Getso Roy for being on 0 limbs, 0 points on that last match. I feel like I'm going to make you eat your words here, because they played this one quite well for me, in my estimation.
Really? They sat in the 3-story all game.
I think that flex out to IHC was very well timed. That's the good play I think they've made here.
Yeah, I think partly it's a problematic play by IHC either way in terms of positioning. The fact that they started that flex out towards FaZe, they weren't really back in time to go against. Getso Roy. Yeah, it's the play you have to make though. Getso Roy, let's see how they deal with FaZe. Good smoke so far though.
Wait, if they force in the position where the Zin access is at, they could potentially. They could. Oh, never mind.
For an off angle, and
player just kind of
coming through from Torres, who's able to find the first knock. That's likely unresable here as the circle looks to close, leaving Getso Roy on 3, and the pen keeps.
FaZe just can win this
clan now with the numbers
by just holding.
Advantage, starting to move.
Seems like Roy is playing a bit
closer. Getting into
passive.
Range, this is where it gets a little bit spicy.
Despite they have disadvantages on the terrain and position.
With Mormon moving up, doesn't quite take the damage from that nade. It wasn't quite long enough.
They gotta make plays, honestly.
Roy have here?
In comps, if you're in a bad spot, right, you have to make plays. You can't just sit and wait.
Honestly, at this point in time, I don't think it's really even worth it to be sending nades back across. I think that.
But if you just play passive in this kind of zone, you might. Oh wait, he landed a nade.
So many locations that gets a
oh wait, Zin X as he's actually not in zone. He has to move out.
Really isolate them off.
Jerky. Oh okay. 2 versus 1.
The step up comes up now.
It could have happened.
Player left for Getso Roy in a 2v1.
Carl looking to try and take the 1 versus 2, moves
Can he
forward
do
to
it?
the DBS, but out comes FaZe, Mellet, and Mormon
okay.
both.
I think he
looking
was
to put the pressure
the
on,
Roy.
and it is
The
just
Roy
too
player
much
was a
to
bit
bear.
panicky.
So Roy fall in the face of
He'd
FaZe.
be like, should I use
And they will
DBS?
be able to take the chicken
No, I
dinner.
shouldn't.
A little bit of a misstep
Should I?
on the high
Maybe I
five there,
should.
but they'll take
And
the
then he
points
did.
nonetheless.
Yeah, it's a good game from FaZe. Very, very good game from FaZe. I think it can't be.
Hey, whoa.
Wait. What did I miss? What did I miss?
Damn. Okay.
Whoa.
Good game from FaZe. Very, very good game from FaZe.
Oh, let's go.
Hey, whoa.
Okay, I'm liking FaZe. I'm liking FaZe, boys.
Okay.
I'm liking FaZe.
Took control of the lobby over towards the eastern side, and it was just a fantastic game from them overall. Let's see what the boys on the desk have to say about this game.
FaZe is good, but they're super
I get it. It's
inconsistent.
either my dentist telling me or
Bro,
FaZe
forget
telling
about
me
their
to walk
inconsistency,
more.
bro.
Damn, FaZe coming out with a
Bro's
big win
dancing.
here. And a very difficult
Bro's
week
dancing and
before
feeling
their
no
matchup
pressure.
against Enigma Galaxy towards that north side for such a long time, and even that nade coming through on the Ventores didn't amount to much. Was able to lock that one down and get themselves a chicken dinner.
What's his
I'm really
name?
happy
The guy who's
that
dancing, the
FaZe
player who's
have
dancing? What is his
winning
name?
Teams in your top 3.
I was happy.
What's his name?
This game, like,
Oh,
we have to
no.
take the points away. But realistically, this is a very solid game from them, Jeeks. We were talking.
I missed the hi-fi.
Towards that north here. FaZe
Like right here? Like right here?
More damn. FaZe coming out with a big win here.
People like, you know how handsome I was in the last circle, bro? I turned left and turned right, bro. I just knocked the guy with my gyro. Easy knocks, easy knocks.
Coming through on the Ventores didn't amount to much.
Good game for FaZe.
The way
Held
they
up the
making
push from
battles was
NGX.
I mean, what can I say? You know, not seeing enough
Radox,
for them.
like NGX could have this game, to be honest.
That's right.
If Radox played a little bit slower, but like, hey, they already did great with all the elims and
All
stuff.
the northern side of Aaron.
Can't really complain.
But get to Roy and with the blue zone to their backs, there's just not much.
But like, are you guys
that
just gonna
situation.
leave the
But, I mean,
NGX
we were
here?
talking about this fight earlier on, right? I mean, we see
No
was it
change?
10 eliminations from FaZe. Once they got that position locked down in the north, it was just too easy for them.
Yeah, that all of the terrain under control pretty much. Enigma Galaxy was going to be the main threat to them this match. Remember, they play Enigma Galaxy. They also have those dirt piles, Jukes, that are really good around that compound. That if you know you cleared your backside,
Oh,
which
this
is what
this
FaZe
burst
did
fight
pretty
is
much for
lit.
the big majority of this game, you can play those dirt piles, and it's going to be such a.
It also,
linchpin
it just shows that he often used burst fire. If it was me at that spot, I would switch with single and like just do fast tapping and then knock. I think it would be much easier. Like,
insane shots from Z-Wolf with the M16.
actually don't
That
use
was
single tap.
crazy,
Like,
man.
don't use burst at all.
Disgusting. I mean,
with
it's just a
M16.
bad drop in general from I8. I mean, they just was running down the bridge. It was a terrible strategy because even if they did make it out over to military, they would have been so far behind when it comes to.
Bro, let
just
me rewatch
looting
that back.
and rotation
Is it
in general.
really a
So,
bait
I mean,
from-
the fact that
from-
we see, you know,
Is that really a bait?
I mean, to be fair,
That'd be crazy.
Yeah, it's a criminal rotate.
Let's
you
see.
have to make
Okay,
it.
they knock a player,
just
right? They knock a.
not gonna
They
come back
knock
to bite them,
a.
but they can now get
They can
one
definitely.
player alive.
w-
Shorter and shorter here for Vengeance. Like they're doing well. Breath's getting shorter and shorter here.
Yeah, INS was
for
fighting
Vengeance.
Van.
Cilio continue to move around. It looks like they may leave that fourth and final player, and I feel like that's probably the right.
Okay, he knocked the
Do need to
one.
Get ahead and up to the north. Get that run down. Leave one player alive.
Do they
Hopefully not
know
gonna
there's
come back
another
to
player
bite
who
them,
got
but
knocked?
They can now get north of the river because everybody's looking for it. Just about. gets
Okay,
over
one
the
guy stopped at the garden.
Yeah, it's a criminal rotate.
They're
you
all
have to
moving-
make anyway. Over
Are
towards
they
the
all
north side now,
moving-
with so many players taking precedent on that
They're all
area
move-
of the map. There are
One
not
player
really
still
huge amount
stayed
of positions
at the garden.
available for teams.
Okay, I think
We've
that player was
seen
just
already
watching
plenty of squads
the other
rotating
side,
with this very
and they
same
saw there's a
bridge.
car
So
going
there
for the
is
res or
tons of
something.
teams
Then they
already
just
over towards
they just
this
went back and
western
full sended.
side and east side of the map.
Yeah,
And you see
he
a
was
couple of teams
watching.
actually
So
adding their time
it's hard to
towards
tell.
that
It's hard to
side.
tell. I feel
That
like
is
it's not a
unbelievably
bait.
US.
It's more like the player was just watching them.
They turn around.
And
they're
seeing-
like, oh, there's actually so much going
and
on over there. Let's
just
finish
catch
off this
that
fight.
the
The
Van
meteor
player
rain
went
on
back for the
Concilio.
res. You know,
Goodness me,
then
they
they
give
just
the
full
old
send
1-2.
it. But
Switcheroo,
it's
and knock over towards
still
that
like a
backline,
smart
but
play,
they pick
honestly.
up. That
It's
is
still,
gotta be the
it
most
was
comical.
still a
This early on in the
smart play.
group, 20 points can be more than enough to get you into top
Nine
three
elims,
first place.
NGX.
But it got to credit to Enigma Galaxy. They've had a very strong start now. 2 back-to-back matches with really good play. I think they should be almost one of the #1 teams on top of that. But also, if we're talking about IHC, 4th place, 8 points. Our reigning PMGC world champion did not look good this year past that. But maybe, just maybe, Hot Jukes, PMGC is where they decide to start playing.
Yeah, that would be a good idea. Honestly, yeah, if you're gonna perform well, might as well be in PMGC, right? But I kind of want to go back to your song about Enigma Galaxy. You know, Enigma Galaxy, I love the fact that they were able to rotate so quickly from Pachinki. They went up to that north side, they secured it. They didn't want to get stuck on any kind of bridges or anything like that. And man, it's great to see them, you know, outside of their comfort zone, still be able to put up some sick eliminations, man, especially on Sandhawk. And now here, they're going to be just absolutely prepared, ready for the rest of the day. Look at this performance from Norman here.
Oh, I thought it was going to be Mela actually being the MVP of this game. That's very interesting. But there you go. We got a face player. My prediction's working out so far. I'm really surprised myself. But talking about Enigma, real quick to take it back to there. I mean, Jason, this is the most aggressive.
Okay, guys.
Enigma Galaxy has
So some of you are getting ads
up.
from the live stream, right? So
This is the change
I
in marketing
have
was
to
talking
admit
about,
that I
Jason. We didn't
turned
quite
this
feel
option
like
on
that
because
way
that's how
on
I
the Sandhawk
earn
launch, but here
money
they
from
third-party
YouTube. So
teams
every
like
time you
WNRX
see
versus
ads from
Celio
YouTube, you'd
in
be like,
the,
oh, Xifan, this MF
southeast of the
gets
circle.
1 cent
And that
from me
really just
watching the
clears your
ads, you know.
backside instantaneously to allow you to then scout from that high ground position on the hilltop. And thanks to that, they're currently our first
Maybe
place
that
team
makes
with
you feel a
24
little bit
points.
better.
No chicken dinner, but with
Xifan
how they're playing,
earning 1
one would
cent
definitely be just around the corner
from
for them.
you watching the ad.
Oh, for sure.
Okay.
I would be surprised not seeing a big
NGX first place?
at the end of the day with how they've been playing. But just to remind you guys at home, once again, top 3 at the end of Group Red will be going
Who is
through into
SnowX?
PMGC Grand Finals, where 4th through 11th will have to play in the survival stage, and then eventually, if they get through that, into the last chance qualifier. As you look down the list, we do have, of course, I8 going to be falling down a little bit, considering they lost 2 players extremely early on.
Yeah.
But what
You don't
about
skip ads?
IWNRX, man?
Okay, then I'm making 2 cents. Thank you,
Leader at
Chief.
the moment in this lobby.
Thank you, Chief.
They just start sweeping on the edge, Jukes. It's just they're
Appreciate
not
it,
fighting.
man.
Unfortunately, they did get third party by Enigma Galaxy, but IWNRX I think take very
Bro, could a TJB go
take
home?
fights to make a lot of sense in terms of
I don't think
what
so.
it opens
I don't
up
think
for you
so.
late game, but unfortunately,
TJB
the
is
main
gonna be in
issue with
survival.
that is if you're fighting on the edge and you take too long to wrap up the fight, Jukes, which I think is what was
VP.
happening between them and Incilio. Third parties are going to come your way every single
I
time.
already
So
said in my
they
top
can
3.
pivot there.
Yeah,
Kimba,
I'm not worried about them at all. I think they're performing just the
IHC,
way they're
Falcon.
supposed to for these first 2 matches. We still got plenty left, so like, yeah, I think once they get a good
Radox, 1,000 damage.
we're gonna see
He got
some
like 3
insane
elims or
double-digit
something.
eliminations. Look at this here. I mean, we already got one of their players on
Hold up, how
top
did
when it
TJB
comes
end
to
up there? They got
damage.
1v3'd by
If they get any one of those
Pakistan
left
player
circles,
IQ
they're gonna definitely
in the
dominate.
shack.
But you know what? They're showing that even when it comes to that edge style play, they're gonna put up those numbers no matter
IQ, just
what.
1v3. Just did the 1v3 on
Even just
TJB.
said the player I expected to be leading the charge.
And
for
it had
IWNRX. I was looking
the
more
best
towards
PL
Frozen,
player
of course,
Huahua
towards Seawolf as
happens to
well,
be
though we know Kane can be an
among those
extremely
3
strong
players.
player, especially when you look back to EMGA.
All right,
Are you
9
surprised
push-ups.
about Max?
Blue Kane.
Yeah, a little bit. I mean,
Thank you, Ken.
No, I really, just as you said, I expected Z-Wolf to be the #1 player, typically Frozen 2. But I mean, the thing is, we knew, especially back in PMSL, that the entire squad is able to put up the numbers. So I'm not too surprised. But yeah, it's great to see another name getting the numbers here out on PMGC. I think that when it comes to fighting, they're definitely one of the best top 5 teams in this group when it comes to fighting potential. And yeah, you don't want to fight them because they're just such a big threat in this lobby.
We gotta change your picks, man.
Sure. And I mean, the fact that we see also 2 players in the big galaxy here in our top 4.
Today's
The thing is,
not
I don't want to go too
the day
heavy
for
into this.
NGX.
It's only been 2 matches, right? So if you have a good match, you're probably going to be on the top of the stats. Not to mention the
Creators
leaderboard.
gets part
Maybe
of
the surprising
premium
one is actually
YouTube
gonna be
watcher or
top
they get
here, what we
nothing.
talked about previously
I'm not
being
sure,
MVPs
actually,
in
Puppy.
multiple tournaments.
Actually, I was just
Falcons not
joking around,
doing
like making 1 cents or
amazing
some
so
stuff like
far,
that. I don't
but
even
it is a
know
good
how
sign
does
for
that
Max
work.
to see top be up there, considering we know the impact he has on that roster.
Yeah, we just need to wait, Jason, until he has a DPS.
L
and he's
for
in
him.
one
Hey, I'm
full
getting better,
situation
Marina.
In boot camp on Sanok. Then you,
No,
you know it's going to work great. You did that.
Well,
against
what if he's
IHC.
in a 1v4 against Alter Ego?
Not sure how that would go. I mean, he's drumming right now.
Bro, he got a black tape
I
on
don't
his
know how,
jersey.
like,
He gotta be like
Max
some
would handle the hot
smartphone
juice.
or
I don't know
something.
either, but I'll tell you one thing, man. I think
Because
we're
this
gonna
event,
start
the whole
seeing
event
a
is
little
sponsored
bit
by
of rivalry,
GT20
because
Pro
I
from
don't know if you
Infinix.
noticed there, but we
So
saw
all
some
the
little
phone
trash talk
sponsors
from
on the
Alter
jerseys
Ego
needs
whenever
to
they
be
beat
tipped
Navi,
out.
Right? We saw one of the players just pop off and get it done. I think it was Alva who had that beautiful angle,
Yes.
right, Max? Oh my gosh, he was right there on that tree, and
I'm gonna be
Navi
Hulk
didn't
from
really stand a
PMGC
chance
yet.
from that.
It was a good idea.
hopefully I can just lose some
we're
weight.
Gonna send it over the road. We got an initial knock, and we're going to be able to play that ridge and be relatively safe. But they didn't check that one tree, and that one tree had Alva, and that just completely.
Doran should take IGL lessons from
Welcome
Roth.
back to a quick report with the 7WG. Actually wanted to get a chance.
But you
to
know
talk about
what's
ASIA because they
missing
started off strong.
in
They
this
got chicken
group?
dinner
Guys,
right away, and they did tell me that Sandhawk is their favorite.
do you guys
squad.
know
Today,
what's
their
missing
goal
in this
is
group?
to end between 70 and
Okay.
80 points. We'll see if
Let
they
me
can
give
do
you
it.
guys
Let
a-
us know in the comments
like a
below how many points ASIA
riddle
will
or
end up
question,
with. Back to you
right?
guys.
what things that Group Yellow has,
Well,
but Group Red
I think that was
doesn't.
probably recorded before that last match.
If you watch my stream for a long time, and if you happen to watch my last week's stream, you wouldn't know the answer. What things that?
A lot of points here. If you look
What's missing in the Group Red?
That's insane. That's more
It's
than 10 a
interesting.
match.
It's interesting
But
because I mean, Seven
Group Yellow has.
earlier said their best map is Sandhawk. That's only one game per
Okay,
day.
I'm testing.
So
Do
you
we
can do
have?
good on maps that are not your big maps, which is kind of surprising. And it's
I'm
possible
testing
that
your
maybe
live
Xiao
stream
saw this
knowledge
this
from
right
Xifan
here.
stream.
They always drop military. You need to have a second. What the- Leave them alone.
Leave him alone.
Let's go,
we need to stick a
Razor.
drop location for them.
Who got the first
Sticking to
answer?
one drop the entire match, especially when the bridges are focused by
Sharaf? Congratulations.
IWNRF, it's not
Translator,
gonna work out,
yes.
so unless I see
We
that
don't have the
change,
Korean
it's
translator
not happening.
in
Yeah, I mean, 'cause
Group
that was a
Red.
declaration drop, 100%. I mean, they didn't even, you know.
That's
try
a
to find
big
some
L,
rotate
big
away.
L.
No, they were just like, nah, let's just.
We need a
throw it
Korean
over
team in
and
every
just
single
run
group.
right down the center of it. Yeah, that's not gonna work. You got to have that backup secondary location. There's definitely still spots that are still available, Max. So I'm surprised that they're so like hard stuck on that. Because if they get a northern playing path in Erangel, it's like they're toast. So it's just not worth the risk.
Yeah,
You're not fast
I'm
enough,
one option
Chief.
right now. It's
Someone
not the
beats
best,
you.
but you can do a
Sharaf
drop.
beats
We've seen
you.
some teams do it. We've seen teams be
He's
successful
faster
doing that,
than
and
you.
it's on the opposite. It's the opposite side of military. So if you have a northern plane path, like we had this previous match, Kameshki is a viable option for you. So,
But maybe we
I would
have
say
a
think about
Chinese
single
translator.
drop location for an entire.
But if it's a Chinese translator, we probably it's either gonna be maybe.
Gonna cut it. So that would be.
I don't know. Could it be Xiaoyou? George, is Xiaoyou in Malaysia? I don't think Xiaoyou is in Malaysia because 3 weeks is very long.
In Group Yellow, like when do you make big changes? It's very difficult to do in the middle of a day of matches. Obviously, got to see Twisted Mind sub out Robs and bring in Freak. That didn't really work out too well when it came to the Miramars in particular.
We're on sync,
And I always
boys.
like to
We're
ask
on
this question
sync.
of, like, well, how do you go into these
The
games? And
majority
I'll this one
of
to
you
Like,
knows
are
the
you
answer. Let's
willing
go.
to make these big adaptations in your gameplay if you see the days are going well for you, or do you commit to the plan you had at the start of the day and then revamp it coming into the next?
I think you got to look at what happened when it comes to the past group, right? When we looked at how they started off, right? We saw MSJ start off so strong, it was working well, but then towards the end, right?
I think at the end of the day, it's up to
their
Seven,
strategy
like
was
which
leaving
team
so
he wants to
early, fell
interview.
off. So I think even if you're doing well, you have to tweak your strategies just a little bit, Max, just to mix things up so you're not just predictable. And because these teams, I'll tell you what, they got their coaches, they got their analysts watching. I know Axter's watching for Navi. So if you notice that somebody's going to be doing the same thing over and over,
TJB bad day. Hey, just 2 games.
Yeah, I mean, if you follow,
They can still come back.
tricks of your boy Kitsune of Team Spirit, the
Yo.
one Group Yellow. I mean, he said, yeah, we're just gonna stick to the game plan, and we doubted it
player
a little
looks
at the start,
handsome.
but I think they just got more comfortable in the lobby and
Yo.
the way they were playing those games in
Okay.
particular, and then they just start one group.
of it.
Yeah, I mean, if you follow the
Yo, this player is handsome.
your boy Kitsune. of
Put
Team
him in
Spirit,
PL.
Take advantage of it.
yeah,
Put
if
him
you
in
follow
PL,
the
he can get a bunch of
tricks
fangirls
your
right
boy
there.
Kitsune of Team Spirit that won.
It's not that big.
I'm literally the
It's gonna be rough if
player
they don't
scout
get
now,
the spot
guys.
under control.
Well, we'll find out if adaptations.
Put him in
will be
PL,
made
easy
here. We're gonna
viewership.
head back into Erangel for the second time.
put the
today,
Chinese
our
makeup
third
on
match
him.
Overall. It's
Easy,
gonna be our
easy.
halfway point here.
Easy,
Head back
fans.
for casters of Blink and John Allen.
Plane path going in from the south side as we go from Novo up towards the gap between Severny and Stalber.
Okay, bro, I'm trying to make money for PL, bro.
Pastures that
They need some new blood.
towards the east side of the map blank, which means that maybe
You know, because they sell those player cards, you know. There are some like a very rare player cards. People buy like hundreds of player cards just to get that one limited player cards.
Slightly more rough and
It is a good business. Do you guys know what the player King from TT? Do you guys know what does he do while he was not playing?
as well? But yeah, always definitely an interesting.
Do you guys know what he does while he was, you know, during his off days in PEL in
A
China?
lot of our northern squads because there are much more.
He's not doing watch parties. He's not playing the game.
Not bottling.
He's helping PEL to sell these player cards and earn commission. And there are hundreds of viewers
gonna draw short there, so
just, you
a little
know,
bit more civil on the
get a
south
lot of
side
packs
this
from him.
time around.
And so that he can earn commission.
Teams breaking out over towards the north side as well. TJB gonna head over towards Severny, IHC moving.
Oh, Falcon chicken.
But Blank, we've got a south
Incoming.
circle. Is it Milta Peninsula or military? Well, we'll find out one way or another. But it's going to be a scramble.
翻译是
towards
阵
the south.
旗 lame lame Okay, we know the Chinese translator now. The Chinese translator is the male caster from PEL.
Base ending that will be sitting ourselves over towards the eastern side of the map. A lot of times we do find ourselves on the western edge of Sosnovka. So I'll be
Never go have Xifan cars because the low quality feels bad.
So there's going to be a lot of people heading over towards Lumberyard to try and take control of that high ground, even over towards the
I mean, and at least this is not a typical melee zone. Okay, we were seeing too many melee circles. At least this one is special.
Because a lot of teams are already quite close to where the circle should be ending on this eastern side of the map. I think you got to make a tough choice right now of whether to go for some more trash loot positions to keep you closer in contest for the next rotate, or to kind of just go for more loot, more nades, and a better hold over the future.
Svan got knocked by I8. Got ran over. They're probably getting vehicles and stuff.
That is pretty nasty.
Oh, this is a
rundown. IWNRX trying to get involved.
Bad
again,
zone
this
for
time around.
TJB.
Not
Let's
so
see how
hot
many
to start things off.
currently sitting on the 16th place.
Terminating in the first game. Seems like they're going to have their game terminated by one player, for at least one player on their roster this time around. So, Vengeance.
This is zone shift to Miaota? No way, Chief. In your dream. In your dream.
They do lose a player for it, but they'll head down towards the south side of Sosnovka. I think this is purely because they went for that quick rotate. ASI8 definitely go for something quite interesting here in terms of they immediately, as soon as they see that circle, try and go for the bridge camp over towards that western side, which is smart because they assume IDBNRX is going to be coming back off the back of Ferry Pier. I don't think they quite expected the speed at which IWNRX made that wrap back around towards that south side, but they quickly picked themselves up an elimination off the back of it and can take up residence over towards that bridge side crossing. So good play from ASI8, honestly. I like that from them.
Definitely. It's going to net them a point, so that's pretty good. A big factor that we saw come into effect.
You find you look like a Johnny Cook. Bro, you're getting... Are you trying to...
Yellow last week, Blank, was the addition of
getting me haters,
right? Not only that,
from Korea, from his fangirls.
Crazy rotate that Team Spirit were able to pull off, which they landed a boat on top of, a vehicle on top of a boat, and were able to get off the start very quickly, moving south towards that military island position. So potential for that to come into effect, but the hovercrafts and actually an aerial approach to the map, most notably from Alpha 7, potentially using those gliders to get across that military island, seeming like a potential option. When you pair it with a boat rotate as well, there is something that can be said for it.
Oh
it
no,
like
poor off. God, knocking thirsty.
Yeah, overall, just tons of more options to get towards
Rip.
South Island. We're not quite confirmed over there yet, but I think that's a nice thing because it does even up the playing field for a lot of teams in terms of having the hovercrafts available as well as...
Why you like drop fights or safe rotations? For comps, definitely safe rotations. Every teams prefer safe rotations.
Because before it was a case of...
But like for Ultimate Royale and Classics, drop
fight.
fight.
To find one of the few boats on the map to make that rotation. But now you have, I think, even 2 extra spawns of the hovercraft on the map to work with. So everyone is going to be able to have a good go at it. I'm curious to see.
Yo, Green, thank you for the $5 super chat. Please don't curse Kogold. Okay, I'm not gonna mention Kogold in this whole live stream just for you, Green. I'll just keep my mouth shut about TQ
going quite
and
well
Kogold.
right now, and only the one knock a little bit too long in the tooth on that, but swap over to the shotgun, and it's going to be handled either way.
You're a lucky chum for a TQ or what, Green?
Team Queso.
You should make a big dono when XF was playing. Green. In that way, XF would probably qualify. And thanks to your dono, and we're gonna do the spin again. Maybe TQ. Let's see.
Giving up the ghost on this one is probably the best idea for them going forward. But they aren't going to be able to hold this encampment anymore. I think that realistically for Bond as well as Shan, send it across. You just send it across the water and hear them play.
INS. Okay, they're alive.
I think they hold a little bit far over. I think it might just have been a case that they were looking to regroup, just didn't have quite time to do it.
Yeah, it's unfortunate to lose to your players. Really get anything in response either. Go. Looking for a little rotate here. Craft across the... See if they can find value. Getting ahead of it, because potential they can pick up some points from some bridge camp positions.
Xifan, you betrayed the Tianba? That's not a betrayal. You know, Tianba would be happy to see Xifan walking away with $5 super chat.
Man. That seemed like he had the full run up, but didn't quite manage to get that momentum going.
Tianba would be more than happy to sacrifice 2 players. You know,
doesn't have a lot of forward drive.
so that the GOAT, the player starting with the C, you know, he can perform and, you know, feeling himself and pop off.
It can go on land and get you to the next position, but a lot of times it is just that tool that you use to get across water and then rotate into a compound, pick up some vehicles along the way. But ultimately, you will leave it behind. It is nice in those end games just to hold on to if you can get it towards those locations in a central spot because it does provide.
Wait, I remember there's like one PMGC where they have a lot of like individual rewards for a lot of weird stuff.
So Roy with a wide
Like,
south wrap will approach.
is it like a show match or something? Like if you pick up the airdrop, you get 1,000. Like, and if you do like if you get the first elements, you got 1,000 or something. I remember it was in PMGC. I feel like I feel like it was the thing.
Moving out to that west bridge.
They kind of just canceled
They're
it.
still maintaining that bridge camp. I mean, they've managed to get 2 elims off it already. Let's see if they can do more.
Yeah, Team Queso. Quick send round. I mean, fair play to them. They
Which
start
team is
things
winning
off
this game,
strong.
guys?
They get
Drop
some
a
more loot
prediction.
on board as well, so they have more nades, more smokes to work with. I think for them, it actually is a
For me,
great time to be
I'm
trying
picking
to
Falcon.
press over towards this bridge side because they know that in terms of utility, it should be stronger than some of these other squads who are going to be making their way in.
That is
Easy shift
PMWI.
over
Ah,
towards,
okay.
Sosnovka.
Wait,
Very interesting circle.
did the
to play
Scout
with.
OP was
Huge
playing
amount
it?
of water still in this one,
Was
so
Scout
very
playing it
limited areas
in the
to play
PMWI?
in those next circles.
I remember there's like
inside,
Indian players in the lobby.
And IWRX actually off the back of that rotate, looking fairly good for themselves, even with just the 3.
Yeah, losing a player on the crossing. As you say, they will get through with 3. A massive feature of this circle blank is of course, the radio tower. The top of that massive mountain that sits over Novo is going to be such a difficult position to deal with. Right now, Falcons sit atop it quite thematically, right? The Falcons fall on their high up, but the BDIs taking shots down when anyone tries to move in their vicinity, but
He was playing.
sometimes a little
You
bit
see?
difficult to hold, a little bit
Good memory,
difficult
good
to
memory.
leave, sorry, rather.
A lot of you guys even
later
forget
circles,
that the Indian teams were
if you are gonna
played in
isolate it.
PMWI.
But for now, it's fairly central on the landmass of the circle, and it's very likely to see at least 2 more, if not 3 more circles.
Yeah, which is nice, especially for Falcons Force, who currently hold some of those 3 stories over towards that front side. Haven't quite made their way up towards the top area of the map just yet, but I imagine that's going to be a rotate they want to go for in the future. Ghetto Roy, kind of unsure how they made this rotate happen down towards the south side, but they're able to make their way in and get past the ASI8, which is phenomenal for them. And I think ASI8 might get caught off guard by them being so far in front of them this early on.
Like for our Indian fellows, right? We don't have an Indian team here in PMGC. So what team are you supporting?
There's likely going to be teams crashing over towards that.
Which team? Actually,
and there was.
I have a question, guys. Question.
I feel like
For
the
all of
rotation
your
hasn't
Indian viewers,
happened until just
which
about
team
now,
is
like,
the most
surprised
favorite
about
team from
is what
India,
Fury are doing,
besides
right?
the,
Moving
you know,
from
in
afar, going for the
PMGC,
crossing across
without
the
Indian
center,
teams?
block of water that sits between the mainland and Sosnovka military
Is that
base.
performance-based, or you guys have
Rotate
like
from
a
last week that they always went for
alternative
military circle,
team to support?
just jump into the water fairly early on and just get across, play that north strip of the military island, and it generally plays quite well. The fact that we're waiting until minute 11 really to see a
Current Galak, I'm talking about in PMGC. I'm not talking about in India. I'm talking about here.
Surprising to me.
In
And no one's
PMGC,
really
which
trying to
team would
blockade
be
it
the like the
either.
most favorite team
It's-
from India?
It's a little bit of an interesting one. This circle as well, Blank, is a counterpoint. to
No
what we saw
hype.
on Sandhawk,
So
very
Indian
edge
people,
style over there.
like
This
players,
one
they
with
don't
so
care
much more center focus.
when there's like
Yeah, I think
no
you look at
Indian
Furia,
teams
it
playing
makes sense
this.
that they make this rotate now because there actually was quite a big up.
Okay, I see a lot of Falcons, bro. You guys are crazy.
Want to make that rotate too early.
IHC. So, okay, so like everyone have their own. Oh, Falcon. Speaking of Falcon, data center. Yeah, I guess like you all have your own preference. I see.
Play that one out. So as soon as you see this circle actually head down towards the south
every team
side,
except
they're going to make that rotate through now.
I'll take the roast, man. I'll take that. I'll take that.
Edge of this circle,
I'll take that.
ensuring that there isn't a lot of teams still coming across the bridge. But yeah, they're definitely centering up over towards the tower. Very central.
Bro, you guys are crazy with the pick, man. The chat is flying, dude.
In here, making those rotates is somewhat worrying. Especially for Falcons.
So I see. It really depends on, I guess, like
over another
like your own preference.
So they're being a little bit cautious.
Did Nova qualify? Nope. Nova didn't qualify.
It just
Oh,
pervades
saw.
so much of the zone. It's kind of incredible how much control they have.
Wait, swim to get the off angle.
A dangerous and isolated high ground. Spray downs from Navi.
Get off
And an
angle.
attempted docking.
Oh! Oh!
Boats for
Ooh.
Alter Ego up into
What
the
a nade.
coastline. It's not going to go super well for them. Cannons
Yo!
opened up. Isolated players for Navi, but they're getting
Another
the knocks,
one?
They're getting the value, and there's really not too much to do here.
Bounce
It's
it.
just a
Bounce
question
that,
of when
baby.
After Alter Ego go down now.
Yeah, you're trapped here. This is always one of the last.
Oh, they have an off angle.
areas
So
that
they're
people
set
will
up
break
just
into.
to prevent the
And it's
players
becoming more
swimming
and more
to the
often
off
now
angle
that
and
you
knock
will
them.
see teams, especially on Eastern
Smart
shift
play
like
from
this,
Navi. Wait,
where
how
they'll just
good
hold
is this
over
Navi
towards
squad,
the
guys?
eastern side and over up.
I don't
know
think-
teams like to head over towards this position.
I don't
Some of the few
recognize
spots that you can
any of
actually
the Navi
play in
players here.
as a squad and have a
Are
little
they
bit of
good?
cover to work with and step up. You see
What
that flip
placement
is
did they get
so
in
ready
their own PMS
for
out?
the step up coming through from Alter Ego. Now just down to Alva. And a nade over the top, fairly close to
Oh,
his
these
target.
are
but goes
that
slightly far.
accurate prediction nades.
For that.
Gala's got a knock on Furia.
Automatic resurrection
IHC fighting
here.
Furia
For
down
Alter Ego.
south. No, actually not down south,
Back up,
but
get them healed.
at the west. Sure.
Rana's out in the water with Incilio.
He's actually going aggressive. Furia got the res.
Figure it all out.
In the smoke, two players. IHC getting
A
an
lot of
off
teams still
angles
that
on these
western
two.
road. I mean,
Where's the
SIA
rest of the Furia
now
players? I don't
controlling
see.
a lot of that approach as well. Gonna force some fights.
Demo
to
got an
pop
off
up,
angle,
pop over
holding a
to
nade.
IHC and
That should
FaZe.
be an easy
Sorry,
knock.
Furia.
Just threw it
He's
in the
on
smoke.
northwest side of the circle.
A little bit
IHC on the
short.
back
Yes,
foot,
sir.
trying to
He did
move
a
through
knock.
Furia's territory. A big
Two knocks
nade
for
comes
HC.
through from Demo and a lovely light up on the swing around.
They're
navigating those off
wiping
angles
Furia
well.
like cutting
IHC
cheese.
playing this one. Nice and strong.
Where's the
nice
rest
and
of
powerful.
the
Coming
Furia
on through
players?
from the previous defending champions.
Oh,
Spray
they were, like,
down.
on the right
Not
side.
going to
They
connect
just-
there for Demo. Felt like he was on broadside, but either way,
Ah!
gets it on the second go
Oh.
around. And now they're looking for the last player on Furia. He's going to give them
Ah!
a little bit of jip, though, because there's a one player getting knocked, a second player as well, a third for the strafe. What
What?
on earth just happened? Furia! Kayovski goes
Kowski?
for 1v pure against IHC on the northwest side. Blank. That is disaster.
What?
I don't know how that just happened.
Go around. The one going to connect there for coming on through from this one. Nice and strong.
It's a
nice and
4
powerful.
real. It's
Coming
a.
on through from the previous
it's a
defending
4 versus
champions.
1.
Spray down. Not going to connect there for Demo. Felt like he was on broadside, but either way, gets it on the second go around. And now they're looking for the last player on Furia. He's gonna give them a
Oh
little
my
bit of jip, though,
God.
'cause there's a one player getting knocked, a second player as well, a third for the strafe. What on earth just happened? Furia.
No.
Kayovski goes for a 1v
The
pure
nap
against
didn't
IHC on
work.
the northwest side. Blank. That is disaster.
What?
I don't know how that just happened. Hold the blade on this
Dude.
guy. IHC.
Not. Could it be
So,
the
yeah, my goodness me. I mean, Kayovski.
best play
I mean, that's
so
incredible.
far?
Definitely going to need a replay on that at some
In
point. the highlights
PMGC?
package, but what a way to take that
1v3
IHC
on the world champ
Just
IHC.
shows you can never
It's
take your eye off the
literally
ball in
1v3,
PMGC,
not a 3-piece.
even if you're defending
Pure
champions.
1v3.
That is just disastrous for them. On the
Kowski.
south side, These teams have been trying to make their way in for a long time. They'll have been harried by the blue for a long time as well. ASAA forced this to be the case as well. Teams are starting to make their way in.
Xifan cursor what?
They're up to 5 elims now.
Wait, Ling Yu knocked G-Bomb?
Tiamba down to 2 players. Remember,
And
they lost
Thursday
some
the
players over on the north side earlier on Blank, and they lose both of the rest of them to get so Roy.
Why my pick
solo,
keep
making it work.
got eliminated?
Kind of helped out by the fact that Tiamba nades their own teammate. So Bond goes down.
Both of the rest down to 2 controlling be the case as well. Teams are starting to make their way in.
Wait, can someone explain? I thought
Very much out on the edge so far. 7
so you can knock your teammates.
Great read over
I thought the nades doesn't work on your teammates.
Popping off this game. 5 elims now, up to 10 in a blink of an eye.
ASIA really laying down the law here.
Guys, I kind of want to put my hand cam here because sometimes they have the gameplay at right here at the bottom left.
A great result for them.
It's blocking the views, and also I myself won't be able to see it, so I'm just gonna put my cam back on top.
Both coming from EMEA, but there's only so far experience can take you, especially when there's off angles from Navi.
If enemy is close, no, but the enemy was outside of the building. I wouldn't say that's close.
We've seen them take down teams trying to make landfall
Is it?
there repeatedly, and they're up to 5 elims. All 4 players alive from Navi. Regroup and move out of Novo. That is their next challenge, though. So in esports room, no matter how close the enemy is or how far, you can still knock your teammates.
Is that
the case?
And Big Galaxy around here as well, still pumping damage in. Narvalo having a little bit of influence, but not a huge amount. Redox basically being kept alive by the lads from Navi, having these off angles on the side and hitting.
That's comp. I know it's comp because back when I played comp, you can knock your teammates. But viewers were telling me, "Yo, Xifan, you were away for some times. Now you cannot knock your teammates in comp in esports room."
Playing a little bit more of a shadowed role over towards that northern side.
If you threw purposely, then only then it doesn't work.
Lining the south now of Novo. Take a knock over towards Puncher from Ketso Roy, who are playing
VP, guys.
on the buildings across the
I feel like
road
I'm gonna
from
put
Novo.
VP out of my bottom 5 pick with this roster
The
change.
main dockland of Novo.
I think Tixi haven't played for a while.
South side. Maybe allow that fight to go a little bit further. IWNRX, ASI8. Ooh, this is a feud that's been brewing for a while. Taking down one of the players from IWNRX early. It looks like they want some
I ate
vengeance
10
here.
elims?
10 elims up. ASI8 are fresh to
What?
fight, and they're looking for more.
Yeah, IWNRX is down to 3. So
Do you guys think they are a one-day wonder or they are just that good and can dominate the lobby with this kind of performance?
Falcons Force with Icy as well.
10 LMs is kind of crazy.
Taking shots down. IQ just about gets away here. You can see Icy swinging with the gyro on his camera.
Falcons starting to branch out north. Narvalo, last player for Nick the Galaxy, a little bit ahead, so not much control over that. With the high ground now, not.
But like I gotta say,
or in fact, not a danger at all.
the performance from these
Descended from
first 3
themselves.
games are kind of impressive from
They can
RA.
have a little bit more freedom on this western side than
1v3
on
on the
like
second best, I would
really
say,
nice
second
boom
best
to
Chinese
them.
team.
The plateau that sits on the roadside on the west right now does still overlook the majority of the lobby. So if they can take control there, they have a chance to crash down. But it's a little bit of an open approach from this west side.
This guy didn't get has a visa problem or something. That kind of sucks, in comp if you can
I
travel.
think for Navi, they just have this really strong.
You know, I've been there.
Again, if they just play further up towards the roadside, I mean, there is some
With my
really
own
good
teammates, couldn't
combat to
trouble.
play here. The pure reasoning behind Navi having a bit more of a split right now is just so they have still control down towards that southern edge and clear teams out coming over towards that roadside. IWNRX now look towards Falcon Force, who are up the hill. Second place for IWNRX. They've not done too badly so far. A rough game from them last time.
Falcon farming. Has the whole west side themselves.
IWNRX,
I see
difficult
what now.
to deal with this block that Falcons have had on the western side for so long, as just crunching this fight in time and time again. And IWNRX going to struggle.
What's the IGL for TJB?
Going to pop in 5 seconds blank. We have to figure out if we're going up to the high ground or if we're going over to Novo for a little bit of an urban environment. But it just
LYX for sure. No,
bang in the middle.
I kind of forgot.
So Roy
I forgot his name.
From ASI8 and 2.
Yeah, I mean, I think IQ.
The zone just shifts to Nova. Interesting. Normally, this kind of zone shifts to like Falcon and stuff. Shifts to this big hell. I rarely see the zone shift to Nova. This is gonna be interesting.
The push a little bit more scary than he would quite like. Falcons
okay, still 50-50. Falcon is still in zone.
This could easily move over towards the western side and give
nice thing.
Falcon Force a bit of an opening here. Good nade.
IA players are separated.
Roy. It's kind of sad that didn't pop, and
maybe they they got separated while they full sending in the center. Man, that IA player was sitting in the data center compound.
Essentially, because
that'd be huge if the IA. Oh, he got knocked, unfortunately.
There he goes. I was gonna say Tixi is actually maybe the major threat from that.
The toes,
he's got his back.
the head.
Tixi's
out.
Pick up a point. That's brilliant. I don't think First Pro actually got that point. I think that might have been stolen by IWNRX, but they're taking knocks still. Falcons trying to make their way on in. They've taken a knock. They're looking to move out for that res. That was Action who got taken down on that high ground. So moving in, the blue zone's crunching, so they're going to have to move forwards to get that res. It's stage 6.
IC's IGL in Falcon. That I know. Yeah, Longzai is the IGL for TJB. I remember now. Thank you, LYX.
Navi still holding on this side of Novo is such a danger to everybody else moving around, but Team Queso still on that high ground as well, up to the north side, nice and safe, tucked away.
Yeah, Navi's done a good job here. And again, this is what you want to see from a team who has a dominant position in the circle. It's just to have influence over the
choking started.
Towards the edge
choking
of the
from which team?
Here. Good pick from top there. Great spot onto Navi, not gonna lie. But yeah, for Navi to be up to 10 eliminations at this stage of the game, I think that this is a success no matter how you call it. But for ISIA, 10 eliminations still with one player with an innings on this one could easily be a top 3. Yeah, great game from them. Some really cool decisions coming through.
Falcons have managed to find another plateau. This slow descent towards Novo seems to be interminable, but they are finding small zones of safety along their path. 10 elims from Navi. This is exactly the sort of value that you want from a team in Novo. As the shots from Getso Roy going to make Falcons descent even harder as well, should they need to go for it. But you're right, this is really... I feel like Team Queso actually kind of have a really good shot into this one, blank. No matter where it goes, they've got options to rotate in.
After this long break, Liars Bar, please. I can do, yeah. After the third match, normally there's like a...
Getso Roy, I mean... Great spot for them to hold.
Long break.
It all depends on this next circle. Where it goes, they head down towards that south side.
Yeah, in game for peace, climbing to the roof of the maze house is so much easier in PUBG Mobile. I don't know why, but like in PUBG Mobile, it feels like they almost don't want the players to climb on the rooftop.
Equally, they just have to keep showing that they're not to be trying forward.
Falcons doing his own.
Directly on the edge.
All the teams are actually in zone.
Well, that's actually very nice.
It's another
they can set up towards this north
circle
side
of waiting.
Rather have Team Queso fight off against Navi. I think at this point, Falcons Force realize, we've only hit up towards 3 eliminations, but realistically, if we want to go further in this game, we need to wait until stage 7.
Yeah, Falcon. If the circle centers up, Falcon without circle is gonna be a little bit hard.
From the northern side,
they can probably literally every team is looking at them, so no matter where they go, they for sure will get knocked during rotation or during the full send.
Crash on their horizon.
Unless they have a lot of smoke. They do have 5 smokes.
Nobody else is going to.
They do have a lot of smokes.
Team Queso are going to shimmy.
So no matter if they're going to full send to the chinches just in front of the TQ or full send to the compound, I guess they can somehow put up a smoke wall so they can full send it safely. That could work.
One of them, but as it stands,
but if they're going to just drive
to make the next move
downhill like that, for sure, there's like gotta be 1 or 2 players getting knocked.
Yeah, Falcons Force struggling.
And even if they reach the center compound, They will get naded
The
by
really
Navi like
only move
crazy.
They can make is to send it to get so Roy's
So yeah,
position.
it's indeed a hard
Even then, that's on the
play
edge
for
of the circle
Falcon right
now.
here.
So it is tough, but
Despite
you
they have the
essentially to use
high
that
ground.
as a
But every team's
landing
literally
point
in zone.
to then swing around.
Doesn't really
and
do
try
them
and
too good
backstab over
with the high ground
towards
advantage.
Navi.
I mean, you could potentially
No,
also rotate
TQ
up
being
to the north,
smart,
maybe?
sending
Crash
a
on TK,
player down to the Noble side to set
I
up the
feel like
crossfire.
The sidelines from Team K, so the big
That could
problem
work
for
really
Falcons at the
well
moment.
if somehow Navi needs to push
We'll see what
across the
happens.
road.
I don't really think it's an easy choice either way for the Falcons.
Wait, what is TQ doing?
Navi trying to
Oh.
hold their nerve on the coast.
No, I don't want to say his name, but he
Towards
almost
Novo.
got knocked.
Team Queso looking to branch out, but get humbled a little
Someone
bit.
paid me $5 to shut up. Falcon's still in zone.
Falcons now with the back to the blue. This next shift. Oh, the circle shift all the way out west. Does this keep
Tigo's
the
still in zone.
Falcons in? Are they not going to have
Roy-
to descend after all? Because this
Roy's
changes a lot.
dead.
Navi going to have to cross the road. Team Queso.
Yeah,
gonna have to
Navi's
crunch in
gonna
and fight
be
for
dead
it.
too.
Falcons may have just got the shift of a lifetime here, bro.
But they should have a lot of smokes, right? They had 10
It's
kills.
funny.
Navi
It's
got
real
10
funny.
kills.
This case of,
And they lose Novo.
Falcons have literally just
They
sat
gotta be
here
like
for the
they
longest time. It's
they
just
gotta
space and
they gotta
circles,
have like 20 smokes or something like that.
Keep you in for another one. One more round.
No, you guys are cool. You could stay. It's cool,
You
man.
can say. Well,
Is the skill difference noticeable between this group and group yellow? I don't see much
It's so
like,
unbelievably precarious.
skill difference at this level.
It's
Like
fine China right
unless
now.
you're like really
Any
like
kind of bump
lackluster
or
team,
jostle
like I think
will
the
break the Falcons roster. So they're gonna be
Our
real
teams
careful
are-
going forward.
are really decent. Not decent, but like
Thing is,
they're
once these
like
teams
no,
move
this is
into
the
the
worlds,
hills
right?
below them, they get
Top
more
tier.
and more freedom, right? As
Top
soon as
tier
Navi get
team
closer,
from
the
all
angles
of
work
the
out such
regions
that
are
they
all
can move
here.
around a little bit more on the hillside. On the long side, Navi have to move first. They've taken a knock already, and they're gonna have to make their move now with the blue zone pushing in. Team Queso are making that shift up. Look at, they sent one out. They sent a player all
at
the way
TQ,
up
bro.
to the top of the hill, and maybe it's their only chance. I think it's a good rotate. A spray down from Porsche as he lights up Navi on their exit.
Zoe is-
One
are
knock,
they in
looking for
zone?
two as well.
Where's the
Split tries to
smoke,
cross
bro?
through the smoke train.
Where's the
Puncher
smoke
tries to
from
break up, but
Navi?
It's really tough going for Navi.
They only have, like,
They've got
3
10
or
eliminations
whatever?
already on this match, but Getso
No way, they
looking
only
to
have-
change that tune, and the Falcons chime on in finally. A nade over to
Top
Wolf,
got
the
one
player
from
Team
TQ.
Queso moving up to their domain, and the Falcons with this shift get more mobility on the hilltop, and now they can start.
Did
to
Navi
stretch their
lost
wings.
one?
Yeah, it's absolutely disgusting. what has
action
been
going
able to
crazy.
happen here for the Falcons, but they could
Action
not be
going
more
crazy, but
pleased
they're
by
knocked
this.
by the
Team
off
Queso
angle
couldn't
from
quite
TQ.
get their way over towards them, but a nice shot from Papi
East
Potro
is
will
watching.
at least shut down.
Wait, they
Action.
still start with the East instead of
I'm gonna
Nazareth,
say
huh?
Roy,
I see.
Honestly, doing some great work this game. This is a game I actually impressed with. Get so Roy right now.
What a name.
can
Navi
cut out
attempt
Navi.
to make that leave.
TQ,
Big nade
come
as
on.
well coming
Bounce
through from
that.
Papi Potro, who's doing so much work for Team
Bounce
Queso.
that,
Always
hurry up.
lonesome. On this other side
What
of the
are we
road,
waiting
trying to
for?
combat on the crossing. Nades
Stop
from Getso
shooting
Roy,
far, bro.
Not gonna find
You
it.
got
The
someone
spray down from
close.
Falcons on the high ground as turns the corner and Lemon is able to do it. 180 and the rest of Team Queso to the rescue. Over the top, they left Papi Potro alone for a while, but they thought, you know what? Let's give him a little bit of a hand. Getso Roy out of it, but it's all on the Falcons. All eyes on them as they are racking up the elims now. 6 elims and they're looking for more. A spray down on the sidelines and Navi actually find Team Queso.
Good zone luck and a very
Falcons on the
tactical
high
play
ground.
from
That shift
Falcon.
out to the west. There was only one way they win it.
Xifan plus
and the
1 point.
Falcons take it home. What a way to close it out.
I
just kept
predicted
going
that
west and
predicted
west
that
and
they
west.
win
to
and they
hold on
win.
for that long was pretty marvelous to say the least. But that is a great start in the innings here for the Falcons, for them to maybe make a play for another second place at PMGC, John.
That's
Wait.
exactly what they want. Of course, they only want that
Wait,
second
is
place,
Top
but let's head over to
playing the
test
game
to discuss that one
with the
further.
sunglasses?
Man, that game
What?
had everything going on for Hot Chicks and Max, man. We had botations. We had... I was supposed to say glitations, but it wasn't
This
really
is
gliding,
actually
it was
my
gliding
first
in the water.
time
We
seeing
had
a player
swimming,
wearing
we had
sunglasses
Fight to Novo,
while playing
we had
comp.
bridge camping, we had teams camping positions that eventually paid off in the
He's
end.
wearing a
Falcons,
Visage
I
like
think that
sunglass,
zone
like a
almost single-handedly kind of
like a the is it a Visage?
Dude, the Falcons were just
Sunglasses
on
or something?
top, didn't have to move a muscle for the whole game, and it was so crazy because for the longest time we saw Navi, we saw Team
Maybe
Queso,
ice
everybody
problem?
was just staring right at the top of the hill.
Yeah.
And we figured
Maybe
that
just
zone
maybe
when you
just
set her up,
guys,
going
maybe
a
just
little bit off,
to
and
stay
the
the
Falcons
cool.
would
What do you
point out
think?
and done for.
What do you
But
think?
Now Papa Blue was like, hey, we're gonna stick with the Falcons on this one, and yeah, it really worked. Falcons on top.
Bro, luckily they win this game, okay? If they don't win this game, people's gonna throw haze to top, bro.
But what if we don't have to leave? Did you think about that?
Yeah, what about if you have to come to us?
What if we get
That's an
3
eye
Western
protector?
circles in a row, and our what was that like? 10
Bro's like a
square
K-pop
meter
celebrity?
area is still
Oh my
in circle
goodness.
consistently. And they
I
can play the
mean,
Richie
maybe
fight.
they're
I think
playing
that's what it
PL,
is.
you know, so that's why
The fact that
Top
high ground
needs
advantage is
to
still gonna
dress
influence
up.
that entire
You know, he
match.
needs to
It's
get
absolute
used to the
madness.
Chinese
The thing is,
style.
when you are looking like a team like Falcons,
But
here,
I'm not sure
you know
wearing
they're gonna make
sunglasses while
full
playing
use
is
of
like
that
too
small
big,
advantage
you know,
it was.
too much
It was
of
a
like
big
styling and
advantage.
stuff.
The big
was big.
advantage that was given to them by the circle, and this game, yeah,
It's
this
not
is the
sunglasses,
Falcons
a type
that we
of
know that when they
eyeglasses
have
that
a
have
top,
some
they will just
tint?
go absolutely
Ah,
swinging.
okay.
It was
Wait.
just crazy how that ended up working
Did-
out for them too, because I mean they were in what I would say the
Did
worst position,
Top-
but the fact that Team Cancel was
Did
on
Top
one side of
wear
the south side and we had Navi on
eyeglasses
the other,
in
it hindered
previous-
both those teams
like
from being
in-
able to kind of push up at all.
in,
you
like,
know,
the
'cause
previous
if any one of
tournaments,
those
like
teams had
PMGL,
any room to
PMGC
breathe, they
2023 and
could've
stuff.
easily moved up, just threw a little bit of
I
utility.
don't
and
remember
Falcons would've been
him
done for,
wearing
but no, it was literally
eyeglasses
the
though. Maybe he
perfect
was
scenario.
wearing
Lucky for
contact.
that one, Jason.
Yeah, and I released. I mean,
Yeah,
obviously,
yeah,
we got
you're
talked
probably
about
right. Yeah,
Navi,
it's probably like the eyeglasses with the a little bit tint.
Swim across, being the first team to do so.
Oh, this is how he did the
Getting
1v3.
Novo, but then defending Novo against multiple teams is insanely hard to do.
Bro, I actually
think
messed
the
up that big
Ultra
time.
Rank, 6 on the high ground on top of
It's
those
not
fights,
even
they
like
let
that
initial,
impressive
knock
from
down the follow-up.
Kowski's POV.
The split
Kowski
they
just
had,
like
the
shoot
bombs
through
they
the
had to
smoke
lock
and
down,
boom, boom,
they
boom,
had
and players dead
eliminations on
1v3.
top. I think that was a phenomenal game out of them.
Holding down Novo as one team, Jukes, is an insane statement to make. Of course, teams that were coming your way would swim-tating, no, which is a weird word, but you know.
That's definitely not with that's
doing that
yeah,
is
that's
always
probably
really
with Blu-ray
tough to hold it
protection,
down,
but he
Navi
definitely
and
adds
Six
like
in particular,
the
Jason, on
tint to
frame,
it,
that high ground
like the
spot
black
was
tint.
so important
Because
and gave all
the
the
eyeglasses I'm
information
wearing right now, it has
when
the
you're swimming,
like the
you're gonna have to
Blu-ray
get up for some
like the
air
protectors.
eventually, and that little period of time where you
Protection.
can spot you, Six is
But,
going to feed the
mine's
info to his
like crystal
teammate.
clear.
Flip in particular was playing southeast of Novo, so he was really making sure that even wide rotates would not really function against Navi. So
Is Top married, guys? Or he just have a
absolutely
girlfriend? Or he just
critical,
has a
and
girlfriend?
I gotta say, the communication for them to hold down that spot was clean from start to finish. Really impressed.
Dude, I mean, they held such a large split over Novo for so long. That was something that you and I were watching and were just so impressed by, because Novo is ridiculously large. I mean, there's so many different angles. Any team could have full sent it in that direction while Navi split and took advantage of it, but nobody even wanted to touch Novo at all. And Navi took full advantage of that. 17 points in this game, 12 eliminations. But at the end of the day, we also got to talk about I8. They won that Sandhawk game, you know. Really rough start on that first Aaron Gale, but they come back pretty strong here, Jason.
I mean, if you're talking about Novo being
Top
so
just
big,
had a
so
baby?
difficult to hold
Okay,
his
okay.
four-man squad, IQ took advantage of that, sneaking himself
Got
through
it.
into there to get
'Cause
some
I was
extra
about to
points
say
on
that,
board, get some 3 points to add to their
if
tally.
they're going to play
Very difficult
PL,
to do, but he was able to survive long enough to make that
Bro, he's gonna
happen.
receive a lot of like
Honestly,
fangirls
there's
messages,
just-
you know.
There was so many great like individual plays across the board here.
Yeah, so many good players. And actually, I want to highlight one player, Jukes, that we didn't even have time
He has
to talk
2
about
baby
too much on the
boys.
pre-show, but we need to highlight. It's
Kolgo.
Kolgo. Yeah, it's Kolgo
I knew it.
from
Yeah.
Team Kesso. He was, because of his fight versus Chamba, he clutches it up at the
INS
end.
got 0
Impressive stuff
elims.
with the S12K in particular.
Thanks, Gray.
If he doesn't win that fight versus Chamba, they can't do the rotation into their northern spot and make it into a top 3 scenario. So really, Kolgo allowed Team Kesso to make it as far as they actually did this game. So really good stuff from that player.
Yeah, I didn't really get to talk about it, you know, at the top of the show when you were talking about Jason, like, hey, which teams I thought that really could have had like a good chance of just being like an underdog story. And Team Kessel was on my mind purely because of Cole Goat and the rest of his squad. I mean, Cole Goat in particular during PMSL, man, he had an absolute shining star
Green.
performance there. I mean,
Hajuk
he was
is
practically in the MVP
talking.
for a long time there.
He's talking
So,
the player
I mean,
you love,
coming into PMGC,
not me, okay?
starting off strong, I think is something that Team Kesso definitely needed to do. So
How'd
I'm
you?
happy to see him perform early in such a way.
I first
Definitely goat
place.
in his name. The word GOAT in his name.
Pakistan pride.
As we take a quick look at our overalls, and Falcons with that victory able to propel themselves up to second place.
Poppy's
now
married
into
twice?
that top
No
three
way, you're
position. But
trolling.
again, off the back of these eliminations, able to get themselves into first. And those 3 points IQ got, well, it puts them in first place here.
I don't even have to be watching the stream right now.
Do you own a
Jason,
house?
I know what the chat is looking like.
I'm saving to get a house. You know,
Crypto was the problem. Oh,
I don't think that's what they're
by
saying.
keeping
That's
the
what
ads up
you're
in my
saying,
live stream so that I
for
can
sure.
earn a few
I'm
cents
definitely
per live
happy
stream.
with this current standings on the first half of the page. We've got some really good stuff coming in from some squads, but it is again just like Group Yellow. You got some surprises and some big names are.
Yo, the light bar look.
I mean,
Yo, these light
about,
bars are
like,
expensive.
some of the videos we've done over at Pandemonium.
These light bars are like
YouTube and TikTok. Like
500
it's going to be able to do in PMGC, and we didn't
like,
really rate
for
them too
this
high
length?
because I mean, yeah, they've had some experience in PMGC.
If it's like a good brand, it's gonna be like
Falcons,
500
still
USD or
with that kind
something
of form on we
for
saw in
just
CSA
one
in
light bar.
PMGC. I'm going to say so far, I'm pleasantly surprised. However, I want to see them be able to continue to do this, not just in Sandhawk. I want to see them be able to do it again, like on an Erangel with a decent result, especially when we get to Miramar.
Bro, my brain is
See
not
that.
functioning
I think
correctly,
real
so I'm
world,
not
though,
really
I
sure
could
if I can do
potentially qualify
good
in top
light or
three.
spar, but
I mean, for sure.
I can
I mean,
try.
if they keep performing the way they did right now, I mean, we heard from none other than Seven himself. You know, he got a chance to talk to them. They said that Sandhawk was their strongest map, but they were looking to get, what was it, 70 points?
What's your
right
profession
here?
currently?
And
Content
their
creator.
Sandhawk match and
Someone
this
gaming.
one, it's a good start to that trend, you know? So hopefully they kind of just use that first Erangel match. It's kind of like just a little bit of a wash. You know,
TGB
and,
slipping?
they bounced back
They got
already,
Hua man.
they got
Hua's gonna
plenty of
carry.
matches left to go. Hopefully
Maybe
able to
they're
repeat
sleeping
what
right now, but like
was a little
I
bit
don't think
scared
Hua's
going
gonna
to
be
PMGC
sleeping for
because I
6
thought they
matches.
might try and play more passive going into this lobby, but man, you just saw that fight versus IW and RX
Right.
when they dropped. They like saw a player trying to run away, and they got in that buggy and they were chasing him down for that point. It's 1 point, but we're gonna fight like tooth and nail for that elimination if we can get
What's
it.
the Chinese chat saying
I
about
gotta say, the
TJB? I
mindset
mean,
from IA is
definitely
not
a
what I
lot of
expected, but
toxicity.
aggressive is
That's for
the
sure.
meta. It's maybe because of
It's not
elimination.
even I8 max.
Just hold the tube light, but the tube light
major
is
pride.
not
One of those
RGB though.
passive teams we saw in
Josh.
CSA, they got aggressive. It seems like aggressivity.
TJB playing near
Like,
airport. Oh, that meme again.
I have to make it weird. I have to make it weird. Passive play style, I just don't think it's been rewarded, and we saw the aggressive
Like
style
some
of Navi
TikTok
there,
creator
like, taking
dancing. Chief
area
got a
around
lot to
Alpha,
say, bro.
Falcons,
Chief watch a
taking
lot of
peaks over the
like
hill. I know you guys are both saying that they're using
creators
smokes
dancing
way
before he
too
go to
early.
bed.
They don't really need to invest them just yet because they're not going to transition just yet. But using the smokes just to get peaks as well, it seems to be the way the lobby's going.
I think they were using a lot of the smoke streaks just to preemptively rotate, but like, wait, we got circle again? Oh, wait, guess we
All right,
don't have
Elias
to
bar.
move. And then the next phase, well, we still don't have to move. But how many smoke did they have, man? Like 30? Like that,
Dude.
that's an insane amount. What?
You got to stack them up, dude.
The break
You know,
is-
I love
is
I love hearing you,
gonna
Jason.
be
You know, you
like
spend too
maybe
much time in
10
Italy dealing with
minutes,
that aggressivity.
something.
You know, I'd like to see that there. But you know what? When it comes down to it, oh my gosh, you know what?
I
Falcons,
like how
they
you
didn't
think
need
just
to have
doing
it.
this
Huh?
makes it Italian, you know?
It sure does.
It kind of does, though, to be fair. I'll be perfectly honest. That stereotype
All right.
is pretty damn true when it comes to
Let's
this.
play some games.
But
Okay.
what about some other teams? I mean, we did have so many teams rotate, swim, etc. But that's something we're going to look forward to when we come back from a
play
break or we get things ready to go
some
for a second
games.
half of matches. So, guys, don't go anywhere. Take a quick break. We'll see you all soon.
Quick break.
Continuation of Group Red.
According to my experience, these break is not quick. Do we have any new characters? Stabby, Foxy, Dostal, Cupcake. Okay, no new characters. I'm gonna host my own game. Chinese Ghost Lobby.
Devil.
Devil. Devil. Devil. Devil. Shoot. Where's my phone? Be right back.
devil.
All right, game starts. Let's go. First game of the day or what? First game of the day or what, guys? I said the name that way so that people join fast, you know. People see Chinese girls lobby, people be like, shit, I'm gonna join this lobby. Oh, I just realized the pig has a tattoo on his shoulder, on his arm.
Two kings.
I feel like he's capping, guys.
Liar.
Too good. 탄상미다.
Bring it on. Close one.
I'm too good. I'm too good. I'm too good at this game already, boys. We'll have that versus the game. Oh, shoot.
One queen.
You scared, huh? Oh, I almost pressed the wrong button.
One queen.
Come on.
One queen.
Come on.
One queen.
I don't have a lot of... I have only one queen, which means they all have a lot of queens.
Two queens.
Is it lying, guys? They have a lot of queen.
One queen.
One queen.
Okay, I got past.
One queen.
They're all playing with the wrong card. That's... Don't tell me the...
One queen.
He didn't do two, so means he's lying either on this one or his last one. But people normally lie in the last one, so I think this one's a lie.
Liar.
Oh, fuck. Did he have the last one? Did he have the last one as the wrong cards?
Here's to taking chances.
Imagine I died. Ah, not my day, not my day, baby. Oops. He tricked us all, boys. He tricked us all. What is this card?
Two queens.
One queen.
One queen.
If he's doing two, I'm getting him. If he two queens, I'm gonna call him.
One queen.
One queen.
One queen.
He never calls me. Chief, help your brother out, man. Help Xifan out.
Liar.
Let's go, let's go. Thank you, Chief. I thank you for taking a bullet for me.
Let's hope this bunny's still got luck.
Boom. Oops. The bull is dying. The bull is dying on his first try. What is this pig doing? Oh, finally, some good card.
One queen.
Two queens.
Should I be grading?
2 queens.
He never calls me, so I don't know. Man, this guy's playing super safe. He never calls me.
1 queen.
1 queen.
Come on.
1 queen.
Come on, this guy's playing super safe. He never takes risk.
Liar.
Nice. Oh, poor Chief, man.
Here's to taking chances.
Boom. He never calls me. I just don't want to, to pull up some like card to put up a lie, and he just called me suddenly. He never calls me on the 1 card, on the 2 cards. I'm not sure if I do 3. He's probably gonna call. I feel like. Dude, he's playing safe, bro. He's trying to rank up to the master of deception. The max the ranking in this game is called Master of Deception.
Liar.
Oh.
Just another scarf with a collection.
Baby. Yo, this...
One queen.
2 queens.
This guy never calls. Never calls.
1 queen. 1 queen.
Please don't call me. Please. No way. No. No, 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 no. No, no, no.
1 queen.
Thank you. Thank you, Monolux.
Liar.
Love you. Bro, this guy's good.
Let's hope this bunny's still got luck.
Oh, 1v1. Fast game. Dude, he never lies or what? I can't see if he's lying or what. Oh. You gotta be kidding me.
2 aces.
1 ace.
He's driving me nuts. I think he has like 3 or 4 aces. He's dropping these 1 by 1.
1 ace.
1 ace.
How can I win this?
1 ace.
1 ace.
Dude has 3 aces. I think he's putting them 1 by 1 by 1. If I have to call him. I have no option. If I put this card out, he will automatically calls me. So I have to call him. So I have to call him liar this one. Dude is playing super smart.
Guess it's showtime.
Look at this ball. Look at this ball. Huh? Dude, he looked away. He looked away. I'm gonna get you. Oh, actually, he's in a different rank, boys. He's actually in a different rank.
One queen.
1 queen.
queen.
One queen.
What's this no call strat, bro? This guy should have played PMGC.
Liar.
Oh, thank God. Thank God I caught him. I had no options. He all he does is doing
It's
one,
me or the
one,
bullet.
one.
Oh,
Let's go. Got him. Did the game start? Oh, game started right on time. Let's go. PMGC, we are back. Right on time. Right on.
Brutality.
Let's do
for
this.
ASI8 for IWNRX at the end of that drop. We're going to see any adjustments coming on through as well as we head on in to match number 4.
Which is going to be a banger here, our last angle here, so our last chance for our teams to really step up the heat. I mean, that last game was sort of a throwaway, I would say, for some squads, purely because of the circle. I think Navi had played that game out very, very well. They set themselves up in a position of the map which usually wins in that position, but the circle wasn't having any of it, giving the Falcons the space.
He lies the first hand because he know you won't call.
The hill there and pick themselves up a nice juicy chicken.
I look really like small if
Yeah,
you stop
we are
eating
heading down
for a
towards
year.
this one's a bit
No
more,
way.
Orientated over
I think
the rest of the map.
the reason you
as
said
well,
that
so plenty
because
of places, teams can
I
go
think
for.
me and the Spawn, we have the
Fairly
same
open,
pair
those early
of
drops for
eyeglasses.
ASI8 can grab some vehicles potentially. I say early. I mean, you can fall and hit the ground early. Or
I think
might
he has
actually
this
be able
one.
to stretch out and just drop all the way over to that.
We have
military base,
the
and
same
then once
glass,
they're heading
like
down
the
there,
same pair of
eventually
glasses.
Extricate themselves
I think he
from
has Swan has this
IWNRXs.
one.
We've seen
This
now
is
both
Swan's
sides
like
around.
go-to glasses,
They
like
have come
eyeglasses.
into contact with
I
them.
only
Last
wear
time it was
this like
ASI8
with
were able to
third-
win it
with
out.
certain, like,
Also have IWNRX who were able to take
like
2
clothes and
leaders in the
stuff.
first time around on Erangel, but it looks like for now they will settle their differences, play either side of the water as ASI8 take the parachutes over to the military island, and the circle is not going to force them to fight on this location either.
Yeah, which is fair enough. This is the scenario that I think they wanted on the previous map, but wasn't available purely because of the playing path itself. So this does make life a little bit easier here for IWNRX as well as ASI8. But we are heading over towards that northeast side of the battleground.
TJB3
Yes, now, we do
Illims?
actually have
This
a
is
drop
giving
in
me
there. I wouldn't
RSG
really put it up yet,
flashbacks, boys.
as it's not come into contention. But
It's
we
kinda
do
scary.
have Navi as well as Furia both occupying Yasnaya currently, vying out for control of this one. Though, to be honest with you, you can have
It was a
teams in
warm-up
Yasnaya quite
for you?
comfortably. It's not a huge deal, though it looks like Navi are taking their chance to move down towards the southeast rather early.
Yeah, they've already started to break out towards those Yaz fields, trying to get themselves a route down to the south edge of it, Blank, because it seems like it's going to be a potential quarrel over
This one is so much lighter.
northeast
and
side of
comfortable.
Pachinki, between Pachinki and
Trust on
Yasnaya.
Huahua.
See
I
if
trust on
they can
Huahua,
get a
of
little
course.
foothold there to give themselves
Warm up
leverage
for TJB
into
for the first
later
3
circles.
matches.
See the oversight on that fight here to pan across Yaz. Tiamba taking shots out towards, I think that's Vengeance on a rotate out to their west. Yeah, they haven't managed to spot Noise, but not managed to take him down. Just about, pretty close to the
Wait, why is Tiamba here?
on that knock.
And
The
Camp,
rest of Vengeance.
wait, are they just gonna stay here?
A little bit further north as well, potentially.
They
allow
rotate
themselves
that fast?
Some operational routes
Or they just
into
drop
these
there?
next circles. In the 3-wheeler as well for Noise. That is not the ideal vehicle to go for a roll.
Did Tiamba player drop there or?
Yeah, it's not what you want to be.
What was a? Guys, sorry, I have to go back. I have to go back and check.
We were able to pick up Lipovka.
Okay, they
Definitely
couldn't.
some
Okay, they
infighting
probably
going
dropped
on
there
at the
because they
moment, just
couldn't
purely
reach
because of this
Melta.
Circle itself,
And they figure this is a
mostly
center of
wanting
his
to
zone. These two
cover
players will
the
just stay.
southeast
The
edge
rest of the
the
two Tiamba
circle,
players will probably go
Melta
loot
and
more for
PMGC,
these two players.
that kind
And
of
while
split.
these two players
A lot of
holding
available
the
areas to play,
this
in
compound
this
because
position of the
literally
map.
that center,
Don't
right,
typically
and
really
a
wanna be
really
making
strong
that rotate
possession.
over towards some
This is also a
very
strat that pro
here,
teams use a lot. You know,
It's not gonna
having
be Too early
two
for that.
players, you
Luckily,
know,
ASIA caught up with them in the break.
having two players holding a compound early on, and then the rest of the players just go around and loot it up for these two players.
Well, guess what? You guys were able to back it up in Erangel. Something that we have noticed, though, is that you guys are going to have to be fighting IW and RX. Is this something that you guys were training for already?
In PMSL, CSA, we played very good in Sanhope map. The worst map was Erangel, so we had to practice a lot to play good in Erangel. We, as our drop is military, so we are not gonna take
YPL strat doesn't work there.
But yeah,
Two different games, two different
then
games,
maybe,
different patterns, different teams,
And I know
different
something
play
that analysts
style.
are
Everything's
wondering
different.
Too, shout out to Max, is that what other spot do you guys have planned to land in Erangel if it's not going to be military base? Do you guys have a backup plan?
No,
we'll
they have
go
a device
military.
problem.
Either it's near or far. Yeah, we will go
Like
military.
he has a device problem. He can't swipe his screen or
baby.
something.
I like it. I like it.
Yeah,
You know what?
no
Stick to your plan. Hopefully, you guys don't have to change it
Oh,
now.
it's not
talking
responding
players
to the
earlier,
touch.
They told me that the goal for today is 70 to 80
It's not
points.
responding to
After
his
the first
touch.
3 matches, how comfortable are you guys feeling still with that projection?
Will this be a
We
remake?
got 30 plus points in 3 games. Pretty good for us. We had a very unlucky game, the second game, because the drop was very far and.
Can't give excuse. Nova won
Unlucky
twice in a
not.
row.
But yeah, we're gonna make it, inshallah.
If I have to be
All right, right on.
toxic,
Inshallah. Thank you so much for
It
your
was
time,
back
Trent.
when-
Back to you guys.
like I mean, winning 2 times world champ is really hard. Like
Thank you
respect
very
to
much for that
Nova,
catch
but
up
like
there. That's nice and insightful.
on
They're
a
really
side
sticking
note,
to their guns
it was
and
at the
heading to
time
the
when
next
PUBG Mobile was
stall.
kind of like, you know, the comp scene just first introduced to all other regions. Meanwhile,
Lose a player
China,
in the meantime. Yeah,
they
ASIA,
had their
I mean,
own league
definitely gonna
for
be bolstering their
quite some
confidence.
time,
The fact that they
right? So
did
by
take those
default,
knocks,
their
I think,
strategy is
just
more
sort of a symptom of
advanced
the
compared with the
circle,
rest
kind
of the
what you were
teams.
alluding to earlier, Blaine.
But
Yeah, I think it makes sense as well. It's nice
I
to
mean,
hear it from
2 times
ASIA as
world
well in
champ.
terms
You
of,
can't
like, we
argue
don't
that.
particularly
And
want to have to take that
I don't
fight
think
with
in
IWRX,
PUBG
but,
Mobile history,
purely
like
because
in the
that
future
path
of
was a really
PUBG
good
Mobile
choice,
Esports, there's
in
gonna
the
be another
matter.
team
I
past
think that they
that.
held themselves very well
Yeah.
in that situation.
Oh,
70
wait,
80 points is
Fade,
a
TJB fighting FaZe?
bit of a stretch. I would say.
yeah, I think that was quite bold.
Bit
Oh,
but I guess, you know, 60
2
points
players,
is
1 player
actually
sitting in the
a very, very
shack,
good margin
2
for
players at
the
Reg.
year, so,
Flower Age taking it once!
You don't want to shoot for 60 points.
No, Flower Age over aggressive and overconfident.
Achievement in and of itself.
Absolutely.
Oh
Flower going down,
no!
TJB.
What is that,
Will
bro?
get flushed away. FaZe winning out the first.
There's
end of the
absolutely
trade, but
no
losing
need to
a player in
rush
response.
that.
They have already taken a knock and a flush. as
Why
well, which
Hua
actually
Hua
puts
is
them
making the
at a
Havlik
3-2
play, bro?
Disadvantage. As TJB still maintain the high ground. FaZe
What the heck is
north side
that?
of the river right now by Yasnaya. The only teams really in this location.
Ah?
So no third party's going to flex out. But the knocks over towards TJB do come on through in the meantime.
Dude.
Plenty of other players fighting across the map as well.
Dude.
As FaZe look to try and sneak their way in. It seems like they've got the ground floor unlocked. TJB
down
struggling
to
keep them at
1
bay.
or 2? 67-6.
Underneath
2
right
versus
now,
2.
2 players.
He's
TJB is
horoscoping.
doing okay here, but
He gave out the
equally
info. The
there's some
guy's in the
situations where
first
TJB
floor in the
currently
shack.
for both of these
Meanwhile,
squads.
another
Nice
2
and
teams are
lunges,
fighting in
but
the
like Cilio.
garage compound.
It's a lot more central on the picture-in-picture there. You
Ooh.
can see at the moment, Vengeance just not able to win it out, unfortunately. ASIA have spotted Virtus Pro.
There are a lot of like drop
Everyone's
clash in this
cram in
game.
the center of this circle, Blank.
VP
Maybe
fighting
it
I8 as
was
well.
Just that single
IA
circle
lost
on
one.
Sandhawk that saw everyone
Oh,
towards
Fades
the
got
edges,
knocked.
sequestered
Lost
to the
one for
side.
Fades in the shack.
And
Are they
this
gonna push
time
up,
around,
though?
As with the previous few, it's going
He's
to
gonna
back
push up.
towards this
Oh,
big
no.
central style. FaZe still trying to make their way in. Victorious is down,
Oh.
so it's all on Onzen. As he goes for the spray with the PP by zone.
Not being able
get
to
the job
win a
done.
Yeah.
1v1.
Yes, I mean, for FaZe here, there is
Chinese
possibility of getting that
players
res up, but
are
without
not
HC
winning the
joining in
ones
with
against the
this
global.
mess as this side actually went there.
What a shift.
So, I know that's a crazy shift. This is where we
What a
saw,
shift.
FaZe take their win earlier on, but this is actually their
Wait,
doom
why
as
did
well.
766
Beyond match 4.
went back to the compound?
FaZe going down. The big north
Okay, guys.
shift popping up to the north.
Dude,
touching
Are we gonna see a worse? Oh, what a bounce name. Are we gonna see a worse performance in TJB compared with the RSG?
Problems of a center circle. TJB, they've only got the one player left. I'd be surprised this may be able to get a point against
With a pump shotgun in his hand.
News for TJB.
Well, IHC make the same mistake.
It's only going to be a matter of time before someone else.
Well, they get a
rolls up into
1v3,
this
1v4
one.
again.
Galaxy, Falcons making their way on over. You can see Falcons in the distance, but they're preoccupied for the time being.
Okay. They were playing
Finally
patient this
found
time.
the shot.
Good job,
Demo
IHC.
Able to put that
But
one to
man,
bed. IHC up to 3
TJB
eliminations,
choking.
seemingly stealing quite a
Hua
few
Hua
of those
choking.
points away from both the teams in this compound.
It's kind of rare to see.
and does afford
It is
them
kind of rare to
massive
see, man.
oversight on the bridge crossings. They get a lot of strength here.
It is a wild circle. I mean, we do have to.
Why
go back to it
is
really
the
quickly
team
because this is
I picked
so out of the way for a
for
lot
the
of teams.
push-up challenge always
This is
failed
the
me?
Quintessential definition of
Inco proved me wrong. TJB is gonna prove me wrong again. Not going to the
and it's horrid.
Not going to the survival stage is crazy, bro.
Potentially have a box compound here for the
4 games in a row.
Super interesting.
2.
I am really
How many
enjoying
points
those,
they
John.
get?
What are you really enjoying?
3 points in
The
total
VP
out of
is
4
Virtus
games.
Pro and not Vampires.
Oh
They
my
may
goodness,
have
so refreshing,
a
isn't it?
worse day
They would just be like, oh, that's
than
that's
RSG.
pro. Oh,
I think
no.
RSG gets more than 3 points in the first day.
From Thailand.
Yeah. Let me drop like a.
I'm kind of worried, bro.
Something like that. I don't know. VAM.
Yeah.
VAM.
Yeah, VAM. That's much better.
I mean, it's tough. I am
Let's-
requesting a whole org change there.
Yeah, let's
How
get
old are you,
Sotani on the
Xifan?
buzzer.
I'm 30.
We'll get that sorted. Don't worry, guys.
VAMP would
FC-less.
be a really cool
Ooh.
abbreviation, to be fair.
Yeah, that is true.
Let's vamp it up. It's like phase up, but vamp up.
Yo, FC-less.
I mean,
Gaming,
yes.
congratulations
Same
on your
country, same
2
org.
months
Same
Steal
time.
another tagline.
Hell yeah.
membership.
Absolutely.
You just upgrade your badge from
It's like Team Spirit and Team Secret. That's
silver
the one that
to
always gets
teal.
me.
Congratulations
The
on the 2
TS
months.
abbreviation.
And for that,
know.
I'm gonna give you a
I
spin.
mean,
It's rough.
I always struggle
Do you
with
have
the
any
Virtus
team
Pro.
in mind
I struggle with the
to support?
Team Secret. It's fair enough. It happens.
Falcon got knocked.
Fortunately, it's only Team Spirit here. No Team Secret.
Oh, fortunately.
Oh, group yellow
no,
anyway.
can't say that.
AE.
Splitting the groups.
Yeah.
Okay.
We have Tiamba heading over towards that northern side. Nice wrap from them underneath Stalbert. Stays right on the edge of the blue as well. So a very nice rotation from them. Where they're
Xifan
able to kinda
30?
get free
Yeah,
heal
pretty old,
without
huh?
taking any
I know.
much damage at all. This does shift even further over towards that northwest side. So teams heading
In
over
scrims,
to
they
the
did it
shooting
so
range
well.
in the forest that
Like in
encapsulates that
TJB did
area.
it so well in scrims.
Become one with the
I mean,
trees.
yeah, I guess like I still
Vampire
have
get an
hope
amazing
then.
shift there, Blank, out on the west side, right?
Ah, yes. Vampire, otherwise known as Virtus Pro in Group Red.
Xifan, you look
With the
24.
shift, though.
I ate too many KFC. That's why keeps me going, man. Kalski getting pushed by TQ. Wait, what is this?
I'm not even sure.
4-way fight. What is this 4-way fight?
First aid in time. This is
Navi
a
fighting
wild fight.
Furia.
Players across the road as well. Team Queso have rocked up into the opposing compound. Navi taking heavy casualties, but a big nade for the backline for
They
6.
can get the full reset. Navi can get the full
Fury are
reset.
at bay. They're not out of it just yet, but they are split. And Team Queso
You got a
still
children roll?
looking to
Just
try and
asking?
handle it.
Nah.
2 players for Team Queso across the way. You can see they're dealing with
I'm not even
Kailovsky
married, bro.
often into the distance. That's potentially going to allow Navi to get back up to 4 players alive once they get these reses. And this is big on the north side. The south point of Severny might just be safe for the time being for Navi.
TQ wiped.
That was
TBU
the
finished up.
wildest amount of time it takes to confirm an elimination. All that while, you could just let him bleed out.
Wait,
And
Zendax,
grabs himself the res
you
there.
want Chiefs
And they knew he
D?
was the final player. I
What?
guess they're worried about it getting stolen from the other side of things. And flips back up now.
Yo.
Go. This is not a bad position actually for both these teams.
I know. You know, watching PMGC at home alone could be lonely sometimes. You know,
only 2 players on side at the moment.
sometimes you just want to
Good
see
reset
Chiefs
on all the
D. So
utility here from Navi.
that's understandable,
Despite
bro.
that, still rocking with the level 1 vest, which is not ideal.
That's understandable, Zendax.
Something to work with, though. It's better than nothing. And that's what they're banking on. Incilio moving in on the south side, just a little bit beneath Virtus Pro, next door to IHC as well. Navi and Team Queso holding the standoff. 2 players for Team Queso. Falcons, they
He
are
meant
playing
the
as 2
ID?
as well. A lot of
But I don't
duos
see the
after
eye,
this
bro.
move up towards the north. This is all
I don't see the eye.
of that crunch that we saw.
He said, Chief, I need your D.
Because a lot of teams were investing.
Where's the I?
In stage 3,
I don't see.
12 teams.
Am I blind?
Because of the fact that everybody had to move so close to one another, get across those rivers all at the same time.
SI8 on the south side.
Chief is getting popular from modding Xifan's chat.
On a nice projected trajectory over towards that 60 points at the end of the day. It's only 7 points.
You better start taking selfies
really
and
nice
this
moving
pictures,
bank.
man.
Just them going forward because obviously those 3 points that they were able to put up over that 30 will help them here, just to even out that point scoring.
But don't send it to our Discord server though. You know, just send it to them. Send it to their DMs, bro, Chief. Don't send it to our Discord server, man. Don't send it to our Sophie corners, man. VP, data center. Meanwhile, all other teams are okay. Kemba, really good entry to the zone, holding on the north side of themselves.
You still got a little quarter of the gun range in this one as well, but that hillside that is next to gun range is very, very treacherous. It's so difficult to mark.
Xifan has a baby boy sitting in the next room, bro. If I have a baby boy, I would like bring him here.
I think it's gonna be a very.
I don't care if the baby boy is slipping or not, bro. I'm gonna use my hands like to open his eyes and force him to watch PMGC.
Prince positions, as
you know, he needs to you know level up his game sense while he was a little.
As well, and they make that fast rotate, that fast call. It plays well for them.
Yeah, it's not a bad spot to play either.
Train him while he was a little kid,
at least down the hill,
while he was a little baby.
In from that south side, they won't worry too much what's going on the north because they know that's going to be pretty much a bloodbath over towards the northern side of the map. A lot of fighting will be going on in that location. But for Nigmi NXT, having the walls on this compound as well is super nice. Just prevent some of these crashes from coming through too fast. It's pro that they just control.
Oh, Navi going aggressive
and have a lot of options to take when they head on forward. Tiamba trying to pull themselves apart from Getso Roy, who are consistently hounding them on that northern side. Finally can make their way over towards the west.
Team Queso evicted by Navi, a little roll across the road for Lemon. There's not too much they could do about it there. It's pretty rough, and Navi did know that they had to handle that position in order
Hello,
to get
my
out
cousin
of this location.
Muhammad.
Have to shift now.
Welcome to the live stream.
IHC,
what up?
We're able to third party, get a lot of value from the move in on this one, but the way out, a little bit more treacherous. It's blocked by open ground and ASI8 behind them. Also, Alter Ego going to be dragging down this position. A nice low ground rotate, actually, for ASI8, trying to just get away from this, get ahead of it, reposition this fight, reorient it, recontextualize things, and get themselves on the better end of this deal. They've got the hard cover of the buildings. IHC going to have to move first, and Alter Ego also going to make this difficult.
Absolutely. I think for Alter Ego, down towards that south side.
Navi on fire this game.
A good amount of control down towards IHC as well as ISIA. I think for ISIA, they would like to just get themselves out of this scenario as quickly as possible so they can continue playing forward. Navi makes a roll up over towards that northwest side, but they can have a lot of influence over Getso Roy as well as IDoNRX, who are currently battling off against one another. And this is actually a very nice rollout from Navi to start their run here on day one.
Getso Roy getting the res, getting things a little bit more healthy, but Navi, they want this one.
What happened to Unhyper this man? Oh, Navi is trying to clear Roy from this position.
Lemon up to the wall.
Nice off angles.
What a broadside to 6. Danger. Is he going to be able to find any response?
Yo, guys, I'm starting to like this
Not
Navi,
really
bro.
too much to be backed up there on Getso Roy, but Flip has to move off of this high ground as well. They have to rotate.
Playing very
a little bit out
tactical.
to the blue. That's going to do a little bit of damage to the health
Love
bar.
it. They are
Getso
playing
Roy
confident
trying to hold
and
off
playing
Navi
tactical.
and push through IWNRX
Love
in
it.
the meantime.
But
Kemba on the right side is harassing Navi here, which will make this push hard. I think best way for them is to move up to the shack position instead of like fighting Roy here. And IHC got naded by AE like crazy.
And we'll try and have some
influence. And got run over by top.
I don't know if they're able to pick up too much from this one. His nails just keep a popping, and IHC will be going down after that.
Falcon popping off. This is the Falcon we want to see.
1-2 with the bumper. And all of that position for IHC
Yup,
was
Navi
dictated
pushing
by
up on the
rotation
shack.
ASI8, so credit to them there. But they are now trapped and having a really rough time.
They
against
should be able to
Concilio, who
clear
have moved
NRX
into position
here.
to guard them out, as once they held out IHC.
They have
Nick
the
Galaxy
advantage.
going to be the main threat.
But
on
are
the
they gonna
southeast
just
side.
push,
Ultra
commit to
Ego
the push though?
Falcons,
That's a question.
and Virtus Pro
I mean, they
continuing
have
to just hold
seven
dominance
elims.
over the
They can just
Southwest.
nade the shack and make it rain, right?
Virtus Pro
But Swan
honestly just have
is holding a huge off angle on the shot on the tree. But
Two
the car kind of
shots guarded
exposed
by
him.
Tiamba.
I would
And
like.
Seb does move further towards that
It would be
north
better,
side.
I feel like, if he
Really
moved the cars
centralized
like
those
near the
two
shack and he
locations
went to the tree
for
side
Nick
by himself.
Galaxy, as well as Virtus Pro.
Because it was a little bit obvious, I
Tiamba
feel
actually has
like.
the most control
Let's see
out
how it played out.
in this lobby at the moment.
Oh,
Because they
Navi
can
had an
quickly
off angle
sweep over
again.
towards Navi, and they've already done a good job of
Lemon 1
basically
HP?
caging in Virtus Pro. They
Flip,
took some
half
shots
HP,
down that way
car
before.
smoking.
Here's Navi on our screens though, 7
Oh,
eliminations,
almost knock.
making up for what really should have been a chicken dinner.
They saw the players, but they are not able to knock them. Okay, they spotted
Good decision making.
the off angle Swan. Swan's 1 HP. Oh my god. NRX so lucky. No knocks yet.
Finally getting something, and that's over to Frozen this time around.
Frozen
IWNRX
got
playing
taken out by
three. That's
QZ.
one knock that they've seen. I think those flushes are
Yo,
starting to
Roy
come
is
through
fighting
now.
Kemba?
And IWNRX having a real tough time.
Oh, QZ got
There are
another
two
knock on
players
Navi.
still
Where's
alive. I know that
QZ?
health bar looked empty, but the knock didn't quite come through over towards that high ground. Navi flexing out. Alter Ego may be able to have quite a big
Navi
impact
is
actually
playing
onto
this
fight.
so
They could find a pick onto
tactical.
Navi whilst they're rezzing on
Love
the
to
back
see
line.
it.
They could swarm
Come
over this
on.
hillside.
Focus
take
on Navi.
control of the north edge. IWNRX on the back foot of it would make that easier, but Navi stabilized somewhat. Lemon takes a lick though.
Yeah, there's tons of damage going through from Tiamba. IWNRX, I think, even had one of their elims go over towards Tiamba earlier on. Nice rotate through.
Oh,
from Flip.
nice.
An unbelievable fragger. Lemon does a lot of damage, but there should be the cleanup coming through from Flip. But if it's not for Flip, it will be Puncher flying through the vehicle from the sidelines. Lemon is down though, and Tiamba's going to take this opportunity to try
third
and
party
push it off the
time.
back of that.
Alter Ego.
They are not aware. They are not aware. Tiamba is here. Navi is not aware. Flip is about to get knocked. Yup, Flip got knocked.
Into the top three because Navi's still alive.
Navi down to 2.
A little bit ahead with the elim count.
Navi got pinned by both AE and Kemba. Kemba move up quick. Really good third party by Kemba. Kemba is holding a 3-1 split in the north. Wiped out Navi and will take control on the north side.
Navi, I think it was a good run. But
VP still full squad.
It's a terrible scenario to be in. Tiamba continues to hold good control around the map.
Well, then they
They're
went
doing
in.
this with 3 players right now. Shan at the moment is just keeping tabs over towards
They
that
just need the
western
1-8.
side of the map.
QZ, can
And
QZ
now
do
they're
it?
continuing to push on through.
You need the steady
Both
hands
teams
to do
leading
it.
3 players, only
Does
3
QZ
elims
have
been able to pick up
steady
too many
hands?
of the death crates either, as Tiamba has been sending them further and further away from this fight.
Are they gonna still
on the
try one
side. You can imagine the Alter Ego.
QZ thinking. QZ doesn't want to get knocked on Thursday this
And
time.
the helmets aren't looking too great.
All right. Nice. QZ.
Trying to find those openings.
QZ is not overextending.
7 elims, 7 for Incilio on the south side. I think they took one of Virtus Pro down on the hillside. A little opening for them potentially as well.
How was
Now,
Navi 10th place in PMGC EMEA? I mean, they learned, I guess, and improved.
Probability of conflict to come in this next set.
Oh, NGX still has a full
in my
squad. Where is
estimation, top 3
NGX?
guaranteed
I
for
didn't catch them
Galaxy
up
here.
in the map. Are they in the
Get
south?
back up into that top 3. Chase down ASI8.
Wait, where is NGX? At the east side?
I think for ASIA,
Like the
only
southeast?
getting the one elimination on this match was
Yeah.
pretty dastardly for them. Falcons pulling ahead with 5 eliminations there, and Navi being able to push themselves up into a 3rd place.
Oh, they are the
is
more
really
time
nice
mobile?
for them.
Not sure.
I think
I
we
want them
actually,
to
think
add
that
new
they've
maps for
stayed
comms.
strong over towards the southeast
Yu is
edge.
Tiamba's
And There was
IGL.
a lot of fighting around that area. They
He's
had
like-
some impact over
He's
towards it, but what
he's
they
like
have
really
done is
like
solidify
old
this
player.
position
He's like
over
20,
towards the
20,
east
27
side,
or
which is
something.
Most
Or
important
26.
for them.
Do you think group grass seems more aggressive than yellow? I'm not sure. I'm not sure, to be honest. This is just the first day, but I do feel like the first day is very entertaining to watch. There are a lot of good plays and a lot of storylines here. It's because the first day. You know.
Step forwards as well to the
Day 2, day 3 may become, I don't know, a little bit, I don't know, less exciting, but we'll see, we'll see.
Going for that scout and potentially looking to try and fold that back in.
Oh, VP actually down to 3.
As soon as this
The
fight
last
pops
one.
up on the west, expect
Tixi going
Tiamba
aggressive.
to go for the roll down onto Alter Ego.
Yeah, they're shooting though right now. That's the main thing. They're gearing up to go, like I say, versus Alter Ego. With QZZ getting dangerously close, rubbing shoulders with Alter Ego. They're uncomfortable with that kind of presence. Yeah, Tiamba is more on the controlling side of things.
Shanzhi got
Shot from
wait, that's
Long
Ling Yu
range
got
throw
knocked.
towards Tiamba. That opens the gates now for Alter Ego. Quickly Bond makes an immediate decision to send back, but likely they'll lose these vehicles. No time to get a smoke down.
Nade over to try and put the suppression down, not confirming on this, and actually a really
not sure about that play though. The off
Oh,
angle went
Rigo,
wrong.
They didn't know there were players too close by, and that is really, really dangerous stuff. Losing a player in this scenario when you only had 3, that is far too bold. The shift goes up to the north and actually onto Tiamba. The res came through, and that is really mishandled on the advantage that they were able to open up for Alter Ego.
Shanzhi wanted Ling Yu wanted to pick it.
Holding
That's
the
the Ling Yu,
angle.
right? The
I don't know how long
Shan
Shan can
ID
stay
player.
out on this western side. Luckily for him, the blue's not moving just yet, but Tiamba has to create space, and they know they do because they need to be ready for
Tiamba checking this match
Virtus
no matter
Pro
what.
and Enigma Galaxy in the
Jack's
future,
still alive,
because
though.
they understand that both the teams inside those compounds likely going to be at 4 players, going to start to make their flex out soon. Incilio looking to take nades over towards Virtus Pro, but hope is not looking too good here for Incilio as they sit down towards that southward side.
I mean, they've already got 7 elims on
Honestly,
this game,
NGX has
so
a
they can
chance
crack
here.
1 or 2 more. A top 5
Shanzhi got knocked again. Yeah, Shanzhi's bad at that position. They should have just like picked Shanzhi and leave.
Talking about to Alva, who was just posted
Why
up there.
did
Tiamba,
why did
unlikely
they
to
like
this
leave
way. Virtus
Shanzhi there
Pro
out of the
actually
circle,
blitzing
you
out,
know?
Trying to get some scouting done. See them rolling straight into Tiamba's position. and
9 elims,
it's
Tiamba.
not what you want to see
Going
from
strong in
TXT,
this game. Shanzhi got
unfortunately.
Ling Yu got
Gets a little bit
finished.
too close to the fire.
Yeah, they should just
Burn
like
for it.
get Ling Yu back,
Galaxy
honestly.
still yet to leave their compound. Tiamba launching themselves up the tables in the meantime. But Enigma Galaxy finally having an impact here. Virtus Pro going to contribute as well. And
NGX is the only full squad in this lobby currently.
Yeah, Enigma Galaxy able to pick up a couple of those eliminations over towards Incilio at the end there. Good nade, and actually on target over towards Virtus Pro. The fact that Tiamba's had so much control towards his south side at the same time is very impressive. And Rosemary attempts to get away from the beast that is Tiamba, only to find himself in the jaws.
Or are you
of
holding the
Enigma
mic in
Galaxy.
that way? Like this way?
Rosemary has their
Isn't
brains
this normal?
rearranged there with a lovely shot and a rundown from SnowX. Splats the guts on the tree. Not going to be good news and leaves Alva alone. Last player to stand for Alter Ego. So it's really a 3-horse race right now. Virtus Pro only on 2. Tiamba trimmed down to size on 2 as well. And Enigma Galaxy out by a length.
For Enigma Galaxy, they have a real good chance in this game to fit themselves up a chicken dinner. They've isolated all the fights over towards that western side, having this just incredible presence right now for Enigma Galaxy is a case of just not getting caught off.
What a
by
nade
these
from
off
Gujuju.
angles. That is a beautiful nade by Bond.
They seal the deal.
Sends Malloy
Bro, Bond? James Bond?
Second nade over the top, a lot of damage sent on in, and it's going to be confirmed by QZ.
Yeah, NGX is
He
winning this
spotted
game.
Narvalo as Enigma Galaxy press the ridgeline. They've pushed this fight back and back and back, and now they've got the open sight lines to handle it.
Oh!
Alpha is still going for all
I say
three.
clutch it up.
Bond goes for the 180s, but Icy
4
is
elims.
too quick with the UMP.
That is on,
Top
please.
3 for Virtus Pro. 10 elims for Tiamba.
actually,
and a
and
fourth
he's still-
place
he's
is
still
a
alive?
good point score for them, but we're up into the top 3 now. Alva, oh!
Rough.
Takes Ralph down with him, but missed by 2 vehicles by a hair's breadth. It's not going to happen, though. And now Virtus Pro with just Icy. I wouldn't be too surprised to see him stay out in the blue zone. They know he's there. In comes the roll-up, and down goes Icy. It's Enigma Galaxy to move up and away with the game.
The best thing about this for Enigma Galaxy is that looking
Wait,
back at
Rolf seems more chill now. Did he change?
We had 3 grueling weeks of
Or
gameplay
what?
where Enigma Galaxy was just no.
Oh wait, Redox stealing Xifan's tips and tricks, using a pillow as a support to support his elbow. Dude, Redox, this guy.
This squad has made. I mean,
This guy stole my tips and tricks and enjoying NGX, man.
From PMSL EMEA, that guy is hilarious.
He could be the
I'm glad
X7 player.
they picked themselves up.
And we could have
Chicken dinner.
easily qualified with the Redox.
Man, Enigma Galaxy, where did this team come from? Massively surprising me.
Where did they come from? Bro, they picked up some good players.
This has been a
That's how they come from.
performance
That's
on
how.
the day, getting themselves a
That's
chicken
where they
dinner
come
here,
from.
and most
They
likely
pick up some
propel
good players.
themselves in the top 3.
Oh man, another great game from Enigma Galaxy. And you see them, they land Pachinki. As soon as that zone goes up to that north side, they loot very, very quickly, take off, and they.
We should have watched the Kimba POV. Nah, it's too much hustle, like transitioning and stuff. It's gonna take time. The app is kind of laggy as well.
Except towards the end. I mean, the circle did leave them, but they were able to get it done, man.
We can probably watch it when
But they had the cars,
maybe
they had the
Timba
resources, no one got knocked
on the
that
edge
game
of
really
qualifying
until the
in the
very
last
end, so
few
they were
games or
just able
something.
to
We can watch Timba.
Send it forward into Tiamba, into the solos, also a VP.
You use table for elbow support, but what that's it. Wait her long term though, Xandax. I used when I play PMGC. No, actually, when I started playing comp, I just used table as a support. But when you play the game 7 hours, like your elbow, like it really hurt. Really hurt. So I just like, you know, I just brought a pillow to play underneath my elbow. Works much better.
Again, big props to Raul for changing the IGLing.
You just need a like a thick, firm, and a kind of supportive
team in particular that I
pillow,
really didn't
or something like a
show
lone
up the
pillow
way
or
that
something.
They could have was Virtus Pro, man. They got super blessed.
Man,
blessed, right?
Hua choking, man. I think as long as Hua choking, TJB won't perform. That's how TJB is.
Playing it way too passive.
If Hua is choking, like dying the first one, you know, it's like it's not gonna do too good.
Get those eliminations, and you have the opportunity. You're gonna be behind.
240 watching, 260 likes. I know, right, Starboy? Guys, please be generous and like the stream.
Way earlier into that match, but unfortunately, they don't take that fight early on, so they try to push towards Tiamba, and as they push towards Tiamba,
oh, why did you remind me, Senchei? How many push-ups for AE did? How many kills? 3?
Because IC is able to survive, but from a spot like that, it could have been a...
Well, TJB come back in the last 2 games though. In Miramar, guys. What do you think?
We're unwilling to take the fights that could really result in a big win. So I hope they can look back on this game for their future matches and say, you know what? Should have been more aggressive. Let's start pumping the numbers on the next 2 matches of today.
I mean, speaking of Tiamba, I feel like we have to kind of talk about them and the control they had over the zone. And Max, you were saying during the match, this is very reminiscent of what they like to do when it comes to the to their PEL matches.
Yeah, so like there are 3 key aspects to how Tiamba were playing back in PL, which is playing edge, really wide.
You liked it before the stream start? W for you, Unique, Mr. Unique.
On their side of the circle, which is what they were doing. We had, I think it was Navi versus IW and RX, Jason, Northeast. They just feel the blood. They smell the blood in the water, like, oh, there's a fight happening over there. And if we win that fight, we are the complete kings of this high ground position south of shooting range. And they instantly send it.
Sometimes your elbow hurts, but lately it doesn't hurt. Bro, you gotta treat your elbow with something better than the hard surface.
They're going to keep doing it for the rest of this tournament.
He gets 4 elims.
You know, who would have guessed for what would be the ideal combo for him on a team? And I never thought it would be a remaining and 2
If TJB come back 30 push-ups, nah, Senchei, I'm not gonna take that.
Out for them, looking fantastic.
You know, I just came back from gym today. I did like 2 hours like exercise and workout.
14, Virtus Pro, who
my back and elbow and my chest.
On the leaderboards, able to get themselves 11, but so Ultra Ego
already
in 6th place here in this match.
Yeah, but you know what? I don't see, and it's another team that definitely needs some.
I already picked my top 3.
Don't say it.
Tiamba, IHC,
TJB, dude. Where are
Falcon.
they?
That was my
here?
top 3 before this whole thing started.
And these guys haven't put anything on the board yet.
We don't see them really reach the late game, and if they did, like on the
drop the caps index. No way I can.
They don't even have
a
full
finish
squad
that.
making it to the late game. So I think it is down to rotation timing and lack of scouting. That it's really
good luck, Kimba. You're the only hope. Yo, Gaps.
Yeah, lack of scouting is going to make you unfortunately.
Wait, Gaps, you have the purple trophy badge?
Matches like this where you get 0 placement points. And
you have been with us for more than 6 months.
Rotation wise, you can pull
Gaps,
a little bit faster, send a player forward to gather intel, and you might just have an easier time getting in circle. But as of right now, that has not really been the case.
Well, yeah. So sometimes it takes some teams a little longer to get used to the lobby. And TJB are not even close to even having anything at all. But oh yeah, look at this.
He's French, so I'm just happy. Keep on going.
No, go ahead. Yeah, so you say that. But you know what? Another team in particular that we kind of see off and on, Jason, is I8, right? I mean, we see them do pop-off matches and then nothing. I want to
More
see a little bit
more
consistency from them.
Kemba
At
so
least,
far
like,
looks
5 to
like
6
the
points
only
if we
Chinese
can get
team that knows how far the grenades go.
Because
Yeah, go ahead.
Hot Jukes, I know you're
Bro,
a big fan of
that got me.
and the teams.
You got me there, man.
Bro,
You got me
Furia
there.
have been
got me there.
uncharacteristically quiet so far at the moment. They're currently sitting in 14th place, and I had a
Bro.
lot higher expectations on this team.
This picture, Redox looks like a kind of nerd, bro.
Where are you at?
He'd be like,
All right, they're not here right now, unfortunately. Yeah, and when it comes to Furia, they've been really kind of been getting.
I
put into
swear,
really, really bad
Rolf
spots.
picked
Looking
this
back at game in
picture
particular,
for himself
you know,
because he
I'm
looks the
looking
best
at
here.
their drop
You know,
location.
they made
Where
took
did
like
you
10
guys
pictures
decide
and they
to
have to
go?
pick one. So Rolf secretly picked this one. You know,
None other than Yasnaya. Yeah, so they landed in Yasnaya.
Rolf
which
is
should have been a good
sneaky.
game for them
Sneaky
considering
player.
where the circle was, but you know they tried
Did
to move
Radox
on
dirty.
a little bit too late, and they just got picked apart. So you saw them head all the way up into that northern side of Severny, and they wanted to go to that dominant compound, but then they had to deal, of course, with Team Gessel and all those different squads, and just got picked apart. So maybe when it comes
One
to
or
Furia,
top?
maybe they should try to take a step back in this.
I think
just instead of
Rolf
trying to
means
stand it
we're
towards
gonna
that
get the
position,
top.
Maybe just kind of
And Redox means
get some points on the
let's
board,
get the first place.
One good late game in,
you know, they
and then
have
go from there.
different interpretation of what this post mean. You know.
One, so they still have a lot of time to make a little bit of a step up to get away from these bottom 5 positions.
Okay, 4 push-ups.
It's going to be a bit risky, and those wide rotates, it is always going to be an issue, Jukes, that these wide rotates, unfortunately, just like for TJB, are not great when it comes to gathering information and knowing if teams are going to be up there, and that is something they have encountered. But they got Chaoski on the team, right? So like that is an absolutely experienced player when it comes to global tournaments. So hopefully he can get the team in good shape and initiate a bit of a comeback when they come in later for these matches, because they have really so much potential. But I mean, these lobbies are tough, right? You are not going to have every single team make it survival grand finals, and some big names like Furia might just struggle at the start.
You've got Alter Ego with one of the best
What happened to
players in the
TJB?
world,
I don't know.
and
Do you
one of
know?
the strongest teams in SCA. You have IHC, the previous PMGC winner. You have Furia.
Let's vote
one of
and
the
see what
best
chat
teams
think.
in Brazil and in Americas. And you have
What?
TJB
Vote what?
as
Vote
well,
on
one
what,
of the best
Cleon?
teams in China. I'm not going to count Avengers just yet because we don't know how they're going to really match up. But like 4 out of the 5 teams have such.
If IHC and TJB don't make it a survival stage, well, if TJB doesn't make it, I made a promise. You know, I'm gonna do 40 push-ups.
How strong these groups are and how really there's a lot of new and up.
Hopefully that won't curse them.
Catch off guard if you're not.
What's your favorite ice cream flavor? Greentown ice cream. I don't.
Yeah.
Thrown out the window.
Ice cream
It's
flavor.
day 1. I think we have seen quite a bit of adaptations coming through for the teams of Group Yellow after the first day, especially. It is hard to
Good
make those
question.
changes on the 4.
I don't like
tournament, right? I think
watermelon
like
like
and two Kitsune
ice
for
pop.
Team Spirit, they have a game plan. They stuck to it until the very end, and that allowed them to get first place. But if you're at the bottom,
I'd rather
there's
have
something that maybe is not working
watermelon.
out, so some minor adjustments could be really
For
different.
ice
You go for
cream,
goal,
I feel
or you're actually
like
making it to survival stage. So right now, if you're at the bottom and
maybe
your playstyle is not working,
strawberry?
think what you can do going into day 2 to really
Green
try and
apple?
get those points on board.
Strawberry, green
Poor
apple.
Rob's at home, just sitting here watching the
Green bean?
success of his previous teammates, saying, "No, it should have been me, not you." Should have been me. But honestly, it is great to see like French players towards the top.
I will
I
get
feel like we
into
haven't really
shape
seen
before the
a
group
strong-
stage, and thanks to you,
obviously
Ken,
not full
and
French
all
team,
other
right, but
members in the
strong
chat
French team in
who
quite a
donated
long
and joined the
time,
membership,
speaking,
bro.
like, way
What's
back in the day.
what up with his
So it's good to see
hairstyle,
this
bro?
at least going towards their way, but again, they have to be able to maintain this over the course of not just today, but 3 more days on top of that.
I
And
swear,
it can really
his
happen,
girlfriend made him
especially
do
when you
it
see Tiamba starting to
so
work
that he
with
would
this,
lose all the
not to mention
fangirls.
some other teams really get a feel of the lobby, because I feel like that's what day 1 is kind of about. How many points can you put down, but more importantly, what kind of feel do you get for the lobby and what kind of read do you get on it?
That's why I'm so excited when it comes to Miramar, right? I'm excited to see just like, hey, how are these teams going to perform here? We got two
Mint dark.
matches left on the day.
I'm not
This is
really a
good
chocolate
opportunity to
guy,
bounce back for
guys.
some of the squads here that underperformed, and you mentioned
I stopped eating
It's so crazy to see the bottom of the leaderboards. This
chocolate,
success,
like,
and just how
not like
much money
stop,
those
completely
teams
stop,
want,
but like
you
I
know?
really
And
eat
to be at
chocolate.
the bottom, it's gotta hurt, but you know, there's still
Because the
plenty
calorie
days
of
left.
chocolate
It may
is
take
kinda
a little bit
high,
longer
so,
for some teams other than others to
I'd rather like eat the ice
I
cream.
am still shocked to see TJB.
But maybe they have the
so
same
far
calorie.
down,
I don't know,
right,
but like
Max?
just for
It's
like
a
in
really big
my
surprise here, but the thing is about
way of
TJB
thinking, I feel like
is
chocolate
they had a
is
bit of a,
like
I
the
think,
calories
slow
kind of
start
high.
eventually, but towards the end, I
I
think
don't want
we
like
said
the
it
fat,
earlier,
you know.
right? They were 9th place, right, before going towards the end, and so
But yeah,
they
mint
needed to
dark
come back.
chocolate could be a
Clutch
good combo.
factor is so damn important in a stage like a PMGC tournament, where we know this team can put big, and I mean massive elimination matches, right? Just suffice for them to get a really solid position in a late game situation. And I'm telling you, this guy are going to bring 10, 15 eliminations on.
The bro got electric shock. Oh yeah, that's exactly his like hairstyle look like.
They need to take
Actually,
a little bit more time to adjust to the global version.
You're not chocolate, but you can melt free. Oh, you learn that from Zendax, do you?
Saying that like they have to get used to it because they're a PL team. Because they did play at PMWC and they had a really good result at PMWC. But at the same time, I will give you that little bit of leeway of like, okay, you went back to PEL and you had to focus on PL. Now you're coming back to global stage. You have to get used to the version of the game as well. But I feel like macro-wise, they should have a generally.
Do you think Major Pride can make it to the grand finals? Oh yeah,
Major
Pride. Oh man.
Probably have seen some massive changes in the way some of these teams have.
How many teams make it to? How many teams advance from the survival stage again? Top 5?
On my radar to even be challenging.
He's a top 5.
I mean, I don't want to say it out loud, but like challenging top 10, and yet here they go. There's
a chocolate who releases Happy Brain Chemical makes life better. Yes, I do know that, Ray.
I always give it what they want.
But I feel like I'm overall a positive person, no matter what happened. I stay positive like the majority of the time. Like during my downtime, I think I just indulge myself playing games. I feel like that's a way of me releasing the stress and all the like, you know, help with the troubled mind. I feel like
I personally have ever seen. I love to see this.
Yeah, I mean, these guys are looking night and day different.
No, I'm talking about from how many teams from survival advanced to the grand finals, boys.
Excuse stamp for when it comes to TJB, because let's be real. If I had won PEL, I'm partying all the way up to pretty much the day before PMGC, you know? So maybe they just need a little bit of time to kind of, you know, get ready here today.
Now we know why you're not a pro player anymore, Hot Juice.
Dang right.
showing up late to the.
I'm retiring, bro. If I won, I'm out.
Bro, I just won like 700 grand. I don't need to be here, but let's see what's gonna happen as we do.
6 from last chance. Oh, if it's a 6, I feel like Major Pride has a chance. Yeah, for sure. Top 5 or top 6?
Into the desert. Match 5 on the day. And we're coming in from the south side. Owner heading up
We're back.
Torre Ahumada with the plane path. Let's take a look at how our teams deal with the undulating dunes here on Miramar. Of course, a lot of rotational play in the early game. Let's take a look at where these drop spots fall. A lot to uncover in these first few minutes.
We're like archaeologists dusting off the dust to see what
favorite archaeologist.
Favorite?
Yeah.
Bro, you heard this guy called, I don't know, you might not know him. It's like he's Indiana Jones.
Oh, okay. Yeah, sure.
Yeah, he's
That's
great.
fair. Not Rich O'Connell from The Mummy.
Who is he?
The main he's Brendan Fraser's character in The Mummy.
He plays another guy.
What?
He plays Brendan Fraser.
What? I'm so confused what you're trying to say right now. His character is Rich O'Connell.
Rich O'Connell plays Brendan Fraser.
No, you're just wrong on this one, I'm afraid.
That's crazy, bro.
Yeah.
He's 2 guys in one. Indiana Jones has only ever been one guy, so that's cool that he's like as an alter ego.
No, because Indiana Jones is also Han Solo. So.
No. Yeah. He's an archaeologist.
What is going on? I don't like it. Blank, I'm panicking.
Oh, that's fine.
Okay.
Don't worry.
Oh dear. Well, you stick with your Indiana Jones. I'll stick with my guy who's got all the horses.
That's right.
Yeah.
I've got all my horses in the race. It's just one horse, actually. It's Indiana Jones.
That is true. And speaking of horses in the race, a lot of us had TJB predicted, right? For this
yeah, you
one.
were wrong.
And as the desk were highlighting, so far, we're just flat out so bad at this and wrong. You're right.
So,
Tiamba doing way better.
Wrong? Who was wrong about it?
Maxman?
So let's look at this. John, TJB, Falcons, Tiamba, Jason, Tiamba, TJB, Falcons. Oh, Max it's me and Max. Me and Max are going crazy. Falcons, Tiamba, FaZe, and me, Tiamba, Falcons, navi. And even head of production went for TJB as well. That's wild.
Okay, all right.
All right, boys, I'm back.
All I'm saying is...
No one died yet. Slow start in Miramar, as usual.
I'm doing all right still.
We didn't do
Goodness
too
me.
bad. Yeah. No, I mean, the thing is, I don't think this is the end of TJB. Again, this is exactly what I was talking about at the start of the day, is that Tiamba is just way more suited to international tournaments. And it's always difficult for other teams from PEL to perform that way. I don't know what it is about Tiamba, but the way that they adapt and the way that they play in these tournaments is much more how you would expect a team from PMSL SEA to play or PMSL EMEA to play. Whereas TJB, it might take them a day to get back into the groove of things. I don't think it's the end of TJB at all, because they are all incredibly talented players. I think they just need to get into the groove a bit.
Hopefully they can warm up a little bit, and here's the place to do it on Miramar. Get some strong rotations going. The circle, very chill. The playing path, very chill. This is the arena where you can really start to flex those muscles and get the blood pumping. That's what we want from TJB, as well as from Furia and IHC, down towards the low end of these tables right now, and still a little bit of leg room in terms of the matches, but that will go quickly. I mean, we saw how quickly week 1 went with Group Yellow. It does get away from you, so you can't afford to spend too long down on your luck, but it is still comebackable for these teams towards the bottom.
The reason why Tiamba that bit better, because they played.
They can definitely make a comeback.
They did bad last GC.
In the coming matches.
Yeah, that could be the reason. Yeah, they definitely learned their mistakes for sure.
I reckon. Yeah.
What do you think? Okay.
Like global
I'm gonna
experience is
ban you from ever using the
important.
word
That's
comeback
why a
ever
lot of people
again.
were asking, "Yo, Xifan, what do you
That's
think
okay.
Indian
I think
team
that
can
ban
play
for
against
me
the global
is comeback.
teams?" You know, I think
I would more
if Indian
call
team
it
got
just a fact.
invited, no matter which Indian team, they will play at a disadvantage.
Winnable.
Yeah, because they missed so many PMGCs.
Right, you keep
Right?
using that word.
If somehow they do
go.
get invited,
Can't stop me.
you know, they are actually
Yeah.
playing at a disadvantage because
Well,
all
like
the majority of the global teams here in PMGC, they all have global experience.
Yeah, we're heading up
They
towards
played
the northern side
one,
of the map,
two,
and the
maybe like
graveyard
every
currently held
PMGC,
by
you know, at this
Getso
point.
Roy.
So
Not a great position on the map, but it'll do. It'll do for now. And they haven't done too badly at all. 25 points. Not where I would have placed this team at all in 7th place. So I'm pretty happy. I mean, some of the plays that they've made have been fairly damn good. I still think some of the team fights are lacking from this squad. I mean, if I'm looking down towards the bottom of the table, IHT being in 13th place, I maybe would have put them down there at the start of the day. I'm worried for them.
Yeah, I mean, obviously coming off the PMWC performance and having a little bit more attention sent their way.
Wait, how did
has made it a lot
IHC
trickier for
do
IHC in general.
in
They
PMWC?
had such a
I think they
breakout
did
performance in
pretty
PMGC
bad.
last year. High elimination focus. That was really their entire game
It
plan.
was
and
it
didn't
was
work out for
it
them
was
there, but
also
so far,
they
it
also
seems like
did
teams have adapted to
batting.
that. They've just
Oh wait, in
incorporated that, it's just not
PMGO
working.
I think they did all right, but in PMWC they definitely didn't play
I'd go
to
even as
our
far as to say that
expectations.
The reason they won PMGC, and it's the reason I will always say they won PMGC, is they had little to no pressure on them going into those final days.
Why Indian teams are not
There
in
was teams at the
PMGC?
top
Because
during that tournament, like Stalwart, as well as Alpha 7,
BGMI and PUBG
who had
Mobile are
been
two different
both
games by two different
desperate
developer.
for a PMGC
and
win
publisher.
the longest of time, that they stopped making
There's a
aggressive
conflict, I
plays
feel like.
towards the end of PMGC.
Like-
whereas IHG, they had nothing to lose. They had nothing to lose really.
Like-
So they kept making risky plays, and time
Oh.
and time again those risky plays worked out. Not to say they're a bad team.
Nice
they're very
knock.
very skillful. But I think that pressure.
But like man, it's
is
really
now placed
like
back on them.
with no
And they're
Indian
suffering
audience,
from the
no
same
Indian team,
curse that
right?
Stalwart
PUBG
now
Mobile
Falcons,
lose
as
a
well
lot
as
of
Alpha 7
views.
have suffered from a long time, which is that case of
Like
we
a
should
lot.
be the best in these lobbies, and they can't quite make the same plays that they had before, because sometimes you question some of those decisions you make. It's a very mental game. It's a very mental game, is PUBG Mobile.
IHC's a momentum team. If they
Definitely
play
a lot
good, they can
of
keep playing
focus
good. If you
required to
perform
keep yourself
bad, they
in that-
won't like
in that
come
winning
back.
mindset, right? Especially
They know what
when
it is.
A couple of rough games coming off of the first 4
HC 11th. Okay.
to pick yourself back up. But Furia are looking to do just that.
Nice.
14th place. That was very cool. I liked it. I think everyone did as well. So
The Chinese team
style
from
points,
Game for
but
Peace, no.
unfortunately, that doesn't translate into actual points. If it did, they'd be 50 points in
Crafton
right now. Top
is
of the
not from
They're doing well
Tencent.
for themselves. If
Is it?
that did give points, you know.
Because
you
Game
do
for Peace is owned by
quick
Tencent.
nollie on the vehicle. I'd like that.
And
System
PUBG Mobile is
works
owned by
out there.
Tencent too.
Yeah.
I think that's why.
SIA on our screen is obviously Obviously, they're not getting 70 to 80 points.
Or maybe overall it's just like a
I will
government
say,
issue, like
for
Indian
ASA,
government
they
don't
have come
allow.
out and
I don't know.
Fantastic performance. I don't think.
But like I think esports, especially mobile ones, mobile esports
this early on
titles
in Group
are
Red.
kind of like a huge thing in
Congratulations to them. They
India.
have done phenomenally.
Playing
well.
PMGC
Sit here
will
in
make
second place.
make the business
Nick
even
McGanny said,
better.
though, this is something that I did expect coming into Group Red.
I think
because their
maybe
tide is on the rise,
I don't know, to be honest.
right now.
Like
They have
wasn't
only
there's a
seen
time that
improvements as they've
BGMI got
gone
banned?
on.
I think
It's very hard to analyze communications and team.
it was
A lot
kind of
times,
similar to
if you
China
hear the communications,
by
still
seeing a
hard to
different
analyze, 'cause
approach.
A bad com to me might be a
Like
great com to
Chinese
them.
government don't like having
But again,
blood
it
in the
did
game,
definitely feel like they were
right? So they
disconnected in
change
terms of
it,
players, and
the
that's
game
as
for
far as I can
peace,
say on the matter
completely,
towards the beginning.
right? To
They're
this current
looking much
version,
more
you know,
like a well-oiled
they
team
don't
now,
like Chinese
where
government don't like the
that
idea of
teamwork where they play hand in
you
hand,
would lose
playing
your
off separate
health
angles is
in the
much
blue
more
zone.
there. I think in the
So
past
they
they
change
were a lot
it
of times forced to
and
play as
add
a
a
full
energy
four-man
shield,
death
you know,
ball, and it was
stuff like
very
that.
obvious that they were kind of playing off the back of instincts alone as players, with a lot of experience under their belt. But now you're seeing a lot more splits, a lot more situations that are tactically set up, and that's how you know this team has flowered a lot more as a team.
TJB, we're on board with them right now, and they are themselves looking to flower. This is the circle to do it, right? They are slap bang in the middle. All of the teams are going to have to push in from that eastern side, fighting off against each other. How many points can TJB get from this lobby? This is probably prime real estate for them. A little latent nade there, and Tiamba seemed to read that. Nicely spotted there. That was me. I'd be.
QZ got knocked by the off angle. Oh, from top.
Not a clue. Immediately taken down.
Oh,
They're too smart for that. Ooh, unfortunately, not smart enough to counter the push.
Didn't
around the
realize
door there.
he rushed
Working well
down.
right now for FaZe, trying to leave on this north
No
side
matter
of
if it's TJB or Tiamba, CQC wise, global teams are still better.
Unfortunately, Top's able to.
That's kind of wild.
Catch a stray on the
Where?
outside
Oh,
there.
Falcons.
And East
Oh,
will find
wait,
Mela.
Falcon has two players on
Very
top.
high
That's
ground
kind of
position
rare
here
to
for
see,
the Falcons.
honestly. Normally, you just send one player there.
Looking down on their opposition, as they usually do with these matches today as well.
Hey, Xifan, watching from
Up to
Philippines.
37
Hello,
points, so very quick rollout from them. I think
Mickey
everyone
Ome.
sort of put this team in their teams to watch coming into day one, and for the right reason as well, is that even though they're under a different banner, this squad has been undeniable.
with the
in
Indian team in
past.
GC will
And
touch
I joke
400
that
can
they
watch
are
easy.
looking for another
Yeah, I
second
feel
place
like
at
it's gonna be
PMGC.
more, honestly.
And it is a little bit funny at times to say that, but they are one of the most.
You'd be so much
consistent
better for
teams in
everyone,
the entire
for the
world.
players,
I think that
for the viewers,
getting second place multiple times
for the
at
organizers,
internationals is not an easy thing
and even
to
for
do.
me as well,
The
right?
fact they have
If
been able to
the
reach
Indian
those
teams are
heights
watching,
so
I
many
guess there
times
will
is
be more people watching my
crazy.
stream as well.
But yeah, they're a very, very strong
it will be
team.
good for
And
everyone.
again, they
It's
are,
like a
they are a
win-win.
team. Yes, I joke about, but at the same time, I 100% wish them all the best in their games in the future. Just because they have been.
Who
a squad that
deserves
stayed
better
together for
team?
so
Thoughts,
long
Xifan?
and has been seeking
We don't really
success
know what
and
really
gaining
happened.
Success for
You
so
know,
long.
to be honest.
Yeah,
So
Falcons Force previously, of course, playing under the banner of Stalwart, and like you highlighted, having great success, but just pipped to the post.
Bro, if
And
I have
think last year, something
50K
that was really
viewers, bro.
demonstrated was the presence of Mongolia in PUBG Mobile is undeniable
But not-
across the board. So
I don't think
something
even
that we'll be
Indian
continuing to
like
look out for
streamers,
from Falcons Force, they are flying that
Like,
banner.
Yeah.
Even
only
though
the
we almost
top
had a-
ones can hold
almost
up
had
like
a
a
three-
live stream concurrent viewers with
Three
like
slaughter
50K and
Mongolia in
above.
the top three for PMGC.
50K is hard, bro.
What was
That's
it?
a cap.
Stalwart, was it IHC, and who's the other team?
I can't quite remember the last, but yeah, it was quite amusing because that really.
I think,
it would
like,
have been like, what do we do?
People speak Hindi,
they're so.
so they would
strong.
watch Hindi watch
Um,
parties instead
but
of
yeah,
like
so it's,
English
uh,
watch parties,
It was
right?
nice to see that.
So it makes
Yeah,
sense.
4-V. So it was good to see at least like one other team breach into that top
Yeah,
three.
this is
and
the
make
TV's
it
moment,
a
man.
full clean sweep for Mongolia,
Oh.
but they still took
They
the
got full
prize
send.
and the title with IHC.
This is
Which they
I
should
feel
be
like a bit
absolutely happy
confusing.
with.
Why they have two
Because
players at the
even if you
top?
don't have
Shouldn't
any
they have
pressure on
more
you,
people
it's still ridiculous
in the
to
compound
win,
and defending?
PMGC
Why did you
in
have
the
like two
fashion
players
that
out
they
there
did.
to
They
shooting
looked
shooting
unstoppable
shooting
towards the end
enemies
of it.
around and stuff?
But I think it
Now
has
they will have a
swung
hard
roundabouts
time
now to the point where IHC
to
maybe getting
get
in
down
their
from
own
the
heads a little
hill.
bit.
It is an OP spot, but like
Might be
they can lose the
tall of an
compound.
order. Be able to pull this one back out. Falcons, I mean, they've held this high ground on the north side of Ricardo for a while now, but Navi move in a little bit further and are really troublesome to it. Navi themselves don't have a lot of pressure, but the fact that they're keeping Falcons here exerts pressure to the south side.
Yeah, I saw the Jonathan's live stream, like 100K.
Taking shots and looking out towards that south edge.
Concurrent watching, that is crazy.
Control a little bit better to the north
I think
side, but they back Falcons into a corner.
It's probably like
their pressure across this map, but TJ
top
still
10
in the middle of this one.
Top 10, like the highest the concurrent watching on YouTube.
Yeah, again, they have a ridiculously strong.
I mean, currently the only creator I think that can beat Jonathan when it comes to the concurrent watching is Mr. Beast.
To split to start things off.
If Mr. Beast going live,
been in a strong position in these circles,
doing giveaways and stuff.
Get too much done off the back of it.
Speed has a crazy concurrent watching as well. So yeah, like 100K is like really like a top concurrent watching, one of the best.
Out they go. Alter Ego on the south side. Already a
for
little
solo
bit to the west
creator.
of Ricardo, so have routes through. But Incilio, ASI8, Vengeance as well, all sit ahead of this. So difficult rotate potentially for Alter Ego. If they can get through, though, play towards the east side of Montenuevo. There's some open buildings there. If they can crunch in underneath TJB and get that rotation going. But Enigma Galaxy going to contest them for that area. And it's the same rotation that probably a lot of the teams on the south are looking for.
Yeah, that's why I said speed.
Yeah, I think
I was thinking about the mobile gaming category.
Southwest compounds, it's actually quite good for you, but it really is a question of how this next circle pops.
Oh no, HC got knocked.
In which case,
Demo got knocked. Can they rest
Demo?
Maybe put Demo in the car? No.
You don't already possess.
The prioritize position.
He's going to make a wild gambit over towards Alter Ego.
Oh no.
They already find one from the team, and Godless goes down, as does Rogue, and it will just be one last.
This is gonna be a train. Like every group, we have two teams that we think they can do the best. They can be the best in the group, but they are somehow ended up in the bottom 5.
Correct.
Hey, this is a trend now.
No grass here though.
Does it have to be grassy to be a null?
Yeah, grassy null.
Does it? Oh, rubbish.
It's okay. Don't worry. I got your meaning. Got your meaning.
I will counter you with that. A knoll is a small hill or mound. There you go. No mention of grass.
All right. Okay. Respect.
According to Google, anyway.
Respect to Google.
Yeah.
The all-seeing eye.
We're still trying to survive.
Yeah. So
and there's a FaZe solo player here.
Interesting project. Again, for Xiol, it just looks like he's had.
TJB has to come back.
Poor guy. He was one of the greats.
5 points is tough.
It's a shame to see him in this group red looking the way he is. Again, it's only day 1. You can only say so much from what you're seeing here. Also for Duque to stay alive and just consistently be here. He's like, I'm not done yet. I ain't done yet. Still going. Finally put him down.
Still some bite in the old dog, but will be gone to seed now. That's an unresed player in the back of the buggy. Just holding on. Clutching his belly.
1 up for Falcon.
Poorly. Might be a little bit more poorly when you crash into
the
next team
he got
on
thirsty.
the menu. And yeah, just not stopping for that res to me is a little bit funky.
Yeah, I think with the way that the blue was coming in stage 4, right? You can't really stop anyway to grab it. And you just want to push in, try and get behind cover. I think it was the safest thing they probably could have done for him, whilst also keeping Tanj safe at the same time. It's a tough one. Here's Enigma Galaxy up against Vengeance. Good nades over the top already here for Enigma Galaxy. Still out 4 players as well. That should be a knock on the nade. Again, this is what I'm talking about. The double nades as well, it's like they're coordinated very decently.
Radok's gonna push up after this match. Watch.
Should get the knock just off the splash.
Oh, wait, what? He's being... Okay. Smoke up, okay.
Galaxy not going too
playing
quickly
strategic.
This one. No nades for Redox left. The res can come through for Vengeance
Radok's
on the northwest side. Difficult approach.
He literally
sits ahead of them. The smokes are there.
He's using the pillow in an unexpected way. He's putting the phone really close to the pillow.
Anymore.
You can see that?
He looks for more as well. Over towards Lily, going for the challenge. Takes a little damage, doesn't go down, but in comes the rest of them. The rear axle on the buggy displayed there as Narvalo launches on over the top, goes for the side swipe, the spray down. It's dastardly, but Narvalo falls for it. Enigma Galaxy actually not looking super strong onto this engagement. I'm not convinced
Still
just yet,
more.
Blank, but they're still doing pretty well on this lobby.
They know.
It should be just Lily to remain. Up through the smoke, needs the challenge, but in the buggy. Not going to find the rotate.
Yo,
there.
look at the zone.
Trapped in the shape,
Bro, if
but
TJB
step
don't
out
get
of
this
the blue
chicken,
after he gets this heal.
Yeah, for Redox, it's such a shame.
they're gonna get roasted
Good play there
by
to
the
open things
Chinese
up for
fans.
himself and the rest of the squad. And then out of nowhere, you see
Cook could be with this Enigma. Yeah, I think so. I
and
think
he's
so.
completely lost.
Did
in
Coop's
the
team get
sauce.
eliminated? Yeah, they got
Around in the smoke there as well to
eliminated.
try and find his
Coop's
target with
team,
the
the
UMP,
twist of the
and actually
mind,
falls because
they
I
got
think they could
eliminated
easily beat
last
on
week.
a full 4-man here. I think that it was a maneuver that they made because they expected
Ron's
Redox to be in danger.
higher
You
than
have to trust
12s.
him in that
They
situation.
gotta get
Since
the
it's
chicken,
first
man.
knock, it's like Narvalo
The chicken is
had
their
that
only
high
way.
ground. Should
This
not
is
have been
so
one of the
gifted
first
for
ones
them.
flying in
It's
outside
like
the
free.
point, not
Just
by
like
a
the
long
last
shot.
game,
You're trusting
where
your
Falcon
teammate.
gets a chicken.
You hold that high ground,
It
that
was
you
free
draw,
for them as
and you're
well.
the backstop. So yeah, I did not like that play from Narvalo whatsoever. For Enigma Galaxy, that might hurt them in the long run, but still, in first place, 4 eliminations off the back of it, 3 players to work with. It's not the end of the world, but certainly another game where they could have increased their reputation within Group
How many
A.
of you remember the clip that the order
Now is an
turned
inflection
on
point in the
Pixie
lobby. We're into stage 5,
at
Blank. We're
the
transitioning out of the
while
middle game. We're gonna be
Pixie was
looking
holding
towards
the
late game.
TJB
It's
hill?
at this point that TJB need to stand up and start racking in those points. They desperately
That was
need
kinda
them
nasty.
at this juncture, and with the ground that they hold right now on their split, it's looking like they could have a good impact to it as well. They have
Yo,
so
Flip
much
has
control.
2.2
A big
average alone.
wide split for TJB. They're holding a lot of face. A lot of teams are respecting that
VP
as
versus
well.
IA.
So we'll see if there's some disrespect waiting in the wings. But right now, they've only got 1 elim. They'll need to start to stay a little bit stronger into it. And nade over towards Virtus Pro's duo, but another of ASI8 falls. 6 elims for them, though.
I keep saying Shanzhi, bro. His IGN is killing me. Lingyu just got thirsted.
I mean, again, it's not where they wanted to end up, but they are putting up points every single game at least, which is good to see. Which keeps them in the running over towards
Oh,
the top
TJB
side.
got the airdrop
That
as
kind of
well.
Consistency, though, it is a little bit topsy-turvy today because there is a ton of teams.
At least 8 kills
also
chicken, bro.
vying for that control
TJB.
over how the lobby
I can't
develops
think
in terms
of
what rotations
any
marked down,
possible
what
way
can
that
challenge
TJB
on,
lost this
how can
game,
we fix
honestly.
things going tomorrow, which is why you will see some of those points being a little bit skewed all over the place.
Unless
And
all the
not
players
playing too
choke,
far ahead today.
they lose this.
Icy potentially looking to challenge out versus ASI8, but the size better of it heads back towards his teammate Malloy.
Only Falak left for ASI8. They made a dash for the middle, and it's allowed them to survive a moment or two longer. Nades over to Navi, traded back between them and IWNRX right now on the northeast side of the circle. Swain with another, Lemon cooking one of his own. Nades going long, but it lands straight onto 6. I feel like that may have been not intentional, but they'll take it nonetheless. It is traded, however. Both teams finding a knock, and that will slow both of them down. Neither in the blue zone right now, but Navi closer to the edge. Also
no matter
pressure from
where the
terrain
zone's
that
gonna
sits around
go,
them. Another knock
he's
comes
gonna
through,
be on
that's
TJB.
starting to chime
Yeah,
in as
just like
third
this.
party on the fight, and this is the impact I've wanted them to have. They need to pick up this point if they want to have a chance to break
All they
towards
need to
the
do
top
is
of the
gatekeep
table
the
in
north.
this match, because now's their chance.
To get as many kills as possible.
Honestly, and these are no less.
It's like
The
shooting
fact that
practice
he's
for them.
able to bounce them
You
over
know
that
what I'm
top
saying?
side and get consistent damage over to IWNRX,
PL players may
just shows
be
the
weak at
capability of
CQC
them,
against
because
global
those
players,
are
but
not
man,
Nace ever going to knock.
when it comes to target
He
shooters,
is
when it comes to
sure
target
if
shooting,
ever revive
all
those threes, he's gonna get
pros
the re-knock off
have
the back
that
of it, just
ability.
allowing his team to slowly pressure and walk up. But you're right, TJB needs some more off the back of that. They do pick up 2 eliminations on the case.
Grant, what makes you
but
like TQ?
not
Do
much
you
more
just
than
like
that.
their
I think
play
that they're
style, or you
happy
like some
to
of the
just try
player
and pick
there,
themselves
or
up at
what?
least
What
a
up
top
with
3.
you and
Chicken dinner
TQ?
would be ideal for them. But with this position, it
Because you were
should
supporting
be the case
Vampire,
of
right?
chicken dinner you're
And
looking for in
for this
game.
one, you are
What
supporting
control they're
TQ.
holding right now
What?
over towards that central side. At this point in time, this is where you want to see some of those characteristics
Makes
of
them, like,
the
you know,
aggression coming through
being
from
attracted to you.
TJB on the high ground.
Hoping for it, Malloy backed off the top there by Team
Just
Peso.
get back and get a res.
Playing from the compound on the south.
Oh, the C
Icy,
player?
low,
I see.
Lemon. Still launching those nades. Overarm, looking for the bounce, but not quite connecting.
VP dual chicken? No way. No
Looks like
way.
it could be dangerous to Virtus Pro. Not quite going to
Injects
find it,
into
unfortunately. Just
two.
short of that ridge line, but has another one to put towards the back lines for Virtus Pro. Puts it forward. That looks quite good, but again, just short. They're playing one crag back of where they're expecting right now. That might see it. No, again, the bounce is just not working. The vehicle keeps Valoy safe, and they might think that they've cleared this. If they get too far forwards, he could get a side swipe. 3 players are there. TJB are now up on the high ground. They've moved into position on this one. There's a third party. Could potentially be a factor. Furia on the north side of the meantime against, I think that's Stigma Galaxy over there as well.
TJB killed one of them, Navi.
Be in danger, but still yet to conclude. A nade over towards Malloy there from Navi as they continue to fight around this hillside.
Bro, these fights are crazy. He's fighting everywhere.
Furia on the north edge
TJB knocking people left and right.
TJB wildly split off right now. I think at any moment be a turnaround, but this was a fight that they desperately needed, and a great job from 676. Able to take down a lot of Furia there. Just 2 players. For Navi, this is just a gross misunderstanding of the terrain, sadly.
He has been your scrims for a few years in RW. He's a good person, player, you support them. Ah, I see, I see.
The map.
That was definitely like a great pickup.
That
Was he popping off in RW?
About 6 or 7 grenades off the back of that one. I think at some point she'll
67-6 with P90, bro. He should drop it for Chihuahua, bro. Let Hua pick it up.
Have to reapproach this.
Instant chicken for chicken.
So yeah,
TJB.
Unfortunate for Navi that they don't have full insight onto that location.
It
was made more difficult by the smoke being popped up, but again, that's just well played to Virtus Pro. To deny that sightline keeps them alive for a whole lot longer, and Navi's cut down to size with 2. But another high elimination game for them, with 8 elims sitting them sat pretty happily in 3rd place.
They're looking pretty good, but TJB have managed to sweep away quite a lot of these eliminations over towards Furia. I think they may have been able to get all 4 and picking up a couple over on the flip side as well, as Icy for Virtus Pro. Navi still going. Icy into the smoke. The Molotov there will stop his retreat, but I don't think he's read that.
This group is in good tough.
Picks up the point, so Navi up to 9 now off the back of that elimination.
Navi is really the surprise team here.
Just not quite going to connect.
They push teams so well.
It's almost an impossible game.
They take time and play very strategic.
It depends if anyone has vehicles. Good job from Flower as well as 676. That will be Digby Galaxy out on this western side. But yeah, with a high ground they hold,
7 elims for TJB.
It's very hard to challenge TJB.
Still holding a split.
Especially because they've got a kill squad on the northern side as well, just roaming throughout the map. Incilio's doing their best to sit down towards this western side, but oversight is being held by TJB, and they've been happy to leave Navi to fend for themselves versus Team Queso.
Ooh, dangerous high ground there from Longs. Not quite going to finish the spray, but it's going to slow them down, and it's going to give Triple S an opportunity to drop those nades. The Molotov to burn this one away. TJB defending this high ground area, forcing this fight to come in, and in comes the kill squad. A nade over the top to try and slow them down, but they're already putting the pedal down on the metal. There's that spray into the crag. Flower gets the last straight.
Easy clean up for them.
For Incilio. 2 of their players cut away, getting trimmed down to size. Can Team Queso use this opportunity to get into this one blank? Can they find a way up, challenge TJB on this high ground?
Again, for TJB, this is not the end of TJB down towards 16th place. They're a very good team. You can see here that Flower and 676 play perfectly off the back of one another with the help of Longs as well as Triple S. They have this high ground to work with. It's wonderful. It just locks Incilio into this just really awkward fight. So fantastic stuff. And I think for TJB, there's still quite a lot of elims left in the lobby. If we look at it from this angle, there's still 8 elims remaining, and 9 so far. Make that 10 as they pick up 6. You know, this is a potential 17 elim game.
That's a confusing sentence. Make that 10 as they pick up 6. It's always a fun one. But they are on that 10 elimination mark, and this is what I was looking for from this team, to be able to come back, and that's what
he got spotted though.
Is a championship
that smoke is out. Once that smoke is out, he got spotted. He will get spotted.
5 points over the 3 games that they've played already. Sorry, the 4 games that they've played already. And come into the 5th. with that mindset. We can take this big, bold split on the high ground. We know we've got the power.
Yeah, if TJB secure this chicken here with a lot of elements, it shows that they have it in them.
I mean, you can see. I said, is there
They're
a
not
chance
gonna
they
choke
can
like
move
RSG.
around? The time has
Despite
really
these
gotten to
4
move
bad
from
games,
Ascension
you know,
up
on the
towards
first day.
top here, but the cliff is
That
just
chicken
so,
changes
so
everything.
deadly. There's so little ways to get up here. It's impossible. You're right.
Yeah, it's just the type of
It
game
took
that
TJB 4
really
horrendous
needed,
much to wake that map. But hey,
because
it's not too late at
absolutely
least.
secures you a chicken dinner
Better
player
than
on
late.
SmackDown. It's very, very hard to knock a team that has held this
Better than they
position
wake
for
up
so
tomorrow.
long. The circle centers up on it, and it's actually very rare you get a circle center up over towards the position as well, because a lot of it would be considered unplayable space by this point in time, because you have to get up here super early on. But good job to Team Queso and Incilio, you know, taking this opportunity to take the fight between them. If I was Team Queso, there really does become a question of like, do we just deny this now at this point? Maybe we can get some nades over towards the top side. That could be a possibility.
Flower's quite low here.
That's
Does
a
get the
great
heal
nade.
Oh,
off.
that's an insane nade.
Lands it right on the ledge, but unfortunately doesn't quite connect as the shots over towards Team
Oh.
Queso continue to land, and it's just
Wait,
gonna
they didn't
be
manage to throw a nade down there.
slow bleed out here. Flip is up on the high ground with TJB. If there's a knock sent their way,
Bro,
if the
TJB
nade
winning
finds
this.
its mark,
Easy.
if Flower accidentally slips off the edge there, could be dangerous. Has to dip back into the blue, so taken low, but that was to confirm that flush. Flip does
Huge
spot one,
knock on
and this is what I was
TJB.
talking about.
60
This position now
6.
is known.
Luckily got
Does
away.
have high ground advantage over a lot of TJB.
Wait,
here,
why he
though.
threw in a
Nade
random
with a
nade?
little funny bounce there.
He's
Doesn't
nervous,
quite
he's
go,
nervous.
The direction he wanted. Danger still.
TJB
as he forces the
767
ceiling.
is
A nade up
aggressive.
high, but 676 so fast
With
on
a
that
P90.
first aid, and immediately up and ready for the fight. He's chomping at the bit.
Oh.
The nade is there. Does not quite
He
find the
almost
knock.
choked that.
Flip does fall. That leaves TJB
Not
up
nade.
on the high ground. 12 elims. Let's see if they can make it 15 and get a 25-point game.
25-point game. That will make them
really.
what?
Yeah, I think
Top
for TJB,
5?
In the
Will
middle.
that make them top 5? Oh no, actually
Do they
not.
have to move
Maybe
down
top
the
10,
cliff?
top 8, top 8.
The real
I think Team
question.
Queso are right on the edge, right? Like, I don't think...
But Flourish is gonna go down.
So,
No, yeah.
This is just going to be the drop down.
It's a match drop. Oh! Longzai, look at Longzai!
For at least one. The nade drops
The nade!
down for Long. He's trying to pick up those
Oh!
points. And down goes 6 of them. What? Okay. Oh, okay. I
Did they
thought that
all
could
drop
have been
down?
Queso for just a moment. But
Wait,
TJB
wait.
do take it
Rewind
down,
that back.
trying to rack
Rewind
them
that
in
back.
deep.
Did they all
The
drop
Miles
down?
didn't move at all. So, yeah,
Okay. Oh, they have 3 player. I think they have 1 player matting.
this is just going to be the
think.
drop down.
Do they?
Flower going to take
766.
the knock. The play zone denial.
Longzai
for
dropped
at least one.
down.
The nade drops down for Long. He's trying to pick up
Ah,
those points.
okay.
And down goes 6 of
They
them.
still have 1 player up there. I'd be like, if they all drop down, that's gonna be crazy. If they all drop down, that's gonna be some like confident play right there. Confident, but like a really, really risky play. They could have threw the chicken there.
Man, my heart was beating faster at the very end. Navi would flip up against 676 in that 1v1. That nade, it just did a little bit more damage. Maybe Flip could have survived and then punished TJB from the backside.
他们不知道到底，我以为那个人会爆，没想到那个人会爆。I thought he's holding a nade and trying to match the timing of the fall down,
Right there towards the end was
and you know
definitely a little
use the
squirrely,
nade to
especially
knock the
seeing them
enemy
flying
there.
TJB players, but you know what? They got that chicken.
think
dinner.
only 2
I was,
dropped
like,
down.
Watching it, Max and I were just like, okay, after
Burritos.
TJB wins, who's coming up second, right?
Pretty much.
And Team Queso were able to clutch that out. But yeah, you mentioned it, Jason. That, oh my gosh, Navi could have snuck it out there for a second. That nade would have been so close.
Oh,
But
that
regardless,
player's
good
tattoo
game
is
overall for the team. It's good to
crazy.
finally see
His
TJB come back.
looks like he's wearing a Halloween costume or something.
Very early on this game. Okay.
And also this push, bro, is kind of risky as well. From 766, they could have lose 1 there.
Area like hidden spot you couldn't really get.
But like
in
still,
from.
they
Yeah,
still like.
looking for the word.
Just like, where are you going? He was in the dark cavernous
He was in the
area.
dark alley on the mountain.
Wait, why didn't he just?
Just trying to survive as long as he could, and luckily enough, he did make it into the top 3 scenario. But look,
Now we can
look
sleep
at this
with
replay.
TJB chicken.
I said
Yeah.
as a joke. Imagine they all fall off and they start falling off one by one. Like,
I think they're matting up.
not.
Just
like,
imagine
no, me
the,
next.
the miscommunication that potentially happens there. Of like, okay, you say, no, you say, you know, say, okay, we're jumping, and then everyone jumps, and they're like, wait, who's
How many kills did you got, guys? This much? I'm gonna use a quick bathroom and I'll be right back in 5 minutes. Okay?
Different fronts here. So let's start
They're
things
back.
off by taking a look. Obviously, at
And now
top
do the
eliminations,
push-ups,
right? They
you know,
ended up
based on
picking
the
up
last
12, if I can get my math
match's
correctly.
results.
Thinking back to the split they had on top of this little mountain, having 2 players towards the north-hand side with Flower and I believe that was SSS. they were in a 2-on-2 up against Nigma Galaxy that if they lost that 2-on-2, you potentially could have seen Nigma come in, take the high ground away from TJB.
It was actually Flower and 676, but yeah, they were fighting Nigma Galaxy. Close enough. I was a little bit scared because Longs was checking out Incilio, and then you had SSS who was looking at Virtus Pro and also Team Kesso. So that means that really Flower and 676, if the fight does not instantly start going their way versus Nigma Galaxy, they don't have the assistance of those two players on top of the mountain. And that was a really big threat for them this game, Jukes, that if they lose those two players, do they end up winning the game? Losing the game, sorry, because then you have Flip that maybe can take the 1v2, you're not too sure. So it was a bit risky, but it worked out in the end.
Yeah, so many different possibilities, but you got to take those risks. And I think TJB was one of those points where they definitely had to, especially with their performance earlier on. You know, they were in last place with only, what was it? 5 points? Yeah, 5 points prior to this match here. This is the second last of the day. After this win with this many eliminations, Jason, how far up do you think they moved up the leaderboards?
Do you want me to cheat? Because I already know where
don't
they
cheat.
are.
Don't cheat. Just guess.
Wait, you read the script?
Very far. Very far.
Very far.
I mean, considering there was only a couple point difference like across the entire leaderboards, I'm just gonna give like a random guess. So 16th place, I'm gonna guess they moved up to 7th or 6th.
Okay.
Off that one game.
That's
Well, no, that's a
crazy.
little bit high. That's a little bit high. I'll go like around 8th place.
I was going to say
8th
8th,
place?
yeah, middle of the table.
Okay.
Has to be.
Get out of my head, Max. But what's also, I think, really important for us to mention is that TJB, and you brought this up while we're watching, Max, is like, how much ammo do they have left? Because they were on top of the mountain. Yeah, they would be able to get eliminations, but they couldn't loot the eliminations. They couldn't loot any of those crates that they were getting. And we did see a couple of points here where they did start to run dangerously low on ammo. So I feel like that's also something we have to commend them on, of being able to be very mindful and demure, of course, about how much ammo they're spending.
They were out of ammo, so they became the ammo when they fell off the cliff trying to nade people on Team Kesso. But yeah, they were really struggling. They got lucky. They found themselves a P90 also, which did help them a lot in the end to especially get that 1 versus 1 against Flip. But it worked out great. I think that they just held on to their resources at the end to make sure they had enough to take those final fights. And it resulted in 22 points here this time around, Hot Chicks. We know from PEL, right, that they can initiate a comeback. It's a day 1 comeback, so it's very early for them to pull it off.
Very early.
I'm glad to see it that they made a big game happen so early on when they had a rough start of the day.
I mean, yeah, a rough start is an understatement. Yeah, 5 points in that many matches is crazy, but that was a huge comeback for them, and they definitely have, I think, plenty of time here in this tournament to definitely bounce back. And they did it at the right time. They did it at the right time. Earlier, the better, you know? Another team I want to give a little bit of love to that was on the first page was I8. You know, I8, they didn't win the game, but they put some points on the board after a rough rotation. That's something I wanted to see from them, Jason. I didn't want to see another, 0 elimination game, but they were able to go and do it. I like the fact that they did send it to center. They did get taken out early because of that. But regardless, I'd love to see them making those bold decisions.
Yeah, and it's something you guys talk about quite often, right? It's about how the teams measure up when they have bad games. And this was a good bad game, I think is exactly what you said, Max, right?
Yeah.
A very good bad game for them because they still get like the 6 points coming through. They're still continuing to build up a lead against some teams and maintain their position on the leaderboards, whereas other teams, unfortunately, finishing with 0, 1, or maybe even luckily 2.
Yeah, it's not even just them. It's Navi, Nigma Galaxy, I8. They are just getting early eliminations in these matches, and it just keeps them relevant at the top. I mean, look at that. First, second, third for those 3 teams. And wait, where are they?
8th place, TJB.
Yeah,
that's what we predicted.
Yep. Good stuff.
Crazy. One more game like this and they could be in like 3rd place. Isn't that wild?
In two matches, imagine? What?
That'd be what I want to see it, honestly, because that would be the most badass comeback I've seen in a hot minute.
Oh, you can see here, Navi, the elim leader at the moment with 33 eliminations. The only team in top 3 without a chicken dinner as well, having the 12 placement points. But then you look at some other teams like I8, 1 placement point outside of their chicken dinner on Sandhawk earlier on, but they obviously have a lot of eliminations behind this. I wanted to actually ask if you guys had any surprises in the leaderboards over towards the top of the table, if it's gone the way you've expected.
As of right now, I would have to say I'm happy with Team Kesso. I wasn't sure what to expect from them going into this game. Sure, they don't have a chicken dinner yet. I think there's a chance it could be happening. But I gotta say, they're playing very demure, Jason, to use your words.
Very cutesy.
Yeah, very cutesy, very demure. They've had some really solid rotations, especially on the last wrangle earlier. But this match, they knew very early on, Hodrix, I think it's fair to say, that we're not winning this game. all we have to do is outlive your Incilios, your Virtus Pros, your Navis if we have the chance of doing so, and that's going to result in at least some placement point coming our way because they were rotating from this far southern side, so they knew this is not a win, so they just got the second best thing, which is a second place.
Yeah, for sure. And you know what? I'm going to say that my big surprise, honestly, is going to be Enigma Galaxy, right? They're on top with 50 points. Going into this, I didn't think they were going to have such a strong start. You know, a lot of things have been changing for them. Obviously, no more Coops on the roster, right? They're on top, though, with 50 points right now. They're looking like an entirely different squad. They've definitely put in that homework and are looking to take this away from everybody else. So it's good to see them on top. Another good one for me is Navi. Honestly, though, with them in 45 points in second place, I think we're going to see Axer coach for a little bit longer.
He's coaching well.
I mean,
what do you think, Jason?
I mean, you know, if it's working, you know, why change it?
You can't change it, dude, right?
Like if your team's in top 3 and is going to get to grand finals, you know, hell, I'll sit, I'll bench. I don't care, man, as long as my team's doing well here. But one thing I do want to mention and point out is that we're having a very different play style between Group Yellow and Group Red. Group Yellow, we saw a lot of center play where teams will full send it in. That's where we saw Mir and Sejong become so successful. But we're seeing so much edge play here out of all these teams. Obviously, the zones maybe not favoring the ability to full send it center, but there's just so much edge play that it's kind of insane that it's like working out like this.
Except for this game is a bit different because of how it finished on top of that mountain for TJB. But even the games before this, Jason, and it is very true, which is a lot of teams are going for that sweeping edge playstyle. We saw it come out from Enigma Galaxy. We saw it come out from Tiamba, also south of shooting range. It is something that is very interesting how this group is different compared to Group Yellow. But what I'm interested to see is how is it going to go heading into, you know, survival stage, last chance, or even the grand finals? Because so far, edge, center, it's really different. But the clash of metas that we have in these groups, which is really weird to say, is going to be a very interesting showdown to see happen.
Yeah, the crazy thing, the big difference in my opinion is like we're seeing these edge teams here in this group be so successful, right? We're seeing certain squads be like point sponges, just taking out team after team after team. And in Group Yellow, we didn't see that at all, right? We saw squads that are playing on edge just be forced to just take out each other, and we didn't really see that happen more often than not. But here in day number 1, that's where we're seeing a lot of these teams get majority of their points from, you know, except for now, we saw TJB get like a classical, beautiful center zone, and then they just dominated, you know. But we got one more match left to go. I'm really wondering if TJB is going to make an even bigger bounce back for sure.
Well, I think TJB just proved to the lobby right now, one good game, that's going to bounce you up in the leaderboards and take you out of the bottom of the table. I mean, you've got Ultra Ego there looking for some movement. We got IHC looking for some movement as well. Obviously, some other teams like Furia. So I feel like it kind of should ideally put in the minds of all these other teams out there, like, yeah, you might be down right now, but you're not out. It just takes that one good game. You still have 3 days left to go after this as well. Yeah. Just keep that focus and keep on improving, and you can definitely have your chance to move up the leaderboards.
Especially when you look at some of the bottom teams in the bottom 5, especially, you still got some really big names like Ultra Ego, IHC, Furia. Like, we know that these guys can bring some big elimination matches around the corner. So just like we saw with TJB, one game, that is all you need, and you are going to be in a more comfortable position entering into your second day. But one more match is available now before we wrap up the day, and I think that those bottom teams really want to end on a high, especially IHC, right? The current reigning champions of PMGC since last year. And we had some doubts, Jason, right? They've had a really rough year. How is this PMGC going to go? As of right now, this is kind of what I expected, which is they are struggling to get in circles. Teams are holding them off so successfully, and they just can't play their typical playstyle. They're really having a bad time.
My question, though, is like, this hard time they're having, whose fault is it, right? And I'm thinking it's more of the fault of their own, because I was looking at this last map feed and we saw them land at Al-Zahar, right? The circle wasn't too far away from them. It was kind of like more central towards Pecado, but they stayed on that edge for so long. They were just waiting and waiting and waiting so long, as a matter of fact, that they got stuck in the blue zone. I'm not sure if maybe they were kind of hunting down some extra loot or what, but they took forever, and because of that, they ended up going all the way down south and having to face so many different squads. I think it was along the sides of like Tianba or Roy as well.
Yeah.
And they got punished because of that. So I want to see them just get a little pep in their step in this next one.
I do like it initially. They were trying to go for really wide rotate, but then the circle started shifting away from them. At that point, I would have just said, Hot Jukes, just keep wide rotating into a better spot. But but then they started fighting one team, and then the circle shifted away. They keep fighting another team, and the more fights you take, the less players you're going to be having towards the late game. So yeah, I think it's down to rotation paths. Maybe they can change a few things, but if you're forcing yourself to take 3-4 fights in a row, chances are you are not going to be coming out on top.
Well, we're going to find out what team will be able to come out on top here at the end of the day. And of course, lead our leaderboards while we finish off our first day of Group Red here at the PUBG Mobile Global Championship League stage for 2024. Time to head back to our commentators. You know what, Maxman? Why don't we change things up? Why don't you throw it to John and Blake?
John and Blank, take it away for our last game of the day. I don't know.
Hey, thank you very much, Max Man. A nice little shake-up there. I was very, very happy to hear it. We will indeed take it right away from Bahia de Mar up towards El Azahar on the eastern side of this plane. Difficult to get up to the north side here. La Cooperaria, potentially a tricky rotate.
Man, that was a good throw from Max until he doubted himself.
I liked it.
Right at the end.
Yeah. Got back himself.
Back himself a bit more. But yeah, we're heading over towards the south side of the map. A bit more of an awkward playing path than we've seen over on our previous Miramar. But hopefully we won't go to the one place on the map where it's impossible to get up in the game. So we'll see how all that breaks down as we get our first circle coming in on just shortly after this playing path concludes. But already a lot of teams out here. Navi heading down towards the south side of the map and Bahia de Mar, as well as Alter Ego pathing out over towards Partona, but likely should stop pretty short down towards the south side of the map.
See if anyone is going to drop on top of one another. Cilio further out than ASI8 right now. So unlikely that they are going to get embroiled in mischief this early on. Up on the north side, yeah, seems like maybe a little bit of a drop on a vehicle there for Tianba. Could be dangerous, and it's a big north shift on the circle as well, Blank. We are going to be heading up to the north side, away from the finishes that we saw over towards Montenuevo. Not going to be seeing that area again, guaranteed for our second Miramar of the day. And everybody going to be on a wide rotate. That west rotate path through La Cooperaria now very viable for teams like Nima Galaxy and Navi.
Yeah, it's a very, very long rotate for some of our teams.
Uh-oh.
Machete play in action. Furia, right at the start here. Vengeance. And taken down by 1 notch. Only 16th place, so not having the greatest of time so far. But yeah, a lot of western rotates are available for a fair few of our teams, at least on that western road up towards El Pozo, and then crossing back in through La Cooperaria, so you can cut in that way. Yeah, certainly an interesting circle, this one. I'm not always the biggest of fans playing this one myself, but I think for players it's as much of a difficulty because there is so much dead ground in this area, especially towards the center of the circle as well, where it becomes quite difficult to play. The further we head over towards the east, the further we head over towards the west, there's more high ground in play. Silence, quite literally silence. There's more high ground play towards the west and east. So it's a very difficult circle to play because you have to gamble either west or east here and take control of some of the high ground.
Hard drop.
If it does head on the other side of you, you just got to bite that bullet and head on out to the other side.
Didn't the Easter join the Falcon? He joined a long time ago.
Let's take a replay of that initial.
Oh,
wow, with the machete.
The jump.
Against the pump action as well. That's a pretty decent
jump.
To be honest. You take those. You take those where you can.
Yeah, flying through the air is pretty awesome, honestly. I was very, very happy to see it.
Jump the scare?
Absolutely. We did have... I was told we were going to have an interview. Not too...
Wait, wait.
Sure that was coming through. It might have been the replay that was coming in either way. But yeah, Furia pretty happy with the start, but unfortunately losing silence to a little spray down from the off angle makes things a little bit sticky for them. I mean, the Brazilians right now...
Did they show their screen layout? No, never.
Obviously, being the big headline over in their region, but yeah, it was unfortunate that Loops
only takes up 41% of the damage.
TJB,
yo, what?
Off the back of that last game, need conversion, right?
27.
Points, but if you're just going to be
boom from the top,
team,
that last to 8th place. 8th place.
I need my
not bad
to be right. So for me, they need to pick it up.
Yeah, for sure. I think 27
Xifan
points though is still an
streaming
incredible
while
result
eating
coming
dinner
down
is crazy.
right
I ate my
in
dinner
16th place at the start
before
of
the
this one.
live. Before I go live. Before I
Just
went
seem
live.
very, very happy to pick up a massive amount of eliminations.
I ate some
in
like
that last
fish
game.
hot pot.
One of the biggest games we've seen so far during the group stages in PMGC. Sorry, we're just getting updated on some info about that interview. Not happening yet.
Oh, they spotted him.
Potentially later. One shot.
Might be in a bit. After the scrap between Vengeance and Furia, Japan versus Brazil. I mean, PMGO certainly provided that arena.
Got wrecked.
Yeah, Brazil lost that one. Are they
You're
gonna be
lucky
able
not
to
accepting 30
win
push
out
up,
on
bro.
this
I'm
little
smart.
scrap here in
Senchi, I'm
Impala
smart.
With Virtus Pro potentially third party.
I know what
into
I'm
this.
getting.
The massive high ground for Furia as well.
Oh.
He's gonna have
Oh.
to solo face off on this angle, but he goes for one.
What a
Looks
tight
for
peak.
Second. Okay, no, they're going to just tuck back away. Lily on the background there.
Always
Can't quite
FPP
find the
when you're
response. As Vengeance
fighting
moves another
enemies
on
at
the
your left
forefront.
side.
Not going to go for the res just yet. Look at Kayovsky up in the high ground as well. With that scar, can have an impact.
Nade through the backside. Damn, almost grabs him, but straight up into the Molotov.
Why would he
Very well
shoot
placed
them
there
and pose
from Vengeance.
expose his location? I guess he figured he could knock one of two.
Furia sat back
So they can
into
push
a
up.
more precarious situation, and Kayovsky.
Bro, I can already tell, man. Japanese players are good with their mechanics and
some
stuff.
sort of impact, but can't quite catch any of these players off guard just yet. M24 though.
Virtus Pro, they're crawling up behind him. They've heard the
TGB
shots that he
lineup?
launched earlier.
Yo.
The nades are coming through from Furia,
Razor in the
sure,
chat.
but
Razor.
I'm expecting Virtus Pro to be able to find this one. I think he's figured it out now.
Lineup
Danger
are
up
not
on the high ground.
updated.
A solo, an isolated position, whereas Virtus Pro have a lot of backup to play around. If they can get closer, this is one dead Kayovsky, and all of a sudden,
Oh.
Gusta is all alone. Spray down
for the
on that
thirst.
side. Quite out in the yard.
1v1,
Doesn't quite have the
1v2.
backup, doesn't have the time to go for it. Goodness me, Furia in danger, taking down Vengeance, but can they turn things around and keep themselves alive?
Arthur's in with an incredible
No
spray down
way.
on the front lines, take down two. Think that still sits them on 2 players.
Wait, there are a
alive,
lot
though,
of like
Kayovsky
1v2,
tucks
1v3 in
himself
this
into a
group,
little
huh? What
corner
happened?
now. Koa and the rest of Virtus Pro starting to make their way down to catch whoever was left remaining in this area.
Tixie backing off a little bit. Virtus Pro, they may not know that there's only one player, but it's Koa actually who spots him clambering around the rock face. And that should be a nice.
The Japanese team is
flush.
struggling.
Too difficult a climb.
Oh.
Tianba
Navi
with Shan
is
there.
about to get
actually
caught.
okay, so should be able to find this knock
That was a
potentially.
fast.
Not quite going to go for the sprays. The
Fall
hop
back.
was just a little slow for Team Queso.
Whole goat here from Team Queso. Looking out, we're trying to take some couple of pot shots.
He's a
Not
such
finding too
big
much of
carry
anything, though.
in his team.
Whole goat currently with the highest LM proportion.
Dixie
for
looks
the
hella
team,
different. You mean the look or like the gameplay?
But a huge amount of
I haven't
central play
haven't
here. A lot of teams
seen
not opting
how
to
he
head
looked
either on
recently.
the east or the west side, but trying to occupy a lot.
I
of those
mean, I was
compounds that
joking
sit
around. You know,
that
he's like
dead area we talked
he's
about
he's
earlier
our
in the
he's
center
our
of
Justin
this
Bieber
circle.
in the PUBG Mobile
Just
community,
in
man.
case stage 2 is a little bit wonky.
Circle yet to fully close.
Do you guys agree? He looks like Justin Bieber.
Commit, but again, huge
Well,
central
like the young
cluster.
Bieber.
Alter Ego pushing in, playing back towards the edge. Labandita navigating around the east side of things. We'll have to go a little bit closer if they want to be in the middle mix. We are
No,
gonna
drop the
take
cap.
A little stopgap.
Parth
We do have
pedal.
Ninja Team coming in for you as well. So make
I'm
sure
no Bieber. Tixie is Bieber.
Welcome back
got
to
all
a
the
quick
goodies
report with
with
the
them,
7WG. This one's going to be in regards to Alter Ego, currently in 13th place. I got a chance to talk to their coach, and he was telling me that right now the morale, the confidence for the team is really not that high. They're hoping they'll be able to reset after today. So hopefully tomorrow Alter Ego will come back strong.
7 really disappointed us,
definitely
man.
needing that mental strength
7 really
to come on
disappointed
through
us in
for
the
Alter
last
Ego.
week.
We are hoping that they can pull
You
it out of the
always
bag
interview
here
the
right
wrong
now.
team.
They are down in the doldrums
Oh,
amongst
Temba down
the teams
south.
at the bottom that we've been covering so far, Blank.
Let's see.
Yeah, I think for Alter Ego, I don't think it's been a terrible day today. I think it's just been a couple of mishaps here and there for them. Rosemary's definitely been leading the charge for the team, but even he
Doing the
can't
baby
keep
Tao
everything
Tao?
going at the same
No,
time.
who's baby Tao
22
Tao?
points. if you look at the difference between that and 4th place, it's realistically 15 points total. It's not a ridiculous jump up to find. Either tomorrow at the end of today. FaZe, though, coming up into the face of the Falcons, who so far are getting the better of them.
Pushing this.
Falcons right now trying to push into the top.
Oh no,
three,
tops.
Maintain a spot at the top of the table.
Oh no, that's not you wanna.
Competition in this fight with FaZe is 1-2.
No, that was a misplay by top.
They have managed to find a knock into this fight.
Action got knocked.
Falcons are falling.
Yo, this
here.
FaZe. This FaZe CQC is crazy. FaZe is destroying all the top teams here with their CQC, man.
Surprising. The start of that fight had looked incredibly in the favor of the Falcons, but fantastic turnaround there from FaZe. So we know they are a scrappy team, love to get up in the face of their opponents. As soon as they were in that compound, it felt like it spelled doom.
Russians or Korean teenagers, all of them look like
Falcons.
beavers. Wait, what?
Short towards Virtus Pro, and Sleo will find themselves Malloy. This is Virtus Pro was trying to extricate themselves out from Parla.
How did FaZe win that?
Towards that top side, but it feels like they've just stuck around a little bit too long out in the open, not expecting any more rotates from this eastern side, but I really
that guy in the building seems lost, bro. You were talking about the FMVP. Wait, yeah, top got FMVP in PMGC grand finals, I think.
Open area.
Who was knocking TQ? I didn't pay attention.
A lot of undulations
because you know, you asked me to shut up. So
Roy with a compound position.
I can't say a word about
the
them.
West side and looking for a couple more teams
keeping
to try
my
and take
promise.
Occupancy there. On the north side, you've got Navi trying to approach, IHC and TJB out on the west, who probably going to have to fight on the east side of Water Treatment Hill. Meanwhile, on the south, where we are with the cameras, we're with Tianba and Alter Ego trying to make
you gotta head those
in north. Still 4 players for both of them, but I imagine that's about to change because damage is pouring either way, and Rosemary is the first casualty. Alva is the second. And
Triple S fighting IHC. TJB fighting IHC.
Quite well here so far.
Tianba is playing slow.
In a fantastic couple of shots.
Wait, they're really fighting IHC.
And over towards Alter Ego. I mean, Tianba want to get further up towards
that
top side IHC. Taking heavy
I'm not sure about that spray though, bro. Oh my god, imagine he knocked both.
He looks good. Finally manages to stay up in the fight. I mean, both of them going wide.
IHC, bro.
TJB keeping all four of themselves alive is really important.
Out again?
The conversion.
They only got 17 points in the first day.
The hill on the east side of Water Treatment, really open and dangerous.
Wait,
repeatedly.
He somehow got some knocks on TJB, on Tianba players?
So no wonder that there was a squad wipe. I'm just surprised that TJB keep it clean.
Blow it up. Blow it up.
I mean, for TJB, it was kind of interesting towards the end of that fight there with IHC just displaying that caliber of team fight that they have going on for them. Very difficult to take down that final moment, but TJB do make it happen. A good catch from them. Right now it's Tianba versus Alter Ego, and Alter Ego, final player in you not wanting to allow Tianba to leave.
Tianba getting an off angle.
It looks like they will get their player back.
It was QZ getting an off angle on the last AE players.
Wrapping round to catch him.
XC gets rezzed up by Shan, but this is on stage 3.
Got him.
Pretty crucially, so you can actually get that.
Wow, 4 elements for both Chinese team.
And rotatable. Alter Ego down.
In the last match of the day.
That now Tianba can try and push in. All 4 of them alive as well. So some really strong conclusions for the Chinese teams right now in our last game of the day, keeping themselves in, getting 4 points and staying as a full squad, which is really important to navigate these Miramars.
Yeah, I think if we're looking over towards Alter Ego, it's an unfortunate end in 22 points, but yeah, Tianba, fantastic job for them, but a huge amount of space to cover in the coming moments.
IHC play like this, and from nowhere, they will play 17 kills chicken.
Pick up all the loot from those death crates. Fantastic rotate out from Bond as well, down towards that south side to catch off the final player from Alter Ego.
Man, if IHC keeps playing like this, I have to doubt if they had too much cocaine and like weed after getting like 2023 PMGC champ, bro.
Very difficult position to hold for Arthurzen.
They celebrate a little bit too much.
Outside Virtus Pro are going to try and move through that area, I imagine, in the coming moments, in the coming minutes. ASI8, again, another team that has started to impress so far. in today's games. And 40 points already on the 5 matches that they found is a great result, a great way to start things out. If they can get 10 points on this game, I think a 50-point day is, in general, pretty huge, right? If you can keep up a 50-point day across all 4 days, you're breaking that 200-point barrier. And in general, that
I
is
say why you
enough to see
love
you
Canada,
save
Xifan, bro. I
So
never
a 10-point
smoked
game would be
weed.
lovely for them. However, they are a little bit in the sticks. This shift may
I never
help them,
tried it.
however, as it goes out to the west.
Even though weed is
Yeah, absolutely.
legal in Canada,
TJB
I've
as
never
well.
tried it.
A little bit of an awkward rotate for them. I mean, a lot of the areas where they want to flow on through are already occupied. I think Getso Roy could
I think
potentially
weed
be in a
is kind of like
position where they could
chocolate,
take up
huh?
residence
Also
in.
makes people happy.
I think that at this point in time, your team fight potential between them and TJB would firmly go in the hands of TJB. Like I said before, Tiamba making this
So Chinese
rollout
teams
has
are back?
taken a while to
Yeah.
get towards position. They haven't had a whole lot of time to scout.
I guess,
so
you know,
they
TJB
understand more than anyone else that potentially
You know, they don't want Xifan to do 40 push-ups, unlike
They
Inco.
get themselves into. QCZ stopping early to get first aid kit off to make sure he's healthy as he comes in.
HC player are rich now, they don't care.
They fly into an immediate fight.
Who doesn't want to get a more
Trying
who doesn't
make
want to
his
get
way
richer,
out towards
you know?
VP. The vehicle is
You know what I'm saying?
smoking. The explosion will not be the thing to take him out. He makes an emergency eject from the vehicle, but the drop is just.
Norman
too
said, Xifan, trust me, chocolate after
Quite
weed is
make it any
crazy.
further, but
What kind of
ASIA
craziness
chime in.
you're
Tixi
talking
goes
about?
down low on the knock, but not going to get flushed away. Not just yet. You've also got Tianba. Remember, they are sending in from the circle. So ASIA do need to be careful. However, they've got a lot of sightlines out on this south edge. They don't have to worry about the blue zone too much for now, but they'll have to shift up.
Wait,
towards the
Kemba
north
just
side
like
out of
peeking
this one.
kills,
Use that
picking
road
players
side
up
to
in the
cover.
blue.
Maybe their only option. There's not too many.
Man,
positions to
RSG,
take up
man,
further.
take
Maybe
notes,
Shaq or
takes
a Hay
notes.
Vale or
This is
two,
how you
but
play without circle.
getting out of this situation.
Instead of like a full sending
Not as
over and
profitable
over
as
again
sticking around
and
trying
die
to take
one
down Tiamba.
again and
Team Queso
again.
now having to fend off against a push from IWNRX, but it's looking like it's starting well for IWNRX. They're already in blank.
Yeah, fully in the building. I mean, IWNRX had a great start to this day, and it fell off a little bit. They were still putting up points, though, which is fantastic. Team Queso playing Potro down, just Cole Goat
Wow.
remaining. There has been a strong
NRX pushed us so
in the face
clean.
of 4 plays from IWNRX, it is nothing that he can do to keep himself alive.
Wait,
in that
Longzai got
situation.
knocked in the back.
IWNRX, they
Longzai got
confirmed themselves
finished.
A fairly strong spot within the circle. Tiamba still awkwardly.
Tiamba is
meandering
great.
their
Oh,
way through
Ningyu got
these
knocked,
rotations.
but they off angle.
ISIA
Oh no, actually
are
by
next on the
another
chopping
team
block
got third
forward.
party. Bai Xiaochun,
Should be
Ningyu got taken out.
ASI.
Are they just gonna push it?
ASI8.
Are they just gonna push it?
One back up, but in comes the party bus, bringing the party to them.
Because they lost one alive.
Immediately. It's
Icy.
inactive. Virtus Pro trying to third
Quick
party.
shotgun, quick
QZ
scope.
trying to
Boy,
hold
it'll
off
work.
that third party
Oh,
angle,
the
gets a lot
zone
of
got
damage on
him.
Icy. The blue zone may take him down if he doesn't get out fast
The
enough.
shoddy
He
quick
just gets
scope.
ahead of it. ASI8 take down the remnants of Tiamba, and the crash didn't work out. The third party flex, and it is a confirm onto the position
3
of
elims.
Virtus Pro. Icy having to get that first
Decent
aid on,
finish.
allows the
Better than
cross as
nothing.
well.
I see got
Which
knocked
is
by A.
problematic. Very, very well played to Falak, because he's trying to get ahead of the situation already. Immediately picks up that shot over towards Icy. Koa is able to find the nade over towards Falak, and now it is a 2v3 here for Virtus Pro. They're unable to get the confirm over towards Falak either. I wonder if Koa's got any nades. Just about 2, but there's nades pouring over towards his position already, and that nade will take him down from Noki. Only 1 player left remaining now, and a lot of people
Tixi,
know
last
his
one,
name,
can
but
Tixi
not on the
clutch.
roster of Virtus Pro. It is Tixi.
Tixi, that was a little bit too short.
This response, last player to go for Virtus Pro, doesn't quite find that knock. Koa is going to get flushed away. That is stolen by IWNRX, which means another point over.
Bro, third party gone wrong, bro. They only have 1 player left.
Distance away. Just Tixi
You gotta-
remains.
you gotta
ASIA
run, though.
can continue
You gotta
to track
run.
forwards
You're
into
gonna
this
get
match.
naded,
They have
bro.
2 elims, and they're pushing in from the south side. The circle goes a little bit away from them, further up.
I was
to the
trying to
north.
see
Keeps
how
Getso
Tixi looks
Roy's
like now.
compound in, keeps
Couldn't see it.
IWNRX in the circle as
He was
well.
looking down.
South point of Cruz de Valle, where Incelio take up so much
China and
ground,
Pakistan
he's
friends
still in
forever.
also.
Let's go, boss.
It's a curious circle, this one. A really fun ending point over towards the western side of the map, actually, where it's going to be super interesting how teams play this one out, because it's very open ground. Just in terms of the area, no buildings, no nothing, but a fair bit of hard cover to play around with, a lot of bumps and stumbles and little mounds that you can play behind going further into the game. I think it really will just come down to the players rather than the positioning when we get down to stage 6, stage 7.
Let's go, Razor, with the updated command. Thank you, Razor.
Circle,
Thank you for the effort.
TJB
Appreciate
those
it.
Bumps and divots that you were talking about. And Getso to overwatch it all from the west side. We'll see if they look to try and flex out for Getso Roy.
Lonzai is the IG of TJB. Without Lonzai, I doubt TJB players can rotate, you know.
Still in 12th place. 25 points.
Players in the team serve for a purpose.
Tables from 13th down to 3rd, or well, yeah, I suppose 3rd down to 13th. It's still jump. It's still a single match jump, right? So after day 1, it seems like we're going to be treated to a
Bro, after Razor fixed the TJB, now you guys are typing out Navi.
Certainly pretty tightly packed in the top 3, 50 down to 40.
Razor be smashing the keyboards.
So all in all, far from solid. Definitely in flux for these teams at the top.
You want to help Razor, Chief? I could add you in the list.
Differentiate himself a little bit towards the top side of the lobby.
You could make edits as well.
50 points, which is a wonderful result for them. So happy. You can tell that there has been a lot of work been put in behind the scenes for this team. And they are desperate to join their brethren with T-Spirit in the grand finals. Alongside with Navi, in fact. It should be a great turnout for PMSL EMEA.
SI8 now. Dangerous on the nade approach there. Spray down and Falak on the off angle. Not going to have the backup needed to suppress.
Yo, these peaks from I8 is crazy.
That not going through, nor the flush either. And the high ground for ASI8 starting to get crunched in. They do have IQ all the way out towards IWNRX. And he's going to be giving them a little bit of info, a little bit of an opportunity to move back up north. But they have to extract from this situation first.
TJB, very central.
This group is one of the best. How come boring?
Nick the Galaxy right now.
It's just this game. The circle shifts kind of extreme. So also, I think the spectators are not catching the actions. You see, there are a lot of people fighting in the background while they're showing people
giving ground,
like
the south side to hopefully hold out versus FaZe.
taking drinks. You know.
Those bumps and
The
divots,
spectators are
safe
kind of
until
threw me
someone
off,
sees you, and then
honestly.
pretty
There are a
much
lot
done
of teams
for.
fighting here,
Venturas
actually.
rolling forwards, may come into contact with TJB. In fact, almost seems like he has to at this point.
And
The rollout is
TJB
there.
crushed.
Getso
TJB
again
got full
with that
sended.
Slight high ground advantage on the
Oh,
long
thank
slope
you
ahead of them. We'll
for
be able to
switching.
see these nades going back and forth, so you cannot poke your head up too high. Venturas in danger, has to wrap back, but he's got the info. They can play off of that. And in the meantime, Getso Roy navigating to a position to take shots.
Yeah, for Getso Roy, you're right. They do get to a lot of late game scenarios. Like I said, it's just some of that team fight potential that they do struggle with at times. Some of their rotates are quite decent though.
They need to fix the software. I think it was the software not doing the work, doing the switch. I think the game for P software is so much better.
Lackluster nade. I think they need to go a little bit further here, but Venturas makes for a play. It's a dangerous one. Mela does hold his angle.
I is able to go out here.
ASA8 trying to rebuff this.
Oh, Dane!
Is still up and close. The nade
Oh,
there very low. Could be a team nade. Ooh, need to be worried there. Stay away from that. Danger close. It's a spray towards the high ground.
Bro, I defend this super well,
It's
though.
going to be a great pickup, but there is a knockback over towards Venturas. The flush is being picked up by Mela. They want this res as well. ASI8 trying to get back up to 2 if they can. But I don't think that's going to be allowed to happen. No, UZM goes down. It's all up to IQ now to keep them in this one. Protect that third place spot because IWNRX are in a much better position. Can definitely jump on up. IQ picking up that flush. Darting out to the blue. Trying to pick up the buggy. They're going to take a lot of damage for it, but might be able to get a little bit further into this one.
There's Navi that came over from that north side, currently placed in second at the moment with 45 points.
Aedes out.
Very, very wonderful.
4 Illims also.
A very difficult game last game over on Miramar. Still were able to pump some points out of that one. Looking to take down Getso Roy. Car in the backline though, very nice spot to play in. Good backstop, but he needs to have a little bit more impact here. As already they find Zunder.
Have managed to rebuff one of those close players here. Navi landing the nades when it matters, and the nades not quite going long enough here for Getso Roy. Carr still on that off angle, spotting Navi, trying to crest the ridgeline. Maybe taking some shots in response. You can see those traces flying overhead, and Carr needs to keep it low profile here. FaZe could crash into the back. In the meantime, they try and push up towards TJB, and it goes their way.
He lost another one.
The first knock anyway, and Triple S will get flushed out.
They're fighting FaZe.
676 left for them.
TJB out
towards Getso Roy, and TJB take a tumble, 7th place for them.
And also, FaZe managed to get the player up. FaZe has 2 now.
Show them what for. Fortunately, Galaxy didn't get too much further in the game because they were taken fairly down a couple notches by Getso Roy.
Well, Roy managed to wipe the Navi.
Now we're just 1 player remaining in Carr, but chance at a full reset if Incilio doesn't come in too quickly.
Oh dear, this hillside
could it be a full reset?
All of them crawling back.
That'd be huge if they get the full reset.
Disaster potentially, but they're just not finding it.
Bro, where are you nading at, guys?
Targeted. Incilio don't quite have the information that they're looking for. The reses still need to come through though, Blank. That nade is long. It is high. Could potentially tag
full
on damage,
reset?
but the car protects them from the east
That is
side.
crazy.
Still just about weather the storm. Incilio,
They're playing way
pull
too
back.
passive here.
They retreat where it could all been theirs on the northern edge.
Yeah, this is proper Cilio, to be honest with you, because it should have been a simple push over towards Getso Roy. You know this team is incredibly damaged. I think at that point in time that you just have to send it.
RW. No, Roy full reset. That is crazy.
That really was an easy send, but there's no confidence in the squad right now to make that kind of play. Had a full opportunity to clear out at least the
Definitely not watching
the
the kill
map.
feed, bro.
And you can see here, it's very isolated from where Nick Galaxy's playing. So I think Incilio just sort of had to take the chances on that one. Gets a Roy back up.
Roy, they ruined them. Roy ruined them.
It's sort of acceptable.
Who got knocked? Why he right in open?
In the meantime, so questions now.
Oh yeah, this is what you get.
Play there. Can they do something with this?
Radak's helping out though.
Be worth it. They took the time to move away from this fight. Now as Redox actually trying to stand up in this one, doing pretty well, connecting with some of the sprays, but will finally get taken down. Nick the Galaxy with just the 1 player left standing, but the nades are coming on over from them. SnowX on the off angle.
What a nade.
SnowX gets that knock, that flush, and FaZe going to look to crunch in from the south side. Another nade over towards Carr, and it is dangerous to move past Nick the Galaxy in their current form. The value that needs to happen now, though, Blank, if they're going to make this retreat worth it for Incilio, is taking down IWNRX and getting control of the center of the circle. If that does not happen, it was all a waste of time.
Ooh, that was so close.
More damage done. So far, Getso Roy have been quite lucky.
Bro, FaZe's gun skill is so good.
These nades coming through that have taken them
one of the best in the lobby, I would say. I don't see them lost 44.
Massive testament to their resistance in this match. 9 eliminations so far is awesome news for them.
You'll take that. Absolutely. Getting anywhere close to double digits is always brilliant. And if you can exceed that mark, as FaZe will have done with the placement points that they've earned. Excellent news for them.
Is this player bold?
IWNRX on that south side.
Well, he just has...
Now a little bit under pressure. I mean, this is what Incilio needed to establish, and I think that this is probably their end goal, right? Sure, maybe it felt like they just did not know. They didn't have proper scouting. They weren't paying enough attention to know that Getso Roy were so damaged, were so low with only 1 player active, 3 players down, all in the same place. And now they're going to be able to take those points either way. So,
he got knocked from the back.
That shot goes over to... Actually, it goes to Getso Roy.
FaZe 10 elims. Still surviving.
That Incilio could have earned by staying there, but they will outlast and they will get up into 3rd. Guaranteed.
Yo, this FaZe is completely different than BTR, man.
Very good stuff. So FaZe last remaining, but I don't think Mela's long for this world now. And nade looks fairly decent over the top, and we'll take down Mela.
My top 5 pick, NRX. Going strong this game with 9 elims.
Starting the day strong, looking to
4 versus 4. NRX should have won this with ease.
Here for our final battle of the day. A flex out comes through from Incilio. Frozen not going to be able to connect, but the buggy takes a lot of damage. Burning down that vehicle. Going to be dangerous to move forwards now, but IWNRX penned in. You can see that central line across the minimap established by Encilio. Stage 9 going to be breathing down their necks, and Encilio have the middle.
Fine. Quick smoke out.
INS winning? Bro, I bet NRX winning.
It's a nice one of those sidelines coming through from Encilio. Both teams are looking.
I feel like NRX can just all gone INS.
But with Encilio having more of this hard cover,
INS barely shoot, bro.
Circle,
they only had one kill.
Easy for them. Neither doesn't find too much.
Momentum wise, NRX is better.
Kane has to move out though. Push back the rest of his squad. He could try and go for an isolate onto one of these positions.
He can nade the rock.
Look to push out.
Oh, it was a little bit short.
Start things off. Strong nade.
Just pushing them back, and Kane's already taken a lot of damage. Molotov on the vehicle. Swain's already shimmied away. Zedwall takes damage in response. They're not really finding
looks good.
what they're looking for IWNRX.
Bro,
the damage just not there.
That was
The
such an
healing
easy
is
nade.
coming through nice and quickly, but there's what they were opening
Okay, 4 versus 3.
Frozen over